Sunday, Sunday, if there's someone, Sunday, I guess I need Sunday, and maybe when I'm done, Sunday, it's a Sunday, it's a Sunday,
And there it is right there, or Sunday Wendy, pardon me. So good to see you, dear friends. Good to have you. Always a delight in your company. Never taken for granted that you will be here. So it is with gratitude that I receive you every time you do decide to turn up. So good to have you. Good to have you again. So I'm a bit flustered somewhat. Anytime I go on Rudolph's channel, I feel like some soldier returning from a war front. Always outnumbered, but never outgunned. Always outnumbered, but never outgunned. I'm an Oyo man, as you know. So welcome. So to the session and to the topics, and immediately to it. So we'll be discussing these. Defend yourselves, businesses in Lagos, from political thugs if security agencies fail. So this is IPOB now giving direct instructions to the people from the Southeast resident in Lagos. So these are dark words, by the way, and the ratcheting up of the tempo in Lagos State, it could have done without these words, but this is not even a smoke signal. This is a direct instruction from a place or an organization that holds great sway amongst those people. Defend yourselves, businesses in Lagos, from political thugs. If security agencies fail, IPOB tell Igbo residents. So there it is right there. It's just the dark clouds circling around that Lagos space. Of course, Lagos is not going to surrender itself to a guy that they are not familiar with and is not fully of their stock. So that's not going to happen. And if that doesn't happen, then what happens after? So dark forebodings for Lagos State. APC leadership meets Tinubu National Assembly member-elects at Aso Rock on Monday. So Aso Rock now, Tinubu somewhat now, you see when an election takes place and a winner emerges, the person sitting in that situation, he effectively considered a lame duck. A lame dog. That is to say that his potency suddenly it doesn't even diminish. It absolutely categorically finishes as soon as a new winner has emerged. Because all of pure politics, of course, see that new winner that has emerged as the future, and all of politics gravitate towards him or her to to align their self-interest and to schmooze him a little bit, whatever. So Tinubu now in situation in some satellite space within their Sorok space are gently nudging Buhari out of the door as the runners and rider coalesce around him to discuss their self-interest. APC leadership to meet Tinubu National Assembly members-elect at Aso Rock on Monday. So that is our politics regrouping and thrust into the future. That's people jostling for positions, by the way. So people jostling for positions. What the content is and what we're making of it, we'll find out shortly. So this now the headline that perhaps some of you saw that made you then come in to find out what's going on. Obedient close alternative result coalition portal after Tinubu's lead. So the obedience, as ever, telling us that Tinubu had won 19 states, but then of course, like we've been saying, this has been probably the most transparent election that we have ever had in Nigeria. It played out in open glare, and the results are publicly open. If you are in Outer Mongolia, I'm saying this to you, and you can experiment if you are. If you are in Outer Mongolia and you have internet access, you can see the full results of the Nigerian election to the very names and details almost of the individuals that vote, that voted, because it breaks it down to the individual polling units and everything is uploaded there. So they've been able to access that, and it doesn't make for the sort of reading that permutates with their narrative. Obedience, a close alternative result coalition portal after Tinubu's lead. So there it is. It doesn't quite chime with the, or rhyme rather, with the Nzobo narrative that they feast on. Elections, Amaechi on mission to let me bring you this. Let me resequence that. So let me resequence this. So we're going to River State politics and how that is going to play out. So we're going to River State politics and how that is going to play out. I did much for you as governor. Wike has done opposite. Amaechi tells Igbos. So the Igbos now seem to be the favor of this particular electoral cycle because they've suddenly discovered somewhat of some sort of potency, which has not really landed them so far any prize win, but they seem to be the darling of politics as it obtains at the moment. I did much for you as governor. Wike has done opposite. Amaechi tells Igbos. So the ethnic, we have fear for Lagos State that things might implode. It's almost a certainty that there might almost be so. We hope there won't be, but all the drum beats are for that body bags might well count in River State, because the language, of course, that they use of politics in that space is quite divisive and quite dangerous. I did much for you as governor. Wike has done opposite. Amaechi tells Igbos. So now, of course, and the politics of River State, by the way, is balanced on a keg of gunpowder because of what played out in the presidential space, with all of the anticipation, and not all of the anticipation, all of the hope, or some will even almost derisively say all of the wishful thinking that River State would vote for Peter Obi, when all of the body language is that the governor of that state, Yemsen Wike, who holds that state with a vice grip. He favors Tinubu. So, of course, the person that owns the state, which is Wike, he pointed his politics in the direction of Tinubu. So, for this now localized governorship election, the indigenous people as well as the migrants into the space, because, of course, if you are not indigenous, then you are a migrant into the space. I live in Lagos. I'm from Oyo, so I'm a migrant to Lagos. So, I mean, historically, antecedentally. So a lot of those spaces are agitated now and looking to fight back against what happened within the presidential elections. And Amaechi whipping up that sentiment. So you can see that things are going to almost, hopefully will not, but almost certainly will tip over in Rivers State. Still staying with Rivers State, the right to reply elections, Amaechi on a mission to incite Igbos against Rivers people. This is Wike now. So now, it's a very dangerous politics that these two characters are playing, by the way. So Amaechi is sending dog whistles to the southeasterners in Rivers State and people sympathetic to the southeasterners. And you have to understand that there's a blood lineage of southeast within Rivers State as well. So he's sending dog whistles to that space. But then Wike is sending frontally to the Rivers State people that you must resist them. So somewhat the language that we're hearing in Lagos, but in this space more naked and more frontal, more visceral. So we go to Rivers State to see exactly what is playing out there. Rewind. In January, court ruled that INEC can use any method for results transmission. So it's more of the same, really. I think we touched on this topic yesterday, but it keeps recycling around the news cycle, which is really to prepare the mind of the Labour Party space for maybe even to discourage them from going to court, but certainly to prepare their mind for the sort of results they're likely to get if they do go to court. So there is that. And finally, we land on this. Election postponement may force shift of 2023 population census. MPC boss. So I am a bit dubious of the Buhari administration carrying out a population census so close to the end of their administration. And we know what will happen if they do that. The padding of numbers again to the north, which then translates into local government areas and all whatnot, and then all of the weight of the resources of the country is squeezed even more to that region. So should there be resistance that this administration should not and must not carry out that population census? So all of that in play as well. So a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll repost it on the screen now so it's immediately to hand. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finished delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. There's an open microphone session, the open microphone being the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that if you want to come join us on the screens. And if you think that your host looks especially thirsty and it somewhat looks in need of lubrication, you can lubricate your host by clicking on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, with the emphasis being on cups. So go there, and in a 3-step easy process, you can empty as much of the content of your wallet in there as you will. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe. At your will, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and only if you feel inclined to buy your host cups of coffee. So all of that. So let me take a micro musical intermission, and then when I come back, we delve straight into the throes of it. But first, Egbelemu, the guys.
Water, only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water, only water,
freedom o. Apa o naido.
Ẹ kú ní sáńdò, ẹ jọ padà sílé, kájọ jọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I cannot imagine that there's a prayer more important than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. So Iku Koniri Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Defend yourselves, businesses in Lagos, from political thugs. If security agencies fail, IPOB tells Igbo residents. So the drumbeats of you-know-what are ricocheting around the Lagos space. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has charged the people of the southeast region of Nigeria, resident in Lagos State, southwest region of the country, to defend themselves against any form of ethnic agenda in the state. IPOB, in a release, noted that Igbo should be vigilant and be prepared and ready to defend themselves and their businesses against thugs and criminals if the Nigerian security apparatus is incapable of or unwilling to protect them. IPOB, in the statement issued by its media and publicity secretary, Ima Powerful, said that the charge was sequel to the public statement from some Igbo-speaking Deltans who alleged that the Biafran group deployed its special squad in Lagos to cause mayhem. IPOB stated that whilst it would have ignored the allegation, it is obvious that they are working with the enemies who are recently promoting Igbophobia in Lagos, and for the avoidance of doubt, IPOB are not and can never be a party to Nigerian politics, adding that IPOB members are not interested in Nigerian politics and can't be used as political thugs. IPOB will never attack any region, person, or tribe for any reason unless threatened. IPOB has never had any record of violence in all our rallies across the world. We have acknowledged that Fulani cabals have bought we have acknowledged that Fulani cabals have bought over some personalities in Yoruba land to promote ethnic hatred and cause mayhem against Indigbo. We know that the majority of the true sons of Oduduwa are not and will not support the crimes being committed against Igbo residents in Lagos State and other parts of Yoruba land for that matter. We also know that these true sons of Oduduwa are not in support of the agenda of the Fulani to cause disaffection between the Yorubas and Igbos, and we must not allow them to succeed. However, the indigenous people of Biafra wishes to let those being used to cause trouble between the Igbo nation and Yoruba nation to retrace their steps and join forces with well-meaning Yoruba people and the Igbo people to extricate our people from the quagmire called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. So it's always long-winded. Hopefully it ends soon. Just this tediousness that they always deliver. These troublemakers being used to achieve a set objective must understand that Indigbo will not cower or run away for them. That should be from them, but will rather defend themselves against criminals and political thugs anywhere. IPOB is urging Indigbo and Biafrans in general, residents in the western region of Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, to be very vigilant and be prepared and ready to defend themselves and their businesses against thugs and criminals if the Nigerian security apparatus is incapable of or unwilling to protect them. IPOB is urging the Lagos state governor, Yoruba traditional rulers, their opinion molders, politicians, and Afenifere leaders, particularly Alhaji Gani Adams, to do all that is necessary to stop these criminals and their sponsors in their tracks to avoid igniting a fire that will pitch us against each other whilst the Fulani Caliphate is standing on the sideline laughing at us. These thugs must be compelled to desist from further attacking or bullying Indigbo that are doing their legitimate businesses in Lagos State. The leaders and elders in Yoruba land. So the IPOB is now giving instructions to the leaders and elders. This is where we are now within Nigerian space. IPOB, they are giving instructions to the leaders and elders in Yoruba land. The leaders and elders in Yoruba land should call the criminals terrorizing Igbos and their sponsors to order before things degenerate into dangerous and unimaginable dimensions. Igbo leaders and traditional rulers should equally speak out to their Yoruba counterparts. Nobody should blame Indigbo and the youth for defending themselves against ethnic cleansing and impoverishment agenda. Destroying Igbo properties in Lagos because of fraud and obsession for re-election that has nothing to do with Indigbo is barbaric and unacceptable. So those are the words of those known peacemakers and lovers of humanity, IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. Defend yourselves. So I'm assuming they are not. I'm assuming they are not inviting them to defend themselves with a clenched fist to do boxing. So that invitation there embedded somewhat, but embedded not even a dog whistle, but a clarion call to the Indigbos in the southwest. But what does this mean? We're coming to a crescendo on the 18th, and then we'll see how that space plays out. APC leadership to meet Tinubu National Assembly member-elect at Aso Rock on Monday. So we'll just take a few paragraphs. It's not that long anyway, so let's just steam through it. The leadership of the All Progressive Congress APC is set to hold a meeting on Monday with members of the party elected into the 10th National Assembly. In a notice on Friday, Iyola Omishore, National Secretary of the APC, said the meeting will be held at the banquet hall of the State House in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, at 2 p.m. Omijore said Bola Tinubu, President-elect, and Kashim Shettima, the Vice President-elect, would also be in attendance at the meeting. He said the Senator-elect and the House of Representatives member-elects should come with their certificate of returns. This is to inform all senator-elects and members of the House of Representative-elects of the APC that they are invited to a parley with the party's national leadership, Omishore said. The meeting, which will be attended by the President-elect and Vice President-elect, will be held at the State House Banquet Hall, Aso Rock Villa, Abuja. Senators and House of Representative-elects must come to the meeting with their Independent National Electoral Commission certificates of return and must come alone. So, Tinubu did promise that his administration will hit the ground running, and there is the anticipation that because of how long he has held onto this wish, there is the anticipation that as soon as he just takes that oath of office, almost instantaneously he'll be he'll be announcing his team. Nobody is expecting him to be president for even up to a week without us knowing who he's going to be permutating with. So I shared the screen for this one now, which is the main talking point of the session. Obedience close alternative result coalition portal after Tinubu's lead. So this is it now. They told us they won 19 states, Tinubu won 3, and Atiku Abubakar won -4, and Peter Obi is the president of the United States and everywhere in between. But the fact seems to run to the contrary, and this now reality dawning. Obedience close alternative result coalition portal after Tinubu's lead. So this, what you're looking at your screen now is what's being collated by the obedience space from interrogating the INEC, not the INEC, yes, the INEC portal, the IREV, which we can all interrogate. So they've held pen to paper and they are going through the numbers and it's reading just exactly as they were told by Mahmoud Yakubu. So there it is right there. So from what they had gleaned up to the point that they shut it down, 6,164,052 votes for Tinubu and 5 million for Peter Obi, 4.8 million for Atiku Abubakar. So let's now see. Controversy has trailed an independent coalition of the February 25th presidential election results, spearheaded by supporters of the Labour Party presidential party. Controversy has trailed an independent coalition of the February 25th presidential election results, spearheaded by supporters of the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi. Correspondents report that supporters of both Obi and his People's Democratic Party's counterpart, Atiku Abubakar, have faulted the victory of the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate and now President-elect Bola Tinubu, claiming that the election was rigged in favor of the former Lagos State governor. Correspondents report that the Independent National Electoral Commission declared Tinubu as the president-elect after the 70-year-old polled 7.8 million votes to defeat his closest rivals, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. But both Atiku and Obi have refused to concede defeat in the February 25th presidential election, vowing to recover their electoral mandate in court. The two candidates also rebuffed the gestures of conciliation made by Tinubu, who in his acceptance speech, after he was declared the winner of the poll, asked them to support him in the task of building the country, the nation. However, both presidential candidates claimed that they had data to back their claim in court. For the legal battle, correspondents report that the trio engaged a combined team of 89 senior advocates of Nigeria. Sources within the camp of the warring political parties said that the array of legal luminaries drawn from different chambers are currently being furnished with materials that could be tendered as evidence in court. To prove their candidate's case, supporters of Obi, known better as, well, that should be better known, but they said known better. To prove their candidate's case, supporters of Obi, known better as Obedience on social media, had mobilized themselves to independently collate results and show Nigerians that the former Anambra State governor won the presidential poll. The supporters, spearheaded by one Mark Essaying, with the username @MarkEssaying, on the popular microblogging site Twitter, had claimed that the bimodal voter accreditation system and election result viewing portal displayed by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) were not utilized, and true election results from different polling units across the country were not what was being uploaded on the portal. Collating results on an independent IREV with the help of other obedience, the first set of results shared by SCN showed that Obi was in the clear lead, a development that further justified the claim that their candidate allegedly was allegedly rigged out. The way things are going, by tomorrow, we would have counted 160,000 polling unit results and done our own coalition. All coalition officers that thought they could announce anything they wanted did not understand the power of a mass movement, Essien had tweeted on Thursday. Trouble, however, started hours later after the coalition showed that Tinubu polled more votes than Obi and Atiku combined and was in the lead against expectation. With the development, some Obedients turned on Essien and accused him of allegedly working for the Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai and not for Obi's cause. Leading the attack on Essien, a Twitter user with the handle @Afam Duloxo wrote, Mark Essien is deeply into Nasiru El-Rufai's pocket. Trust whatever you think he's doing. Trust whatever you think he's doing for the obedient movement at your own peril. You can go ahead and trust him. That is fine. I don't anyone that is friend, so I don't know what that means, or crony with the high and mighty in APC, especially somebody like Nasir El-Rufai, never. However, the independent IREF portal results were later blocked from public view, a development that sparked reaction from Twitter users. A user at Celestos said, take Mark Essien's poll and its eventual result with a pinch of salt. Here is why. If it's sourcing the forms from the IREV online records, then it is already sourced to begin with. Why? Those records were not uploaded from the polling unit, so they had ample time to beat it up to fit their numbers, he added. I know he's blocked the results from the public, but as it is right now, 11:18 p.m., this is what it is. The game is to swing public trust to the website, build anticipation by hiding the results, then show the final outcome as presented by IREV. I don't know what that means. Finally, it is really just smokes and mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. The game is over. Allow Labour Party legal team to do their work and disregard all these distractions that we all keep looking for to boost our validation. So this one at Ashiwaju Olademi, he wrote, Essien was a good guy when he started the coalition and Labour Party was leading. By the time the result was not going in their favor, they said he's working for APC and El-Rufai. So Ludo will always be right. Headless mob. Another contributor, obedience they their own nurse. Obedience they their own. They nurse their wound. You carry your oversabi, say you want audit IREV results, and assured them that Obi won. Now, the audit is not matching as you anticipated. You must collect from both Obedient and Agbado hand. So there it is. But the upshot of it is, even by their own coalition, the guy is still losing miserably. But then, of course, you know they exist in a planet entirely of their own making. So there it is right there. What you are looking at now is an internal coalition by the obedient space, which is to tell you that, and by the way, Tinubu has over 6 million, and yeah, is that 5 million? And Peter Obi had 5 million as at the time they abandoned it. So just exactly as Mahmoud Yakubu said, a winner has emerged, and of course, with a winner, there are losers. So there it is. Let's go on to the next one. To an area more dark and more foreboding. I did much for you as governor. Wike has done opposite. So this is now Amaechi dog whistling the Southeasterners in River State. Addressing Igbos in River State at Port Harcourt, addressing Igbos in River State at a Port Harcourt gathering, former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amaechi said he made Igbo Man Commissioner, promoted 2 as permanent secretaries, employed 3,000 as teachers, and gave scholarships to several others. amongst other opportunities when he was governor, adding that those privileges have disappeared under Wike's administration. In his charge to Igbos in Rivers, Amaechi said, "We cannot win without you. If you don't come out that day, we have lost. We need you to come out, need you to stand. We need you not to be afraid. If they burn your houses or shop, we will replace everything they destroy. Every kobo you lost will be given back. I am an Igbo man." So here is Rotimi Amaechi now. It's just where the cap fits, isn't it? We're going back to the narratives of Boyega one day and Chinedu the next one, Rose Vivo. So now suddenly it's not a Rivers man anymore, it's an Igbo man now. "I am an Igbo man from Ikwere local government area. I tell people, pray Igbos don't come together. The day Igbos come together, they have one Port Harcourt City, one Obio / Akpo local government area. We will continue to produce chairman till we are tired." Cole, whilst knocking Wike before Igbos in Rivers, told them, "You will not suffer. We will not harass you, will not destroy your business, will not pull down your shops to build bridges. We would rather build bridges to support your businesses and well-being when you vote for us. You have all come out to endorse me. You have come to say you will vote for APC, but it is not enough that you have endorsed me. We have 2 days to spread the message. Make sure everyone you know comes out to vote on election day. Don't entertain fear. Nobody will steal your vote. The military will be out to protect your vote. And anybody that interferes with your vote will choose between life and death." So that is exactly the language of the politics in Rivers State, life or death. So life or death politics, the right to reply. So Yemsin Wike, Amaechi on a mission to incite Igbos against Rivers people. So the language we just read then, that is textbook template incitement language. But let's now see how Wike tries to counterweight it. The government of Rivers State has warned residents of the state to be wary of a campaign of calumny and criminal incitement of Igbo people against the state by the former Transportation Minister Rotimi Amaechi. Governor Yemisi Wike warned the electorate not to vote for Tonye Cole, the governorship candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, because he is divisive and facing prosecution for defrauding the state of $50 million. Wike therefore urged them to ensure that they delivered their votes to Sir, I'm not going to attempt that first name, Fubara, the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, who is more disposed to sustaining the prevailing harmony in the state. Governor Wike knocked Tonye Cole when he spoke at Egbeda community whilst inaugurating the XYZ Link Road in the ABC local government area in the state. The governor said the warning has become imperative following the reckless instigation of needless war between the Igbos and Rivers people by the chief sponsor of Tonye Cole, the former governor of the state, Wike Amaechi. He pointed to Amaechi's resurrecting of the issues of abandoned property that happened during the Nigerian Civil War over 50 years ago as one of the reasons why the electorate needs to be wary of the APC candidate. Governor Wike insisted that Tonye Cole and his master Wike Amaechi are insensitive to the danger, the animosity they are triggering. Let me take that again. Governor Wike insisted that Tonye Cole and his master Wike Amaechi are insensitive to the danger, the animosity they are triggering, and what it will cause in the state in their inordinate and dubious quest for power. We have been living peacefully with our brothers and sisters in Igbos, living peacefully, doing businesses peacefully. I feel that I should let you know that a vote for Tonye Cole is a vote for the division of Rivers State. A vote for Tonye Cole is a vote in order not for him to return our $50 million. And God will not allow us to vote for such people. We are prosecuting them. They want to run away from prosecution. They cannot. Governor Wike reprimanded Amaechi for lying to Igbo residing in the state that if they vote for Toye Cole, he will assure them they are compensated for their purported abandoned properties during the Civil War. When you have a child, Chibuike Amaechi, who wants to destroy a home to open up old wounds at this time in Nigeria, in River State, is a terrible thing. He's trying to put us and the Igbos at loggerheads for us to fight. God will not allow us to fight. And then it goes on and on. So I leave that there, but that is the back and forth then going on in our River State. So I'll give you this headline and I'll just give you a couple of paragraphs. Then I'll come into the room to see if anybody is available to take it on. So in January, court ruled that INEC can use any method for result transmission. So I'm not quite sure why we are still in this space. The Federal High Court in Abuja in a January ruling dismissed the suit by the Labour Party seeking to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to adopt an electronic method for transmitting 2023 election results. Delivering the judgment in the suit filed in August. So I think we read this yesterday, so maybe we can just leave that there. So if anybody wants to revisit that, we can. As we're joined by the Progressive, good to see you, Akim. Fast joins us, good to have you. Ajanle Koko, the stalwart of the platform. Babati shares his company with us. Ola is available. Joel of Nashville joins us. Aligo Lexi joins us. Thomas, of course, and then formerly the artist called Patrick, now Patoski. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. So good to have you. So let me go then. I'll come to you first, Aligo, only because you're a new name to the space. So just to meet you and find out what your thoughts are regarding the politics. So let's have you first. Good to meet you. So good to meet you. So to this space, then let me kick it off from where I started off. Defend yourselves, businesses in Lagos from political thugs if security agencies fail. IPOB tells Igbo residents. So do you think this is the sort of language that this climate needs? The language we're hearing from IPOB.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, my name is Alege, not Alego, Alege.
Oh, sorry about that. Alege. I'm notoriously bad with names, but now I know. Alege, good to meet you.
Alege less Alexi.
Okay, what would you like? What would you rather be called? Do you want us to call you Lexi? Because that's just easier.
Yeah, you can call me. My name is Alexander, so I just shorten it. So.
Oh, all right. Oh my goodness me! All you funky people, you always confuse people. So to the conversation, then the invitation.
Yeah, first of all, I want to really congratulate you for this platform. You know, I'm calling from the city of Bilbao in Spain.
Wow.
You know, that's where I live. But I've been following you all along, you know, but just that I've not been able to come in here, you know, because there's some nice, interesting topic that you put up here, and I really appreciate your effort. And every other guy that is out there, you know. Yeah, I watched the Wike narrative today. I watched the video. You see, what I feel about our country is that we shouldn't degenerate to this level, you know, because we are students of history. At least I've lived long enough in Nigeria to be able to understand the politics of that country. You know, I feel that we should tone down the tone. The country belongs to all of us, and we have to build that country. You see, like they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. We destroy our country more than other people destroy us. This is the truth, my brother. So I think the fight between Amaechi and Wike should come to an end. The state is theirs. You know, when all these gladiators are pulling their triggers, the people that suffers are just the ordinary people. So it is wrong. For me, I feel it's unnecessary to heat up the polity like this. You know, people are talking about Tinubu and all that. That man deserves to be the next president of Nigeria, because that man has worked. Anytime I look at Abiola's picture, I see him behind Abiola. This is a man that has paid his pride. So all these things are not necessary. Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwa, everybody should come together. Let's build our country instead of all this hate, all these tribal things, all this religious thing. It's not necessary, my brother. So this is just my take on that space. They should just leave.
Yes, I think we're all on board with your sentiment, but the reality of the Nigerian political space, it tells you that we have to go through we have to go through a journey to land on where you are describing, because the politics has gotten very toxic and very ethnic. So that toxic ethnic politics is playing out quite violently in Lagos. And I'm saying violently now, mainly in the rhetorics now, but we're hopeful that it doesn't actually translate into real violence, but it's also playing out in a toxic manner in Rivers State. So people are smarting from the presidential elections in Rivers State, because a lot of permutations thought that the Rivers State was going to go to Labour Party. That was what a lot of projections had. But then, of course, Wike managed to sway that voting space towards the APC. So the people are up in arms, and there is an ethnic divide in that Rivers State, with some people that are historically of Igbo blood, but not fully of the Rivers State stock. And then there's the indigenous population, and then there's a mass migrant Igbo population within that mix as well. So Wike, Rotimi Amaechi rather, he seems to be signaling to that Igbo-leaning stock that this is your chance for revenge via this governorship space. And what Wike seems to be dog whistling to the indigenous people of that state is that defend your land. So that has to come to a crescendo, but we are hoping it doesn't spill over violently, Lexi.
Yeah, woman, what I see is that these people should not drag the people of Rivers into their war. It's not nice. This is what I am saying. These people, they are fighting their war. They are not fighting for the people of Rivers State. They are not fighting for the people. This is supremacy war that is going on. That's been going on all the time in Rivers. So I think the people of Rivers, I am not from Rivers, they should be able to be wise enough, the elite, because this is why I get disappointed with the so-called youth of Nigeria. I don't believe them. I don't align with them, because the way I see them, the trade they are going, if you hand over that country to this youth, they will destroy it. They will sell that country, and they will, before you know, they don't jackpot. So they should, all those elite, all those, because there are a lot of things that I'm not at peace with in that country. Certificate has destroyed that country. Certificate, not education. What we have in Nigeria is certificate, not education. There's a difference between you being educated and you have a certificate. If you are educated, you should be able to know what is right to do, how to live with the people, how to make peace, how to love others as well as yourself. So the Wike issue, the Wike narrative, and the Amaechi narrative, sometimes we give, instead of not even listening to all these things, because the more we talk about some of these things we talk about, the more popular these guys become. For me, I don't think they deserve this kind of popularity that we give them. But at least we must talk about
you have to understand that these are people who wield political powers. And political power is quite potent. Their power, it affects our lives directly. So that's why we have to talk about them. The decisions they make impacts on our lives directly.
Yeah, you're right. I understand it. But, you know, if we have to continue to leave it this way, then one day we might not find a country. Or because for me, every time I listen to Wike, as much as he has his point, but this guy is fighting deadly. He's fighting a very deadly fight. And to bring you back home to the topic we're talking about, I don't see much difference between the Igbos and these rivers people, because even when I listen to their accent, their language, it's almost Igbo. It's just that they changed some things. Today was saying Chineke. The Igbo said Chineke. So there is no difference between these people. And these are people that have lived together peacefully for a very long time. So is it politics now that is coming in between these people to just destroy them? The people should reason. A wise man should be able to know that the world has moved so far. The only thing that will get us there is unity, my brother. It's unity. I look forward to a day where I can go to Jos and go and do a holiday in Jos peacefully without fear of being kidnapped or somebody is going to kill me. In those days when I was in Nigeria, I used to go to Jos. I have friends. I love the place. But for a very long time, when I hear stories, you can go to Borno and have a holiday. The North can come to Calabar, you know, to peacefully. The country is ours. We need to build it. We need to make it interesting. Instead of going to Dubai, going to South Africa, it is not angels that build this country. It is their citizens, the human being that invested in this country and other people that comes. Why don't we set this pace for our country? Nigeria is a very great country. As young as I was, around 1980, I visited the Ajakuta Steel Company. I was marveled. This is it's almost the size of a village, more than a village. Underground, if you get into the underground in Ajakuta Steel, you see the steel that is buried underground. I said, this is my country. But look at what is happening now. For how long that edifice, what these people are supposed to be talking about, the civil society in Nigeria and all these people, they are not even saying anything positive. They are just following these politicians, they are just dancing to their tunes, and they forget their major obligations. It is not right. So many things are wrong in this country. We need to redirect that setting. It is we that cause ourselves the elite. We are the problem of the country, and we are the same people that are complaining that the country is going down. I don't get it. So I think it's a very nice thing. I'm very happy to be here because there are so many things in my mind that I'll maybe with the course of time we'll be able to discuss. I don't agree, one man, with this attitude or this old issue that Nigeria is made up of three tribes. It's a very wrong thing. Maybe I'll leave that for another day because I am from the minority and I feel that when somebody is talking about marginalization, the Igbo should not talk about marginalization. It is we, the Benin, the Efik, the Biroms, all these other ones. Out of how many tribes we have in Nigeria? We are only propagating 3, which is a sin to other tribes. And you people are not looking at it. We are human beings as well. The Igbo, the Yoruba, the Hausa, they have benefited more in that country more than any other tribe. And somebody is still getting up to say the Igbo are marginalized. How are they? Well, this is not the main topic. Let me not just digress.
No. If we can just spend a moment there. There is a narrative that the Igbos are marginalized, especially in the power space of the Nigerian. And yes, of course, we have well in excess of 300 thereabout ethnic groups, but we have 3 or 4 major ethnic groups, which are just as a fact of life, they tend to consume not the lesser, but the smaller ethnic groups. But there is a narrative that in the power dynamics of the Nigerian state, the Igbos are marginalized. You know, the Yorubas, they've had what? they've had Obasanjo, they had Shoneko as an interim. Tinubu comes in now. The North, they've had a Nupe man, they've had a Fulani man. I'm not sure if they had an Hausa man, but you know, but we've never really, you can't count Nnamdi Azikiwe, who never wielded any real power. I'm not sure in the history of that country we've ever really had an Igbo president, unless my history doesn't go far as deep enough as it should. So there is, and they're always treated at arm's length. You know, they're never really given any real strong positions. You know, they've never really been given any potent positions. Maybe they decorate them with the Senate presidency and just have them dance around. So there is some argument to say that they are marginalized. We should have an Igbo president in this cycle for the balance. So can you not see why they will feel marginalized?
I think I reason differently with that your thought. That is what I'm saying. The cause of this other tribe. Has anybody really like sit down to think about this thing in this country? That there are a lot of people being marginalized. Only some tribe are just claiming the paternity of that country. If we are really who we are supposed to be, if we want to get united, let us get united and forget this tribe thing, this religious thing and all that. You know, because it's not going to help us unless we are not ready to be one. That I can understand. If we're not ready to be one, okay, fine. Let's start propagating this tribe thing. I am from Edo, I am from Yoruba, I am from this thing. But I think it's better. Nigeria is better for us to be united because there are a lot of potentials in that country. A lot of potential. No country is as great as that country. We're all singing it. It's like it's a lipstick for us all. But when it gets to the real thing, think Nigeria. Think Nigeria. What have we ever done for that country? We have not done anything for Nigeria, but we always expect Nigeria to be doing things for us. I come here, I see a lot of people that never worked in Nigeria. They never even paid tax one day. They come here and they run the country down. Imagine somebody is here in Europe. We're all here abroad. You obey the laws of this land where you are. But when you go to Nigeria, you violate the laws and you want the country to be good. We need to change our mindset. We need to orientate our inner mind to say, what kind of people are we? It's not right. You live in a civilized society where things are, no society is that sane anyway, but then some societies are more saner than others. You understand? At least we are enjoying freedom. Here, you don't fear. If I want to go out now, I can go out. I don't fear that somebody will tell me, hey, or kidnap me or shoot me or, you know, because the police are there. They are running around. Any small thing, everybody is aware of this thing. Everybody has this consciousness that I am free. We can build our country this way. We can contribute to our country. But the people that run Nigeria down more are Nigerians. The problem of Nigerians are Nigerians themselves, not even the leaders. How many are they? You see, when there's supposed to be a protest.
Let's say, do you not think that part of the issue is that as much as we say we are Nigerians differently, because being Nigerian actually means something different to different people. We're not universally under one understanding of being Nigerian. Being a Nigerian to a man from Borno, for instance, is probably different to being a Nigerian understanding from a man from Abakaliki.
Yes, the other day I was listening to a brother on the program that was talking about, you ask him, he's married to an Hausa woman, that how did he do it? And he was trying to say, okay, you see, these people, they are nice people. It's just that there's a lot of misrepresentation about who they are. I share that view because I live all my life in Abuja before I traveled. I entered Abuja since 1984. School there, worked there before I came out. So when you have an opportunity to meet these people, we have nice people in that country as well. Every part, you know. But what I wonder is when I was in Nigeria, I was at peace. We cohabit. I go to the south. I go to Kaduna freely. I go visit. I go to Jos, you know. But what I hear in Nigeria, what I hear since I left that country is frightening, especially from this 2019 or around 2018 down to this day. It's frightening. It's frightening. So many things are happening in that country. It's like the country want to just go to pieces. And people are not seeing this. The Igbos, my brother, like we say it, they are marginalized. If you now narrow that Nigeria, if you narrow Nigeria down to 3 tribes, but I don't agree. I don't really toe that line at all. But if you now narrow Nigeria down to those 3 tribes, fine. The Igbos have been marginalized. And you know why? It is the fear of the civil war thing. It has not really ended. That is the thing. They are not trusted by others. They are not trusted. That trust is not there. There's a trust deficit, one man. Up to this moment.
But do you yes, and I think a lot of people probably broadly agree with you that there is a trust deficit. But do you think anything has been done by either side to bring it together? Because well, I feel the Southeasterners, they're somewhat at arm's length to the Nigerian state because they feel that there's still unresolved issues from the Biafran war. And I think the Nigerian state, and please correct me if I'm speaking, but I think the Nigerian space, especially the northern space, they still view them with suspicion. I'm not sure that the Southwest has too much of an issue with them, especially. But like you said, there's a trust deficit, but that trust deficit is both ways.
Yeah, woman. The issue is this, you know. I'm above 50, so I shouldn't be. I know Nigeria, you know. So the thing is this: for that trust to come, there had to be this openness. That is why when people say alliance is very important, because when you come into people, when you mingle with people, then they'll be able to see your real identity, the kind of person that you are from the inside, instead of that misconception or that thing they are carrying from the Civil War ended long time ago. We're supposed to have moved past this, you know. And I feel that even the Igbos too, as much as they go everywhere in the country, you know, but sometimes I think they sometimes overbloat this marginalization thing. They should think of how to move ahead. They should sit down and see how we can get this right. Because nothing, like we always say, everybody know, power is not serve at a la carte. You fight for power. You understand? It's not going to be the Nigeria setting. It's not going to be. We are not there yet where we say, okay, fine. Everybody knows it. Is it time? It's their turn. It's overdue for them to rule Nigeria. And I tell you one thing. I feel that if an Igbo man rules Nigeria, Nigeria will be okay. Nigeria will be okay. Because they are so industrious. They are so innovative. Every part of Nigeria, anybody can rule Nigeria from any part of Nigeria. Let that genuinity be there. Let us be open-minded. Let us think about us, that this country is for all of us. You understand? Okay, look at all the carnage. Look at all the killings. This are not necessary just because of this political interest. You know, it's not nice. I feel that all of us needs to come together as one people, because we are one people of God. God does not look at our color. He doesn't look at our tribe. He doesn't look at what our blood type is to be able to say, okay, he created us just for us to go into the world and share love. It's like an umpire upstairs watching us how we are living. Because God is excited when we are in love with each other, because God is love.
Are you a Christian? Are you a pastor?
No, I'm not a pastor, but I'm very spiritual.
All right, okay.
Hello, Mr. Lay. Can I interrupt,
Alexander,
please?
Call me Alexander. You call me Lexi.
Lexi. Okay, Mr. Alexander, good afternoon. By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening to the One Man Show. Great to be here.
Yeah.
I was just curious because you were saying that that the Southeasterners have not been marginalized, looking in the broader Nigerian context. But I was
Yeah.
curious to know from you if the last time you visited Nigeria.
I don't see I don't see why in the context of what I am saying. Don't get me wrong, my brother. I was saying to one man that this is an issue that has been in me, that have been boiling my mind, because when I hear being reduced to 3 tribes, it's unimaginable. I feel bad about it. So it is in the context of that I'm talking about the Igbos. But if we zero Nigeria to the 3 tribes, yes, the Igbo people, they deserve this attention.
I mean, for you, it's about the power, right? But you see, power means different things to many Igbo people. I wish you have traveled to the Southeast and you can see what the cry is, because it's so easy to say, oh, they have not been marginalized, but you see, you cannot bury a giant and expect it not to cause an earthquake, and that is the problem we're having in the Southeast. You see, for some people in the Southeast, they don't care about who the president is. If you can make the Naira exchange and the dollar exchange rate stable for them, for them, that is good governance. For some people, it's the power. So power means different things to different people in the Southeast. But at the core of all of this is the decay of infrastructural development in the Southeast. And when you go to places like Aba and Onisha, and you look at what is going on around that sector, every serious country must find a way to invest in those areas, because it is part of what is going to give you, those revenue, those export that you yearn for. So when we talk about power and the Southeast, it is a bigger issue than the way you just displayed it. I, for one, just think that you just you deflected the question, right? But sometimes I tell people, before you make statement, visit, talk to the people. They will tell you, probably, maybe you might have a different thinking. But thank you, welcome you to the One Man Show. We do pushback on this show, so I just did a little bit pushback. Welcome to the One Man Show. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, brilliant. And also, Lexi, somebody else is welcoming you as well. Somebody delighted to hear the voice of his clansman. Ken Iyenwe, he says, that is a proud Benin man speaking. May your days be long, Domo, sir. So there it is.
I'm sorry, I'm not Benin, but I'm from Edo. We're all the same. I'm from Auchi.
Look at that, Auchi. Are you a Muslim? There are mostly Muslims in Auchi now.
I was born a Muslim, but later on, this is how we are. We were all born Muslims, then later when we grow, we change.
All right.
Religion is not.
I think
religion is really nothing.
Mo,
Religion is really not a problem with us.
Yeah, Mo Ogbon.
Open up.
Okay. Now my brother.
Anyway, brother, we are all your brothers. Babati, yeah, you wanted to come in.
Welcome to the show. Anyway, I just want to say to one man that maybe one of these days you can actually organize a session for these groups in Nigeria that we oftentimes don't hear from, and we can just for a moment just sit back and just listen to their own point of view as well. I think they get drowned out in the larger debate where we don't get to hear their opinion. So maybe one of these sessions you can have Efik, Takba, all those people from all across Nigeria that we don't oftentimes hear from come here and share the view while we listen. That would be a session that I would be interested in listening to. Thank you.
That's certainly an idea. So we'll put that on the to-do list. So brilliant idea from Babati. So brilliant idea from Babati. Let me play you this video clip, Lexi, and then I'd like your reaction to it.
This meeting is part of several others which are aimed at delivering a credible national population and housing census. The United Nations Population Fund is partnering with the National Population Commission to ensure a successful exercise. The agency provides high-capacity computers to support the post-enumeration survey.
A lot of the support coming from UNFPA is by nature only catalytic. The price tag on a census like the one in Nigeria means that we will not in any shape or form be able to do this alone. We will, however, be able to provide the critical inputs, the technical inputs, and also what we are doing here today, the equipment needed to ensure that we do perform a proper post-enumeration survey.
The United Nations Population Fund is particular about the credibility of the census, seeing its significance to the Sustainable Development Goals.
Nigeria needs a good census, and therefore they also need a good post-enumeration survey. This census will be transformational for Nigeria. It is also fully digital and employ methodologies and technological innovations that guarantees the quality and timely results of the census, and it will be conducted up to international standards.
The census is scheduled to start on March the 29th, and the postponement of the state elections by a week could impact on the date for the exercise.
A way it may, because we have our timeline. But I am not in a position to say when until Mr. President himself approves. We are making recommendations to you. Over the years, UNFPA's partnership with MPC and support to Nigeria at large has been invaluable in propelling the vision and mission of the Commission forward in its bid to strive for demographic excellence, a successful and fully digital population and housing census 2023, and in turn, the post-enumeration survey.
The Population and Housing Census provides a platform for the government to get statistics that will aid its plans for national development.
One man.
Yes.
Sorry. Don't let me bring this stuff again, but this is what annoys me. What is she doing there? 1 million. I'm sorry. I hate. I know people are going to say, "Here I come again." What is she doing there? Why can't we learn about things by ourselves? What is all this? I hate anytime I see all these so-called foreign. Why are they involved in that? Now, I know you have questions about the credibility of that, because I know earlier in your submission, one man, when you had the readouts about because it's too close. What is she? Who is she? You know what? Let me pause for a second.
No, we'll wrap that into Lexi's response as well. But if I can have a stab at it, they are providing the funding and the expertise. Do you know how to use a computer in Nigeria? You don't know how to use a computer.
On my plate. You cannot. We don't need their funding. We can fund ourselves. So don't come under these guys. No. Oh man, please stop.
And the expertise You have the expertise.
We're not that dumb as a people. Okay, we're not that dumb as a people.
Babati,
don't give me funding because what is she doing there?
Babati.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she has got to supervise you now. Do you not know black people need supervising now? Do they not?
Babati, you know what? Good evening, by the way, Babati. My main problem is this. I'm one man. I'm throwing this question to everybody. I'm throwing this thing to everybody out there. Why is it that every census, and I stand to be corrected, that has been conducted in Nigeria was conducted under a northern president?
Yeah, that's where I was going with the conversation.
Why was not? You say? Obasanjo conducted one?
Yeah, Obasanjo conducted a census.
Yeah. Okay. I rest my case then. Sorry about that.
What is she doing? What is Mueller doing there?
But look, let me tell you. with the way Buhari has run this government, right? I just see her as a check for Buhari.
Joel,
I mean, because look, let me tell you.
Joel, wait, listen to me. You're from the southeast, and I've heard you guys talk about this collusion between the west and the north for years.
Exactly.
And this is fitting that narrative again. What is Mueller doing there with us? We don't need that money. We can run our things ourselves.
But we can't now. We can't run our things.
Okay,
When have we ever been able to?
Babati, I see them as technical partners, right?
Technical, right?
No, the technical partners. My own fear is this: when we have the West and the kind of influence they have in Africa, I always believe that the West also play a huge role in the poverty in Africa. So if it's about interest, and they know, because this election, as every one of us would agree, started pulling up certain numbers that we weren't so comfortable with, especially in the northern area of Nigeria, where they tell us there are millions and millions and millions and millions. And we on this show, and we have discussed it before, and somebody said that, how can you, okay, I think it was, what's his name, this guy that we don't normally see again, the guy from, the loud guy, what's his name again? But anyways,
Joel of Nashville. There's only one loud guy we have here, and it's Joel of Nashville.
I'm talking about what's his name now? The Kwankwaso guy. OVA. Like when there was a time one month we had this thing on your show, and he was talking about like, how can you tell an announcer man to that the announcer man will only tell you the number of people he has, that you cannot force them to bring out all their family members. So whatever number they tell you at the head of the household is the number you're going to put in there. And I said, that is nonsense. So if these people are coming with thumb printing, thumb printing machines to assist us in this area, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind. That's my point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So,
Baba, can I
yeah, go on.
Baba,
Yeah, go. Yeah.
Nigeria, we still need partners. Even if we want to move forward, we need some partners to
allow you to write supervision, like
no.
Let's be honest. It's sad. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, there's nothing sad there. I will tell you something. See, Babati, Chinese closed the economy after the World War. They didn't become a reimagined economy until they opened up to the Western world in the 80s. See where they are today. You understand? So you can't do that kind of Donald Trump style and say you don't need others. No, we have gone beyond that, and we don't really have this money we are talking about because we are far behind. So if this guy are coming with some kind of aids, take the thing from them. It's not a big deal. So what we need is credible censors that will represent us, like Joel rightly said, because some people can even give you the number of their goods. I know there will still be a population censor. There will still be some kind of fraud, because you can find demographic fraud in different ways. Part of it is during the census time, people will travel from Lagos back to their local government of origin. It's kind of a population fraud.
Exactly.
So wherever you are, and do whatever, and let us know the population wherever you are. So we still need these guys. So don't let us dismiss them. Let them bring their funding, and let them bring their technology, and let's see how we progress from there.
Yeah. Okay. Come and do it from the backdrop. Just don't show your face on the screen. One Miller guy speaking. That just run me the wrong way. I'm sorry.
No. What that press conference was to announce the synergy between the United Nations intervention, their partnership. I think that was really to announce the partnership. So all of that, let's see. But to the wider question which I was bringing up, which Babati hinted at, should we be having something as big as a national census? With an administration that is just 2 months left in office, and also to that space, should we have somebody like Buhari who is going to skew the figures? run the population, because whatever figures that he comes up with are the figures that we're going to have to live with for another 10 years. So should Malam Buhari be doing the census with 6 weeks left in government?
Yeah, Oman, I think it's a shame, that a country like Nigeria, as much as we claim that we are like the most intelligent people in Africa, that we cannot conduct census. It's a shame. It's a big shame when I hear that even the foreign affairs minister does not know the accurate number. It cannot give us number. Everybody say we are about 200, and this is a shame, my brother. How can in the 21st century that we cannot put a figure to our population? It's a shame. What does it cost Nigeria to conduct a credible population census? Is one of the problem of Nigeria, because the people that do not have a record of his numbers cannot plan. Population census is good for planning. This is where everybody is getting it wrong in that country. Okay, what will you plan on? How many population? Why is this so difficult for us to have a census that will be able to tell we are like this? This is the correct number. The white will say Nigeria is about 200 and something. They will put a figure, 210, 25. The Nigerians themselves, they will be giving us the same figure. That is approximately. This is nonsense, my brother. It's nonsense by my own thinking. Why can't our government conduct? What does it take? If I want to know the people in my village now, I can know them. I know, because I know the number of houses we have, and we will be able to go down there and say, okay, how many people are abroad? How many people are outside the place? What is so difficult about census? What is so difficult to count our heads? And we are prouding ourselves as the greatest giant of Africa? There are things we must sit down and ponder about. Buhari conducting census. Why would Buhari want to conduct census when he's leaving office in May? Where has he been? Why has he not conducted this census since he entered office in 2015? These things are wrong. And the people are not talking about these things. They talk about primordial things. The National Assembly, they are not sitting up to their responsibilities. And the people are not holding them to account. The civil society, the NBA is a sham, is a nonsense organization. I'm sorry to say it. Because these people, they are not performing. Each 2 years or 3 years, you bring in another person. They are not doing anything. The government will flout judgment of Supreme Court. The NBA, they keep mute. I don't understand. They keep mute.
You know that thing that you said about the NBA keeping mute. That has been a major concern of mine, especially through this Buhari administration, because the NBA, especially somebody like Abubakar Malami, who flouts all of the laws within the Nigerian state, I think the NBA should have been a lot stronger in how they handled him, and they could have debarred him to make him not a lawyer anymore. So they have that power. They could have struck him off, and they should have struck him off.
My brother, look at it. Look at what Nigerians are going through. Just because of one man that is selfish, that is self-centered, that is benefiting from Nigeria, and that thing has entered his head. I live in Europe. I don't even hear when they change currency. I live in the city of Bilbao. I use my card.
You keep saying you live in the city of Bilbao. The Man United not beat you 4-0 just 2 days ago.
Yeah, but
say anyway, pride. 4-0. Well, carry on.
Yeah, but this is a city. I live in a system here that works, and I'm very proud of the way they do things here. That is what I'm telling you. You know,
I know.
Because when we are here, we need to be able to see what is good that goes on in places. Because I cannot understand why somebody will sit down and put this policy on our neck. And do you imagine what it takes that somebody, your money, you are now buying your money? It's absurd.
You know, is it not curious, Lexi, that nearly a week now after the Supreme Court made the pronouncement, we've still not heard anything from the central bank. So the financial space is still not clear as to what the legal tender of the country is. How can that be the case that a country does not know what its own money is?
This is what I am telling you, that we just have people in places in government or government agencies that they are not doing anything. Because if the Supreme Court twice now, they've given judgment, and up to now, what will it take a Buhari to say, okay, let call CBN, whatever is his name, Mofele or whatever he calls himself, say, okay, revert to this old way? Because it's only logical and appropriate that when we are facing out this money, we do it in a way that it will not hurt people. You are just okay. We are talking about slavery. You are slaving us in our own country, my brother. Think about it. You talk about white people enslaving us, but our people are enslaving us in our country. What is more than that? Is this not slavery?
Lexi, you know what? At this point, let's just bring back the British to run Nigeria. I think that would be the best way to go at this point, since we can't run anything ourselves.
No, Babati, I wish.
You say that in jest, Babati, but a lot of people are not averse to that. I would not object if the British came back and at least the country will run well.
No. One man. If they come back, it's going to be a war. It's going to be like a country to country war. All I wish was that they colonized us up till 2005. Right? They colonized us 2005. No. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. Look, because you see, when we say all these things, right? You see, we have eyes. One man, if you go to is it Coal City in Enugu State, right? The houses, the planning, the white men did in 1960. Those houses still stand. Those plannings still stand. Even at that time, they had underground sewage system in that same area. If you come down to the houses we are building today as Nigerians, you ask the question, are we going forward or are we going backwards? So if they had ruled us, probably we have a Joburg, a Johannesburg, right? We have a Johannesburg, then maybe have a Cape Town, like South Africa do. Outside of these two places in South Africa, go to other areas in South Africa. It's a mess. So,
but Joel, that South Africa you mentioned too, they are already declining too. That's the problem.
But black people are not suited to governing themselves. We all know that.
Because this thing you said right now. There was this program that came out on this guy talking here in the United States. So, because of the way the white people seem to have been, assisting the black folks and the backlash they get from every time, because right now I will tell you in America that black folks are becoming more racist than the white folks they accused. And I have many many experiences to prove that.
Wait. I thought it was just me. All these areas, it's been getting worse in America lately.
No. I'm telling you, black folks now are far.
I don't know what's going on, Joel. It's just terrible out here. Now they're all.
It's terrible. In fact,
sorry. Just to ask that, and then we go back to Lexi. When you say they are more racist, are you saying they are pushing back against you newly arrived on the you fresh off the banana boat?
No. They are against Africans that like this. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. You are the newly arrived. Yeah.
No. Open anti-African rhetoric from black people. It's terrible. I'm telling you,
it's terrible. One man. They have this thing about them, right? Nobody is good but us, right? So every person, see, it doesn't matter. Even up to the light skin. So that is what I keep telling you guys in Nigeria. whenever we start up allowing people to fan the embers of tribalism, you think that it will end with those people. No. Whenever it is convenient for that person to emasculate you, the person will emasculate you because the person is a monster. So that is what is going on in the United States today, one man. They attack even within the blacks, right? You have the light skin, the ones that maybe like, the ones we call half caste in Nigeria that procreated with a white person, right? In the black community, those people are not white enough. They are not black enough, sorry. They are not black enough. They're you from Africa. Oh, you're a fucking booty scratcher, right? So you are not even part of the equation. They look at you like, oh my goodness, like they have like pity. It is crazy.
They say we align with white people more, but I say, listen, I'm African. When I come to a space, I don't care who you are. Who is the most powerful person in this environment? That's the person that I will emulate. It's our culture. We don't care about skin color, but they only see things from the lens of your skin color.
Oh, skin color.
And so that's the way they see it. Yeah, so that's the problem.
All right, let's get back to Lexi. But on that space, we have a little bit of it in the UK as well. When they accuse you of acting white, and often when they accuse you of acting white, it's because you are acting like an educated, civilized person, and that always that offends me. Because if you say, because I'm polite and well-mannered and I present myself in a proper manner, I'm acting white, then the opposite of that will be acting black. That means I should be acting like some gutter snipe.
Exactly.
Being a gutter snipe is not, it's just the most, I don't know, man, but a different mindset, isn't it? But do you have that experience in Spain as well? I don't suppose you have enough of a black population in Spain to have any experience of that, Lexi.
Yeah, well, man, what I see in all of this is that, for me, for a very long time, I stopped, like giving attention to this racism issue because this is something that will not stop. You understand? I've seen it that this thing will continue. So just make the best use of your time on earth. This is what I advocate. Because even when we talk about these people, they are racism us and all that. If you see what Nigerians do to Nigerians here, my brother, it's sad. It's very sad. So if I look at it in the context of that, I would say, no, these people, they are not racist us. They are better than us in all ways. You understand? Because, I mean, we came here, these people did not invite us to come here. We just dump ourselves on them and they are taking care. We're getting along, And in our country, we kill each other there. Just people in our country, So I just feel that, racism is there. We just deal with it. Deal with it, because if you don't like it, you go back to your country where it's even worse. When we say we are the same people, but we are never the same people. Because you are a Yoruba man, I'm a Bini man, there is this difference between us. How come? How can there be a difference? In those days when the military people were ruling us, and somebody tells me that Babangida is an evil genius. What is genius in Babangida? What is there? You have a privilege out of millions of people in the country. You were choosing. You were just the choosing one to put it right. And you are a genius and you cannot make things work. I don't understand how we Nigerians look at things. It baffles me. So this racist issue, bros, let us not give it that big coloration, because we racist ourselves, even in our own families. And we're one people. And these people, by virtue of color and their attitude and their orientation, we are a bit different from them. But they still accommodate us. So this is the way I look at it, woman.
Sorry, woman, before you go ahead, sorry. Because Joy will know where I'm coming from with this, because Joel lives in Tennessee. Joel, do you know who Ja Morant is, right? That plays for your Grizzlies, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah,
One
that's
man.
my boy.
This guy is about to fumble $230 million. Okay.
No, $331 million.
Do you know why, one man? Because of this same attitude, putting the gun. Yeah, I'm black. They might even lock him up, but because he subscribed to this narrative of being black and I'm from the hood, I'm a gangster, and all that stuff, he's about to fumble close to $300 million. And it bears this same question. And if you don't be that way, to them, they question your blackness. How hood are you? That's the issue they're having here.
One man, even the women, right? Even the women, if you do not act like that, they do not see you as man enough. You see the problem? Like it's I don't know.
So if you don't treat them with disrespect, then you're not a man.
If you don't have that attitude, if you don't show that gangster, you're not man enough. So, and what do? So they now have babies with these girls, right? And the single mom ratio keeps going high. In fact, one man, in case you don't know, our single mom rate in the black community is at 79% in the United States. So it is unquestionable.
No, is it not a matter of education though? No, it is a matter of education, because I think if you go up the hierarchy within the social structures amongst the blacks there, you'll find that those statistics they begin to fall.
No, one man. Look, one man. One man. They act like. Okay, go ahead.
1 a.m. yesterday, I was on call yesterday. 1 a.m. I went to the hospital yesterday. The PA that works with me, 1 a.m. yesterday at the hospital. 1 a.m. She had to run home because a child called her that he's about to come. She's a single mother. He's about to come in. I called 911 and said, "No, Mom, I'm going to kill myself." He was smoking with her room because he failed one class in high school. He was going to fail the course, and he was about to kill himself, and she had to run home. And they've been having this issue. So it's not really about how education, it's like a cultural thing to them in that environment. So that's just my pushback to what man was saying earlier. She left work at 1 a.m. at night in the morning to rush back home to go save him, because she hasn't told me what happened so far. I haven't called her yet so far, but they have all this issue in that environment of single motherhood. It is a pandemic down here, one man. It is a pandemic.
It's a pandemic. And one man, you know what other thing I want to say real quick, right? One man, right? You see them tell you something like, you are not black enough, right? You see them tell you stuff like that, you're not black enough. When they tell you stuff like you're not black enough, this thing we say in Nigeria, that an aboki, right? No matter how well elevated an aboki is an aboki. So in this society that we live in, right? Even the people at the highest, point of their careers, they also think as those people that are the lowest level. That is the problem. The people that represent them are groomers. They groom them to be, racist, or groom them to have this victimization mentality, and it is keep bringing them down. While we have these other people, the race hustlers at the top, cashing out, like the Black Lives Matter.
All right. It sounds as though that's a topic we have to take on as a standalone, the American Black experience. But thank you, and good to meet you, Lexi. Stay with us. Lexi, for time, let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction of Rational Mind, who makes this once in a while cameo experience with us. So brace yourself as the kerosene laptop sparks up. Rational Mind, are you there?
AM radio, AM radio.
Yes.
I'm here, one man. What an introduction, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. But only because we know you so well. But we know you so well. But what are you making of this? Is there because this thing is going to reach a crescendo, but where it lands, a lot of cause for concern. Defend yourself businesses in Lagos from political thugs if security agencies fail. So this is what IPOB are telling the residents of Lagos State. So it wraps around, of course, the narrative of the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, Rose Vivor. You can choose his first name, depending on your political leaning. But his last name, they tell us, Rose Vivo. So it wraps around the narrative of that space. But the drum beats now that we're hearing are circling around Lagos State. There is even the narrative that there's been an insertion of an IPOB cell in Lagos State. So all of these are leading up to the gubernatorial election on the 18th of this month. What are your concerns, Rotimi Amaechi?
Well, I have no concerns much, except that APC and those who are APC inclined, they've been doing their work, what they know how to do best, which is propaganda. I've read much about this guy. I've seen so many things that we even discuss here on your platform. I went to cross-check them, and I found out that almost like 90% of the things said here about this guy is just falsehood.
Such as? Well,
such as you saying that you always use his middle name or other name, Chinedu. It's not his first name is Gbadebo, not Chinedu, and you like to use that. That his mom and his dad were not together. You've read one article here or wherever you go to. That's why you need to, sometimes one man, censor whatever you read on your platforms, or your platform rather. You said his mom and dad are not together. His mom and dad, they are together, they're married.
I did not say that. I said he was born outside of wedlock.
Well, I don't know. Whatever
I did not say that, by the way. I read it out as somebody presented it, but he was born outside of wedlock. So do you know to the contrary that he was not born outside of wedlock?
I said you need to watch out what you read on your platform. Cross-check them very well before you read them. I didn't say you said it. I said
no, but do you know to the contrary that he was not born outside of wedlock?
Yeah, because his father has spoken to that effect. He has sisters. He has one of his sisters works with Lagos State. So somebody whose parents are not together, how can his father be having one woman giving birth to 3 kids for him and then he's not married to that person? You can go check some of the interviews we did recently.
But no. Okay, carry on. But what is being said is that he was born outside of wedlock. That's what's being said.
That I don't know, but the parents. Yeah. The idea they were giving to us was that the parents are not together, that he was born out of wedlock, like you said, but they were not together. But no, his parents are together. The father has come online, has come on many TV stations to debunk so many things that was said about the son. So let me not go into that. So my point is this: that we just need to watch what we say. And like I said, one man was yesterday in my comments in the comment section. I don't want you alienating people from the platform. You've come a long way, one man, to build this platform, and I'm glad you allow me to be part of the narrative here of your platform. So, but I like to see people come here and say things and then make it look like we are biased, or some people are biased towards other ethnic group. So, having said that, one man, let me go to your question. Like I said, it's propaganda. The APC propaganda machine in Lagos, they've been doing a lot of work when it comes to that. In fact, they no longer discuss what do I say? What each candidate has in plan, their policies. And I was so glad yesterday when you had to digress a little bit into talking about the guy's policies. What he said as to how he's going to make Lagos work, which to some people, well, they will say he has no experience. But I don't know what experience Tinubu has when he came in 1999. I don't know what experience.
Hold on. He has no antecedents in anything. He has no work. He has no work history.
You know who this guy is? This guy.
He went to MIT.
No. Not just MIT. He went to one of the elite school in Paris.
Right.
Yeah. So that's to say.
What is his work history?
He's an architect.
No, that's his profession. What's his work history?
As I'm saying to you, he's an architect. I'm just giving you background. He's an architect.
Right.
He worked with the state of Louisiana. He worked with
China.
I mean, maybe China too. I think I heard about China too. So he had worked with many governmental, as a civil servant, or more like small, less like a civil servant, or annual projects for these counties in here in the United States, like in Louisiana, I think maybe in Florida too. I think you mentioned Florida too, and also in China.
What's the timeline for that? What's the timeline?
One man. You see, in the Nigerian, I don't know. I don't have all the timeline for that. This guy is.
I'm only asking because he's 39, turned 40 two days ago, and he has been in politics for the last 8 years, contending for one position or the other, which is to say that, but there is no body of work that anybody knows that he has done in anything. You're now telling us that he works for some.
We keep counting these people with experience. All the people that have ever ruled Nigeria, Buhari that has been there.
No. Antecedents in work. No. But we are not talking about experience in politics. Antecedents in any work at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Tinubu, what antecedent does he have before he came in? What experience does he have?
You obviously don't have information.
Babakekere was hold on. Babakekere was just
a journalist. He was a renowned
journalist. And good. He was a journalist.
You don't have information now. Information. Let's tell you. Tinubu was a treasurer in Mobile.
Okay.
He was an accountant. He was with Deloitte.
Okay.
Those are work experience, and he has references from those workplace. And then he was a senator for 2 years.
2 years.
Before he now became 2 years. Now, close to 2 years. Then before it now, if you already know it, why you?
Patrick, don't forget to mention how he was promoted at Mobi. Wait, at Mobi, he did a report. He did somebody that he directed management.
Rational mind. They are just
rational mind.
People.
Wait, you ask for clarity, and we are giving.
And we are trying to give you.
Away. You understand?
What it means. You guys do this. You guys do this.
Rational mind. Wait.
Nobody's 39.
Okay, no problem.
One man asked me a question.
No. Hold on. Rational mind. You said what experience did the others have? So then you invited them, people who know their work history, to tell you, and they are telling they are vastly experienced both in governance and in private enterprise.
Tinubu never had any governance. He was a senator. Being a senator.
That's not
governance. Yeah, that's
right.
But the point I'm trying to tell you is this: what have we seen? How have they transformed that Lagos that to the benefit of the common man on the street in Lagos?
That was not what you were saying. You were saying they don't have experience. You are just your argument.
When I say they don't have experience, don't get me wrong.
Fire anything.
I
know the problem. And when we try to correct you, you just fight.
You correct me because I know what Tinubu did. I know his antecedent. I know Babakari.
You don't know. And you are telling you don't even want to listen.
That's the point.
What did I know? That I don't know that.
And you were the one warning. You were the one warning us not to perpetrate ignorance. But there you are.
No. You are a teacher, and you are trying to tell you something.
Farabale, alright.
Tani farabale. No one thing. You will farabale. I'm talking about
when you people hear the mention of Tinubu, you all spark up. That Tinubu is a senator. I'm not oblivion to that. Tinubu working
Babakeke. We say Babakeke was a journalist.
I know Babakeke was a journalist.
So you knew that, and you were saying they don't have experience.
Babakeke was not just ordinary journalist too. He was even a top one.
It was like an editor.
You understand? Just like a management.
This is what you guys do a lot.
All right. All right.
You don't ever allow me to speak on this platform. I don't just
carry on, rational mind. But if you make those sort of statements, then you expect people to push back. But carry on. Yeah.
One man. If I say something here about Tinubu or anybody, I know what I'm saying in the sense that I know the antecedent. At least to a large percentage, I know the antecedent. But when I write them up as nothing, I'm trying to compare it to what people are asking for. Now, somebody needs some kind of experience to come into governance in Lagos State. So I don't understand what you people mean by experience, besides somebody's achievement in private sector, which some of them they come with. Even like Tinubu, people are touted here. It was like they've narrated here, worked Deloitte, whatever. He worked with ExxonMobil, and he did and this and that. But what I'm saying is that, has he ever been a governor before? before becoming a deputy governor, before even becoming a governor. That's what I'm saying.
Not that, but we are talking
Oh,
of
hold on, Ola, please,
Everybody's
let him,
actually been
just give him this.
governor before now.
Yeah, let him carry on. Carry on,
So everybody must have some sort of experience in their own way. This guy has experience. That's what I'm saying. What Lagos need, hold on. What Lagos need is urbanization. Lagos need real planning. If it has to become the likes of London, Paris, or New York, or Copenhagen, you need a real urbanization for that state.
I agree.
All this crappy, over-bloated project that Lagos is backing on, it makes no sense without you having a real planning, urban planning. You see, this other guy from PDP too. That's another guy with good policy. There was something that he said that really caught my attention. You know, he said there's a part of when you're going towards that Bariga. I mean, when you're going to Oroshoki area there, there's this vast.
Oroshoki.
Hold on, there's a place in Oroshoki there. Before you go to Third Land Bridge, there's this vast land there. He said that if you want to decongest, if you want to bring that traffic in Lagos to at least bring it. I mean, just reduce the traffic in Lagos. He said that area, that land there, they can reclaim parts of that land, make it a park and ride area for people. You park it like as it's done in many tri-cities or many other bigger cities. They don't allow you to drive in those cities because they know that if everybody, like in New York, if everybody should drive into New York, you have to pay parking. Some people will in Jersey, they will park their cars or use the train or whatever, the subway, and ride and go like that. That way, you don't have too much cars flying into. He was saying that land, reclaim that place, let people park their cars there, take a bus and go into mainland and come back going to island and come back into mainland and then take your car and you go back to your home. That's how you can decongest that island whereby so many cars are going in there. That's another good way of going about it. And like that, this other guy said, what is his name? This Badebo. He was saying that what Lagos need is real urbanization. And he said he's going to allow local government work, not in the way that local government structure is done in Lagos, whereby for Tinubu, it's just a machine for their rigging and to make themselves perpetuate themselves in governance. That's not what it is. He says he's going to allow Lagos to work. So that's what we should be talking about. Not talking about Mamana Omokoni. The father is a Yoruba man, and I'm also a very reputable Yoruba family in Lagos. The way City Hall stands today, their great grandfather owns the land. They gave it to Lagos State. I mean, Lagos Island, by extension, Lagos State government. So why now that his own great grandson is now trying to become, because the mom is partly maybe from another tribe, now it's becoming an issue. Why we like this in this country?
You say that his family is Lagos deep, but even that is in question because some people argue that they're just returnees.
What, returnees? No returnees. Who in Lagos did? Who apart from the? I mean, you see, what man? Let's not. If you want to start digging into history, who truly is the son of soil or the soil really in that African space? A lot of people are uprooted, transplanted people from different parts of it. Okay, you want to tell people like people in Ilaje or people, all my own people in Ondo State who are maybe partly from Eastern parts and they're partly from what's it called, Ilesha. You want to tell them that they are not Yorubas? That's how they come about that sub tribe of Yoruba in the coastal part of Ondo State. Even in Ondo State, there are so many Edo people who have mixed with some Yorubas, and they created a kind of sub dialect. So what are we talking about here? If they come back from Brazil or wherever
we're talking about cultural propriety.
What's the cultural propriety? Educate me on that. Maybe I don't understand what you're talking about.
Because people are saying that the culture recoils from the idea that somebody that is going to be in charge of what essentially is probably the financial jewel in the crown of the Yoruba space is not somebody that is vested and imbued in the culture as sufficient enough to invite confidence.
One man, if you at least you can speak well of my antecedent on your platform. I'm one of those early people that came on your platform that was like anti-Fulani domination. You know me very well on that. I hate when somebody wants to dominate other people. I don't subscribe to that. And I'll be the first person, if this guy ever goes that route, if he ever becomes a governor and he wants to turn Lagos into an Igbo thing, then I'll be the first person to challenge him on that, and I'll go against it. You see, the point I'm trying to make here is that, one man, is that true, yes, I see with what Angelico was talking about, and you and Angelico and other people here, that language is our identity. I totally subscribe to that. I write Yoruba fluently. I can.
Does that not write him off straight away? What you just said.
Hold on. One man. By what I've just said, I'm not trying to write off Badibo. But what I'm saying is that the guy cannot speak Yoruba fluently. My kids, one that was born in Lagos, born and raised in Lagos to some extent, before we moved here, she cannot even speak Yoruba very well. Not even, let me even say very well, but she understands a little bit. Imagine someday now she goes back now, she wants to go and contest maybe in Lagos, and then she cannot speak Yoruba. I mean, but she have the competence perhaps to rule. I mean, to be a governor, to be a leader. Why not? So my point is this: that I understand the issue of language being an issue, yeah. But this guy we're talking about, he understands Yoruba. He can speak Yoruba, but not fluently. Maybe real fluently.
And he cannot speak it at all to any understanding of a Yoruba person. We've played clips here now. We've heard them attempt it.
I can agree with you on that. Maybe, yeah, it cannot, but that should not be an issue. What I mean by an issue is this: the custodians of the culture in the Yoruba land are the Obas, are the Bales, the Joyes. They are the custodian of the culture. All he does is he works in concert with these people. What do you need to promote your culture? His father is a Yoruba person, even though he cannot speak. I know with time he will learn. He doesn't have to address them in Yoruba. He can address them in English. Fire me. How do they fire me? How many Yoruba don't know? Oh, boy, you can't people listen to Kabaya when they speak Yoruba.
What are you talking about?
Is his name Yoruba? Is his name Yoruba? Is it a Yoruba name that he has?
Badebo is a Yoruba name.
Badebo is a Yoruba name now.
No, his last name is his last name. Not the first name. No,
that is the meaning in Yoruba.
I will know, but his last name is his last name Yoruba.
Well, you know, like the Gomez, like you talk about Gomez here, Alexander Gomez. I mean, the Gomez, the Atrops, all of them. Those are names are not really. Those are not really names.
The Ransom Kuti.
Or Ransom Kuti, or Kuti, the Kuti family.
But do you know that rational mind?
Those are names of the slave people that came back.
You know the great grandfather of Ransom, the grandfather of Ransom Kuti was a returnee. This
Ajayi Crowther too was a returnee too.
So will you now say that fella cannot be governor because he's cannot be president because his grandfather was a returnee?
But what they're saying is because he cannot speak. This guy cannot speak.
Wanted was a major political leader in Nigeria. Yet his grandfather was Ajayi Crowther, who was a returnee. So the father is a returnee should not be a problem.
The bone of contention by these people here and in Lagos by some.
But you argue if you are saying it's a full-blooded Yoruba man, then it's not.
Oh, come on. This full-blooded Yoruba thing. The thing is this.
Hold on, Patrick. Let's hear from Ajale Koko.
Patrick, you try to make reference to Ajayi Crowther. Ajayi Crowther, for several years, he was taken away. By the time he came back as a missionary, he could still speak Yoruba and write Yoruba. Is the one that translated the Yoruba, English Bible to Yoruba Bible that we have today. Even the Igbo language is the one that developed how to write it for them. So what are we talking about? A returnee.
Hold on now.
A returnee. A person that was taken away for several years that returned home. He could still speak his language and could still write it. And even is the one that developed how to write Yoruba. You understand what I'm saying? So what are we talking about? This is a person that was born in Lagos, raised in Lagos, and cannot speak the language.
He was actually
to
not
be the
raised. He was actually not raised a Yoruba man. He was not raised to be a Yoruba man, obviously.
He was raised as an Igbo man.
Was
His mother, his
raised,
mother's side. He could speak Igbo
raised,
language very well.
He could be raised as a modern man. He was not raised as a Yoruba man.
He was not raised as a Yoruba. So what we are saying, we are not saying that is not our son. He could speak Igbo fluently. We are not saying that
that's a blunder.
Yeah, he could speak Igbo very friendly.
Can I take the floor?
So
can I take the floor
what we are saying here, hold on. What we are saying here, now, please, 1 minute. Let me just make this point. So, what we are saying here is that if we allow this guy to head the position of number one citizen in this country, we want to open door for bad leadership in that country. You will see a situation where people that are going to be in the position of leadership in the future will not necessarily be Yoruba people anymore in their own language.
I beg to disagree. I beg to disagree.
Let me tell you, when you start,
this your fear is unfounded.
I mean, it's like you're overbloating it.
I don't know where you're getting
what
all
is
this
going on?
From.
Look, when you don't cherish your culture and your traditional, when you don't
there's nothing not cherishing culture.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is this:
your language drive your culture the most. If you cannot keep your language, then your culture will die. When you start to have people that cannot speak your language in the position of leadership, how would they cherish that language well? How would they cherish that language and develop that language for future generation? They will kill that language.
This is just one man.
Already we have problem with our children in Nigeria speaking our language now. Why must we encourage
whose
that?
Fault is that? Let me ask a question. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
You blame the parent.
No.
You blame the parent.
You can blame the parent.
You blame the parent.
Let us challenge your view.
You blame the parent.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Now, you said we blame the parents, which I agree with you. Now, the parents speak Yoruba to their kids when they are home, right? Maybe they do most of it.
Yes.
They speak English to them now.
Hold on now, guys, please. Now, if they go to school, whose responsibility is it to have a Yoruba teacher that will teach them Yoruba?
The responsibility of the school.
Of the government. So what is the government doing? What is it?
It's really the responsibility of the parents to make sure their children speak Yoruba.
Listen to yourself, one man. You yourself said here, and you are not you said some few days ago that Lagos State signed a bill that Yoruba will be the second official language of whatever business or whatever in Lagos State. Now, business, that's what they said. Now, how do you bring people into the business when you're not training them in the first instance to learn to speak that language?
I think you just find at every opportunity to blame government for things.
What are we talking about? Is it my responsibility? Hold on. Is it my responsibility?
All right. Sorry, Patrick. Let him. Land that. Then let Rational Mind take the floor. Yeah, Patrick. Yeah.
Yeah, you are taking opportunities to blame government at everything. It is the primary teacher of a child is the parents. That child goes to school at the age of 6. He's already speaking. Officially, a child should be in school at the age of 6. At the age of 6, the child is already speaking. The teachers don't teach children how to talk and how to hear.
No. Patrick, as an educationist, let me say something to you. The educationist, I agree. I know the role of parents. Farabale, I know the role of parents in training kids. Now, if you are to go by that logic you try to present to us now, you send your kids to school to go learn to speak. There's a language you call English language, right? Now, in Lagos, we have not just Yorubas, we have Igbos, we have other tribes. Now, if these kids who are from these non-Yoruba tribes and they have to go to Lagos schools, public schools, and they don't have Yoruba teachers to teach them how to speak Yoruba, which eventually they're getting trained to use in the public sector, or I mean in the business sector when they graduate from school, whose fault is that?
So who told you they don't have Yoruba teachers in Lagos?
They do not. Most schools do not have Yoruba teachers. There's a shortage of teachers in Lagos, in not just even Lagos, across Nigeria.
You don't know this, but they
What
have
are you talking about? I don't know
they
what.
take Yoruba. Hold on.
I know in
Yoruba is on the curriculum. Is on the curriculum.
Guys, in the comment section, anybody in the comment section who has kids in Nigeria, let them tell us if their kids going to public schools, even private schools, if they have Yoruba teachers. Let them tell us.
I know that I know what a Nigerian language is compulsory in WAEC now. You must take one Nigerian language. That's what I heard in your WAEC. Somebody can correct me.
The general point I'm making is this. You see, when it comes to when we have to put where blame is, all because of Tinubu and his APC, all of you will just shift the whole goalpost and you don't want to speak to the issues. You want to make it look like it's because of this. People are speaking against it. No, let us speak where the fact is. If I speak the way I speak of Tinubu, not because I hate him as a man, as a person, I hate his policy and the way he has been going about the politics in Lagos State, all to his own selfish ambition, and to the detriment of the people, millions of Nigerians who are just wallowing in poverty, who are not even trained or skilled or even useful for anything, other than just sit down if they have some Android phone and just go on Facebook and type and just is that all this? Is that all there is? I mean, you see, if you listen to this guy's policy, this Gbadebo, don't get me wrong. Again, I would say he's not a messiah of any sort. That's what I would say. But I've listened to him. I just hope he's able to implement those policies if he ever becomes president, if he ever becomes the governor. I hope Lagos State.
Have you listened to Sanwo-Olu policy too? Have you listened to
Sanwo-Olu's policy?
If you have not, say I have not.
You listened to Sanwo-Olu policy?
I've listened to some of his policy. I heard him when he was when he was speaking on Arise.
Okay, how did you see the interview? I mean, were you?
He did very well. He did very well. He did very well in the interview, I would say.
Okay.
So my point is this: you see, you look at people's current. He's the current governor, right? What has he done? What has he achieved? Yeah, I'll give it to him. He has achieved some things. I'm not saying he has not when it comes to some areas of infrastructure. But my point is this: there are some basic things you need to do before you do other things. That's also what Gbadebo was addressing. There's certain things you don't have to that is what Gbadebo and this guy was addressing. What's his name? This Jandor guy of a guy. The fundamental issue needs to be addressed. Not just going on, just doing other things that are not really. You think that will solve the other problems? No, it doesn't. If you don't tackle it from the roots, you cannot even do anything you do that seems like it's going to solve it. It will not. Example in point is this issue of this traffic in Lagos. And another example is this over-concentration of everything within the state government, abandoning the local government. Local government in Lagos State, go there. It's all just people just going there. The councillors, they go there, they get their money, they get paid. And maybe they just they do their APC meeting every week. And then they share money to their whatever so that everybody will be okay. So that in the next election, they can rig them, help them to rig election. That's all they do. Road construction within streets, most local government they don't even do it anymore. It comes under the purview of the Lagos State government, and that is even Lagos State even remember doing it. But how should that be the case? Should you wait?
Like, but that was how Obi was governing Anambra now. Obi doesn't even have local government at all. You never spoke up about it.
We're not talking about Obi here now. We're talking about
hypocrisy. Don't forget.
No.
All right. I'm free to saw your hypocrisy now. I'm bringing to the board so that everybody see your hypocrisy.
All right. Local government election.
I'm not
7 years.
He said
out of his 8 years in office, he didn't control local government election. He held them. He held their back.
Are we doing? What about now? Is that what we're doing now?
No. About what?
Because you are obedient, and you know.
I'm not obedient now. I mean,
you are now. Gbadebo, you are supporting is and obedient too. So what are you talking?
Hold on. You see, anything but Tinubu's dynasty. That's what I want out. If it is Showore, it is other people. Anything but Tinubu's dynasty. Tinubu dynasty has not benefited the common man on the street. That's what I'm saying.
No, hold on, rational mind. Look, we have to be fair sometimes.
Okay.
You might not like Tinubu way of politicking, but this Sanwo-Olu, how have you assessed? I mean, your assessment of this guy performance. How would you rate it? Do you think he failed, or what can you say about him? Did you even follow him? Have you even followed?
I have to some extent. Okay, let me rate him. If I'm going to rate Sanwo-Olu, I'll give him between 5 and 6 over 10.
It's 5 over 6 over 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
So what you are saying now is that he failed.
Listen.
Hold on. So
Okay.
what you are saying is that this guy for 4 years he failed. You give him failure.
Wasn't a total failure. Hold on.
You are saying 5 or 6. 5 or 6 is a failure.
Hold on. It wasn't a total failure. Go again.
Oh no, 5 or 6 is a failure.
No.
5 over 10.
It's above average. That's what I'm saying. It's above average. It's a little bit above average.
You know what that means.
Ajanlegoko is using Nigerian system, so maybe that's what it's using, not America.
Okay.
Let me address.
All right. I address that and then round out that space. I want to move you on.
Ola, I don't like the way you speak to me. I so much respect everybody here. You were saying something about I don't know anything about. I just say things. I mean, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Apologies, rational mind.
So I won't come to you like that. Even if I
no apologies. I didn't mean it the way. I didn't mean it that way, right? So you know me by now.
You see, what I'm trying to say is, look at what this guy was talking about. One of his policies says he will make sure that what's it called? Picking up, which I think Tinubu did at the beginning of his administration. I remember that. This collection of refuse. You bring in private people to come and do it. I mean, I remember that time during Tinubu's time. Some people were, this Omalanke, even though we know it was very crude form of waste disposal back then. They would push this wheelbarrow or whatever. They would be collecting refuse until some people started importing this all this refuse truck from Europe, and they started bringing it in. I mean, he did that, and then until finally, I think Fashola came in, or towards the end of Tinubu, they now have to create a lawman. And I know they always have lawman, but lawman did not have the capacity to take the trash, to take the dirt in Lagos. So he brought in. So that is what Badeboy is saying. But in Tinubu's case, his own case was that it was concentrated on the state government. No, it should be local government doing that themselves. That's how local government will be generating funds to finance whatever local projects within their local government area, like tarring up streets that need to be tarred, and making gutters and drainage. That's how it is. But when you concentrate on the state government, you're making it so bureaucratic that it's going to be very difficult for people penetrating, being able to get contracts. And if ever going to get a contract, maybe you're going to be like you're a member of the APC or whatever. So what I'm trying to just say is, you see, governance, the way it is structured in Lagos, it is not how it should be. It should be whereby the local government should be functioning, serving the people, not just to be serving the party interest, serving the people. So collection of refuse or whatever dirt in Lagos should be local government. That's how they'll be generating their funds, generating their whatever money to.
Okay, rational.
No, sorry, Ola. I want to move him on, but I think rational mind.
Okay.
No, I want to move him on. Yeah.
So in conclusion, that is just what I think. We should be talking about policies, one man, rather than talking about fixation on this is ability being able to speak Yoruba or not speak Yoruba.
But what more man is allowing you to run away, because I actually wanted to talk about the experience of this man and that Jack on day that you brought in.
No, sorry, Ola. Apologies, but we're already 2 hours in. But rational mind still matters ethnic. I want to this talking of the ambas.
One man. Look, we're not going to be doing good for this platform if you don't let us counter rational mind on
exactly.
We have been though.
One man, if the way he tried to rubbish Jakonde as if he doesn't have working experience. He doesn't
I
have.
did not rub.
Hold
I did not
on.
rub this
Hold,
wrong. Okay,
hold
sorry.
on. Hold on. And that is the same thing. It's running the narrative of this guy, this Labour guy in what do you call it? Running for governor of Lagos. That is the same narrative that guy is running on TV. That, oh, what was the experience of Alhaji Jakonde before? He doesn't know anything about Alhaji Jakonde. The position that Alhaji Jakonde held, what he owned as a media house guru during his time before he assumed the position of he has a printing press, he has a media house. So
like Showore,
yeah,
like Showore, right?
That person have that leadership experience. This guy nothing.
Goku, and one thing, they forgot that these guys were being mentored by Awolowo, because the Tribune or whatever this man was heading that time belonged to the Western region, and all those people that were appointed in key positions, they were just under Awolowo, being mentored by Obafemi Awolowo. And this Jakonde once became the president of all those newspaper people at that time, the first president. So these guys had leadership position. Now, when you switch it over, it's just like when all these Sanwo-Olu and Fashola were learning under Tinubu. You can look at the same thing towards Awolowo. You look at all those Padikine Ajasi and those people that were with Awolowo. They learned under Awolowo over time. They didn't just surface from nowhere. That's exactly what we are saying. If I may ask you, who mentor Vivo? Who mentor Gbadebo? Because I don't know. You just have to give us education, because those
I just said to you that he was a government official. He worked with you know what it means to work with, like, for example, now
I said who mentored him.
A cleaner is a government official. That means nothing.
Hold on. It depends on where you work. Hold on. I've worked with the federal government here. I've worked with the Fed here. I've worked with the states. Currently, right now, I'm doing something with the local here. So I've seen it all here. I've seen how, let me not say I've seen it all. I've seen it for the most part here. I see how government runs efficiently within what they call the civil service. So with that experience, how it works, I've seen. You can come in, like, you talk about, hold on,
that guy serve.
You talk about, hold on, you talk about Babake Kere now. He runs a media house, which I give it to him. Why not? But I'm saying that you people are talking about, when you talk about people coming into governance, I think you people usually refer to, oh, has he ever been in government before? Yeah, he has been in government. He has in
what capacity did he serve?
That's what I'm saying to you. Did you hear what I said? He served with the county in Louisiana.
As what? In one capacity. Yeah. If you don't know, say I don't know.
I think it was I will say this. I think it was a consultant.
A consultant.
Consultant to them. Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look, what are you talking about? What's this guy? What are you talking about?
A person with no background in anything to come and head the fifth largest economy in
I beg you, forget that thing.
What are you talking? What thing? Okay, hold on. You guys just hold on. Look.
I gotta go. If you want to dwell on this language thing, hold on. Because initially all you were saying is language for you.
Hold on. Everything together. Language is number one. Then number two, he doesn't have that capacity to lead, because there is no background no background that we can see with him in the position of for the position of leader. He have no background that we can see or that we know. And number three is that, where is his team? Does he have any team around him that the moment he's going into the position of governor, he can put together a team, a super team that are ready to kick off, to start the job immediately and keep keep Lagos moving forward and moving higher.
Have you made him a governor yet?
Let me. When we are talking of mentorship, when we are talking of teamship, he doesn't have it, and you want to surrender that largest economy to this guy. And this what do I call it? These obedient people, when we are running for position of presidency, they are saying that Sowore does not have experience, they doesn't have this. They were playing that narrative very hard against Sowore that he has no experience. Now this guy with nothing, they are supporting him, say, oh, he should be governor of Lagos State. See the double standard hanky-panky game that these people are playing.
Don't gaslight us, please. The issue there is that Sowore is running for the presidency. And we said, why don't you try maybe a Senate position or a governorship? That what gave Peter Obi the bite was his stewardship as a governor. People want to see what you have done in the past.
Applicable to this guy. Why this guy not try?
To your question about Jakonde.
So the same is not applicable
that
to
is
this.
not public sector. Please, let me just say this, please. I want to be short with it. With Jakonde you were talking about, you say he owned a newspaper. Someone said that he was mentored by Awolowo. Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares? You know him. You might be a small boy.
Let me finish now. Let me finish now.
Awolowo owned the newspaper and he made this guy.
It is not public sector. Is it public or private sector?
Who was Awolowo? You see, this.
Can I hold on now? It's a straight question. It's a straight answer. It's a straight question. Is the newspaper he was handling a private sector or a public sector venture?
Just call Nigerian Tribune Western Region Investment. You can look at it that way. Look at it as Western.
Look. Is it a public or a private sector venture?
When you look at it as Western government,
all right. Sorry.
He doesn't know what Tribune.
Mr. Ola,
all right.
Tribune is read across the
board. Can I round up? Let me just round up. Why I asked that question is this. It's quite simple. The issue there is that the newspaper, a company he works for, was in the private sector. Jakonde did a great job. It is in the private sector. He had no public sector.
Sorry. Do you know the history of Jakonde, Joel? If you don't, say I don't.
No, I don't. But from what both of them attended,
you don't. Oh, okay. So you don't. Yeah. So yeah. Round on that way. You see why I wanted to move on. Is a space you cannot escape it once you let it ride. But
one more. Can I ask you a question, please? Because no. Can I just say this, please? Because you can't make me look dumb. They asked a rational man asked them, what was his antecedent? What position did he have in the past? They say it was newspaper, right? So none of them said he was a governor or probably he was a local government chairman. They all pointed towards the newspaper. So which I asked the question that if the newspaper should be a private sector, what public sector position did Jakonde managed before he became the governor of Lagos State? And it's a genuine answer, a genuine question. But you guys are just running around, not trying to answer the question. What public sector position did he handle? It's a simple question.
Okay, Joel, I will answer you. I will answer you then. I won't say anything after. Now, look at Tribune as when you have special media aid to any governor. So Tribune, then, not now, Jakonde was as good as media assistant, even though he was working as chief editor for the Nigerian Tribune, owned by Awolowo.
It's a flawed argument. It's a flawed argument. It's either you are in government or you are not in government. It's either you are in government, you can influence policies in government.
Right?
All right, thank you, Joe. So rational mind. All right. So rational mind. Let me move you on to the River State space, and these are the stoking of the embers of ethnic tension. Rotimi Amaechi whipping up sentimentality amongst the southeastern population of that space and trying to launch them at the Wike space. Wike rallying the indigenes. So are we seeing the re-echoes of what is playing out in Lagos State, in River State? Wike champion. He's now telling us that is not Wike, by the way, Rotimi Amaechi. He's now telling us that is an Igbo man and whipping them up to come and stand behind him, and Wike whipping up the indigenous population. So is this a re-echo of what is playing out in Lagos State, and should we have the same sense of concern, rational mind?
You see, one man, ever since 2015, you see, one thing that brought APC to government is they've stoked this, they played on this, even before they become APC. When I think I made a comment here some days ago, Fashola, during Fashola election, I brought Fashola in. If anybody was in Lagos that time, you can bear me witness here that we hear people changing their names to Christian names. Solomon is now bearing, Sulaiman is now bearing Solomon. You hear of this person, they will put some what's it called, Christian name, some full. This is a full Muslim guy. We put some Christian name inside between his name. So it was just so that way they could get votes from the Christians. Maybe also play on some tribal card too, just to. So we've seen that brought into this their so-called APC government, and we've seen ever since then. That was what they rode on to become to win Jonathan in 2015. We saw the Fulani stock of the APC doing their own, stoking the embers of tribal whatever in the north, and also Buhari is a Fulani man. Vote for your Fulani person. We had the likes of El-Rufai saying he went to Senegal or whatever, and then we're seeing that still playing on, and it's so sad that is what is going on. And see that playing out in River State now too, whereby Amaechi, who is also a branch of the APC too, also using that and playing with that. You see, APC is it's a real disease, it's a pestilence to Nigeria, I would say. It's sometimes I don't even know what to say about the way that country is going to end up if care is not taken. And just to add insult to the injury, again, we're having a Muslim ticket. You see that, you start to wonder how is this going to play out. Let's see how it's going to play out if ever becomes the president, or if ever gets one.
I was really inviting River State. You don't have to.
I'll go to that.
You don't have to.
I know.
To Tinubu all the time.
Why I got to go to that is because this guy you're talking about, former governor of River State, what's his name?
Rotimi Amaechi.
Rotimi Amaechi is an APC man. That's why I had to go go off a little bit of tangent, just to give you a little background to why things are playing out the way it's playing out in River State. Because this is a party that uses bigotry.
There's a real funky sound coming from your laptop, but carry on.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Man, you people should tell Dupes to send me that, but I'll never keep quiet. Anyway,
yes.
Yeah. So anyway, let me quickly just wrap. So you see, I just don't know how to say it. But then when people will talk again, they'll say, why would Tinubu abandon this guy? Is that not an anti-party activity on the part of Tinubu when he has to go and he wasn't even campaigning for his own person? Rather, he was dilly-dallying with Wike because he wants the votes from River State. I mean, how does that even sound to people that believe that Tinubu will win River State, if not by some kind of rigging? I mean, you're not even talking about PDP even winning River State. You're talking about Tinubu winning River State. If that Tinubu is that so popular in River State, why is Amaechi running from pillar to post, trying to win a governorship election for his candidate? People should think about it that way. Look at it that way.
I'm not sure that APC is pushing to win River State. I think they might well be willing to let it go as a payback to Yemsen Wike.
I know, but I'm saying, if their governorship candidate is struggling to win and their presidential candidate won it by the landslide or whatever they call it that they said they had, thanks to manipulation and the rigging by the present governor, what is the fear that they cannot win the governorship there? That's to tell you that they never won that election there. It was rigged. Because if their candidate is struggling, that is APC candidate is struggling, and he's going from pillar to post, they are stoking his embers of ethnic bigotry and trying to play on the ethnic card that APC is known to always play. Why would they be doing that when their candidates for presidential won the election there? That's to tell you that they never won it. It was rigged. Because if their candidate won it, then they should not. If their candidate, I mean, Bola Tinubu really won it, there should not be this fear that Amaechi will be campaigning the way he's campaigning. It's so sad that they're doing this. And look at what this idiot too, what's his name, Wike, he has also been doing the same thing there. So you see, for me, you see, like this other guy from Spain said, you see, it's so sad the way Nigeria is just going, and I don't just see any future for that country, not even with Tinubu there. I don't see anything he's going to do. I don't know if you guys heard about what happened in Borno State today. Was it today or yesterday, where they massacred, poor people who went to just for their livelihood to go make money, to go fish. Man, just imagine, just to go fish, and they were slaughtered. And one thing I see is that I think if Tinubu ever becomes the president, he should give this guy close marking. What's his name? Atiku. I want to believe that some people within the PDP, because Tinubu is going to lack legitimacy. And that legitimacy is going to play out the way it plays out for Jonathan, if he's not careful. Because I'm sure they're going to use the same thing they've been using over the years to put down any government in Nigeria, which is this banditry and terrorism. And I know PDP should know something about it. I've been having that because with this, we had this. There's been quiet from this terrorist space for some time. I said maybe the media have not been reporting it, but suddenly now they lost this election, and now we're seeing that another banditry. This terrorism is now escalating again. So that's to tell you that Tinubu, if ever he becomes the president, whoever is going to be his national security advisor and his defense, whatever, they should give Atiku close marking. They should investigate that guy very well and all those people around him. Because I believe that some of these people, they know about this, they are financing this terrorism just to delegitimize Tinubu or whoever is going to be there. So for me, APC, like I said, River State, we know what they do there. And I just implore, I would implore people in River State not to fall for that shenanigans of APC and PDP. They should not be caught in between, but I know they're going to be caught in between, but I know if not careful, some life is going to be lost during this governorship election. But my point is this one, man. If Tinubu really won that election, then APC should not be afraid of anything. They should just go into that election and believing that, oh, our president won it, our candidate from the president won it. They should be able to vote for us. But it's a lie. He never won River State. It was rigged for him. And so,
look, rational mind, everybody knows what played out in River State. Gemson Wike influenced the vote in favor of Tinubu to the narrative of his opposition of Atiku and power translating to the south. So the votes in River State still belong to Gemson Wike, and if and when, and he will point it in the direction of PDP, then of course they will go to PDP. So that's what played out. Was that not your understanding of what?
You use the English word influence, like he went about telling people vote for Tinubu, vote for no. They changed the number. One man use the word.
Oh God!
It's rigged. They rigged the election.
Do you have proof of that?
We shall find out. Okay, I don't have the proof, right? Why is this guy running from pillar to post? If it was, I'm sure that Amaechi, the APC, said
no. Did you hear what I just said? I said no, you did not. I said the votes in River State belong to Wike, who pointed it in the direction of APC for the presidential, and then is pointing it back to PDP for the gubernatorial. So it's not as though Tinubu won as a result of his popularity. He won as a result of the influence that Wike wields in
use the word influence. It's not influence, it's rigging. He rigged, they changed the numbers. That's what I'm saying to you.
You can't say that though. That's a very loose.
Who won the state? Who do you know that won the state?
Well, we shall find out. The case is in court, right? We shall find out.
You are not even
I believe, hold on.
Won that state,
Labour Party won River State.
I believe Labour won. Hold on. Presidential. Labour won presidential in River State. I believe that.
But landslide.
Why? Based on what?
I'm not saying landslide, but I believe they won it.
Yeah, no, based on what?
Based on what?
Yes.
We've seen what people said. We've seen videos from there. People said hold on now. We see people say they voted for what's it called? Labour Party. The majority of people said they voted for Labour Party.
What do you mean majority of people? Why are you
The
getting
majority of
this
people
wrong?
that I've seen online that are come online. Would you let me talk?
Rational mind, why are you talking like this? The majority of
It's very strange
so
sort of
people
thing you're saying.
In your mind of your mind, do you believe Tinubu won Rivers State?
Mind of mind, okay. We have results now. What do you mean mind of mind? We have results.
that state.
Did we see the same? Did you see it play out in Shomole versus what is it? The number they provided during Jonathan's time? Haven't we seen many elections upturned in Lagos? I mean, another one currently right now, the one in the Osun State, where somebody was saying that he won. He's the current president, current governor, and his other one says no. And then he has to prove it in court that
You've just said that the state was rigged, but you cannot say that this is why. How can you say that?
I'm giving you.
Rational, can I help you?
No, can you hold on, please, Joel? No. He made the statement, so he can back it up.
Okay.
You said you know that it was. You said it was rigged, and you said it several times. And we're inviting you. You said because you saw somebody on YouTube that said he voted Peter Obi.
We've seen many videos of people online saying that they voted and their own voting center, they could not upload it. They took it to the collation center. The next thing they hear that the numbers were changed. And we've seen so many TPEX of results from Rivers State. I've seen some.
Give me one local government and we'll look it up now.
Okay, let's try Obiakpo.
How do you spell that?
Obiakpor. I think Obiakpo. No.
Yeah, you're right.
Why one man is looking?
I don't even know what he's trying to do. I mean, I know he wants to debunk me. Let him go and do that. So
no, you can't just make abstract.
So what of
rational mind?
In Akwa Ibom?
Woman, can I ask you a question?
You know, there. So
I don't know about the Akwa Ibom. I'm not too sure if Labour won the Akwa Ibom. I think people could have won it. Yeah.
Oh, really? So you are not sure but you are very sure of that Rivers.
Oh goodness, here we go.
Look.
You see.
I don't get it. I don't get this kind of argument. He won. You are so sure.
We shall find out. It is important. Let us not debate it much.
Making online, so that one is enough for you to believe that yes. Because
I gotta go. Did you see the one in Lagos? They did in Lagos. That
what,
this girl,
what is that?
This Eunice Ekeadia, what his name? What the name was? She was there in Apapa, somewhere in Apapa local government there. They were in one of the center there. They were TPEXing it in his. I mean, he was videoing it.
There were areas also in Lagos where Labour were also reading as well. So I don't get what.
I'm not saying Labour did not read. Don't get me wrong. If they did it, I don't know. All I'm saying is that
you believe all of them, read.
Well, I would say I believe all of them read.
Convenience,
I mean,
they all read. No, please.
Babati, please. Where did Labour read? Please, where did Labour?
Let me get the video for you. I will get the video for you right now.
Labour read. They read the most in the east.
Let's not do
No.
And it shows in the result that look, other for the Senate and the House of Rep, they didn't win all the seats. The other party won the majority. It's only the presidential that they concentrated. They rigged massively in the presidential election. So your Labour rigged massively in the east.
Because
doesn't matter to them.
Hold on.
Hold on, rational mind. So I'm on the portal now, and this is the Obiakpo that you're saying. So that's Obiakpo. Let's go to the top of it. So that's Obiakpo right there. So let's just there's several, but let's just pick one. So let's pick this one. So there is this one. And let's bring it on the screen. So there it is right there. I'm not sure.
Can you move? Can you see that? Can you see that? Where's it? I'm looking at, is it ANPP or whatever? Let's see.
Let me see if I can spin it. It won't let me spin it, but it used to let us spin it. But there it is. So what ANPP?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. What's okay? Next, okay.
This seems to be pristinely written out to me.
Wow. Okay, can you move? Can you go to another one? Let's see.
Oh, okay. So that's just a random one. Well, let's just pick the next one. So that was the first one. I mean, let's just pick the second one and let's see how much TPEX went on. This seems quite fairly straightforward to me.
Can you zoom it? Let's see.
I'm not sure if it will let me. It used to give us the function, but that's legible enough. That seems fairly straightforward to me.
I can't even see anything here. You're saying it's legible enough. You can say that, but I don't know, because this one even looks empty to me. Because
it doesn't look empty. There are about 3-4 slots that were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all clearly written out.
Can you zoom into it or not?
No, it doesn't give me the function too.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, but the ones I've seen, they are.
Well, so which one have you seen? Let's go to another one. Let's go to the third one.
You can go and look for it. I mean, I don't know.
So here is another third one. That's not especially clear. The scanning.
Can you see? Oh, look. Hold on. Can you see that 50 something? Can you see how it's written?
I can't say anything because it's not legible.
Yeah, I can't even. Yeah. So you just look at how people write results.
Here's the point.
No, it's not how they wrote the results. It's the quality of the scanning. Let's go to number 4.
Even if you have minor errors or what, that number is not significant to switch the elections.
Yes. What are you doing now, Rational Mind?
What are you doing? Look at what. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. Let's see.
Okay, good. If you stop like that,
yeah, no, I'll stop here. But all right.
Wait. Goal of Nashville. This is not healthcare where if you scratch anything out, they will say it's against. I know what you are doing. This is not healthcare.
No. Hold on. So we have ADC. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. But let's humor it. So we have ADC 1. We have APC 20. We have APP 1. And now the one that almost looks dubious is the one for One Labour Party, which you can see has been altered, and then the one for PDP, which has also been altered. It's on the screen. You can see it.
I can see that, yeah.
Okay, so what's your point now?
And these are just randomly picked ones from the local government.
I know you said you keep one man. Come on, you keep repeating yourself. We know you.
No, you said they read the Nobiapo now. That time you said read the Nobiapo.
Yeah, they did.
Mama, can I say something, please?
Oh, hold on.
I will stand on that. Yeah, they did.
But look at your screen now. What are you doing?
One man.
Should we check another one? Should we check another one?
Don't
go ahead. Check another one.
If you want to check another one, it's okay. But
okay. So we're going down the list. Let's go to number 5. So these are just we are both viewing it blind. So this is the 5th one. Let's see what happened there. So APC 10 votes. Labour Party 59, and so this one seems fairly well written out.
Okay.
But they signed the people signed this. Look at
So the only anomaly so far has been for Labour Party. So let's go to another one. We'll make this the last one, but So there it is. Okay, so there it is.
Can you see that thing there? There was a number before that 0 that was written on it. Can you see that on high level?
Exactly.
Yes, but these are altered for Labour Party.
Yeah, they were altered. Look, on that.
No, it's against. It was against.
You can see there's something like 3 or whatever there.
They gave him 27.
Guys, wait. So why did why did your party member sign the form then if there was any discrepancy?
No, Babati, on their way to the collection center, that was where they started altering these things that you are seeing right here. That is the point we are saying.
But they already scanned it in. They already scanned it in already.
They could not scan it.
They could not scan it in. Have you forgotten that they could not scan it in? So they then said that they would take it to the collection center. So people are now telling them, look, this is what we had, and this is what they are giving. Always look at the sheet. You always see that the alteration is always on APC and LP. Look at the results on Obiabo. And one thing I wanted to say when one man cut me short is just this, and for everyone to know that almost 50%.
Look at this altered one that they appended a 9 at the end of a 15.
Oh man.
Oh man, anyway, I lied.
It's unbelievable. So you've taken us to Obiapo, and that's what we've seen. So
one man, can I say what I wanted to say, please?
Yeah, go on.
The reason why Obiapo is really a hotspot is this: if you come to River State, over almost 50% of the votes in River State comes from that Obiapo area, because that is where they have almost all the businesses, the real estate going on, and all that. All these other parts, like the riverine area, it was in the past when beavers were not there. They used to bring out astronomers, big numbers. But this period with the beavers, you don't see those numbers no more. So the game is being played in Obiapo local government, which is just like you're saying, like say equivalent of something like Lagos Island, right, where you have many people, converging in those areas. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Like
so
what happened in Kano.
is.
You remember what happened in Kano too? Look at the numbers coming out from Kano. Almost like 1 million votes.
Yeah, but the facts don't back up what you said about Obiapo. But round of that space, because we just had a look.
I don't want to argue that with you. It's up to the audience, our audience, to figure out what we just saw.
No, it's up to the facts now. We had a look at 3 or about 5, 6. A lot of them embellished label figures.
You can't invent facts, but in the modern times, you can invent facts. Yeah, you can invent facts if you want to invent facts. And we've seen that play out with this election. People say that, I cannot, this Android device, Beavers is not working. They shut down the reporter or whatever. You cannot upload it. So when we get, and then they go on the way. I just gave you an example.
Can I ask him a question?
You can learn.
How much do you think Obi got in the? Is that the estimate? How much was he robbed?
My brother, I can't tell you exactly how much he was robbed, but my point is that Tinubu did not win River State.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have all the facts.
But so how can you state categorically when you don't have the facts?
No, he's asking me how much did I know that he won. But I know that Obi won more than half of the votes there.
But how do you know that?
Okay, woman.
No. I'm asking you. You said you know. So how do you know?
I know.
So you don't know.
I know from what people said, who said they voted, and when they saw the result they declared, and what they saw later did not tally with what they had. That's on the one side, and we saw, I think some part of I don't know what part of River State, where they said they discovered that form, whatever they fill out those the results. They discovered the real one in the bush. And so the question is, which one did they go with to the collation center? When if they saw the original one that was declared at the polling booth that everybody saw, and then the other one is being uploaded. So that's to tell you that if people can be doing this, INEC has opened a lot of leeway for people to rig this election, because if you are giving your ad hoc workers 2 or 3 sheets to there, or I don't know how maybe they vetted other ones or they bring in other ones. If that one has error, they can always use the second one as a backup and write on it. You're giving them room for them to start doing things like that. So my point is this: however I do this thing, I just believe that this election was flawed in any way you look at it. It was flawed. And just to answer your question, Obi won more than half of the vote. I don't believe APC won that place. And if APC really won that state, then this guy has no fear.
No. I'm not sure you can say that, because we've pushed you. But that's your subjective opinion.
No,
because we've asked you why so many times, and you're saying you just believe that you saw some person on internet say that something.
No, I'm done with that. Logically.
Logic.
Oh, hold on. Logically,
right.
Hold on now. You can Google. If Tinubu won River State,
right,
there should be no fear for the APC Guba candidates doing all this, what he's doing, stoking these ambers of whatever religion. This.
No, you don't get.
I get.
How many times have I explained it to him?
I know you will say that no,
You
that's what I'm saying. Don't use the word influence.
What
Say
was
he rigged it
responsible for Tinubu victory?
He rigged
You
it for.
don't want to take that into consideration.
Hold on.
Let me
You say
tell you.
when you say influence, I don't even understand when you use the word influence. You talk to people. Okay, you people, all of you queuing here.
Okay, if we are saying he rigged it, is that rigging a one-chance deal, or are the people energized now that rigging can take place? Now they will stop it.
Rational mind. Let me tell you this: it wasn't APC that delivered that election in favor of Tinubu in Rivers State. It wasn't APC. It was Wike and PDP. So what that means is that APC on this gubernatorial race, they have no chance. And that is why you see them struggling, campaigning, trying to campaign. Look, APC...
You are reasoning that way. But my reasoning to you...
Hold on. It's not reasoning. I'm telling you the fact. APC base in Rivers State is very, very weak. And past election figure told that APC is like a child play. In as far as politics is concerned in Rivers State, APC is a child play there. They couldn't even get, is the only state in the South that what do you mean? Buhari couldn't even get 25%. 25. It was 22% that Buhari got in the last election. That I'm talking about 2019. So APC base is very weak. So Amaechi is the one carrying around the APC candidate.
We understand all the story. Hold on.
So what I'm trying to tell you,
I understand all the story you're talking about.
Tinubu did not get 25% in Rivers State. That's the point.
Narrative that if they actually won presidential election there, they shouldn't be struggling. It wasn't them. It wasn't APC that won that election for Tinubu. It was Wike.
We get it. But are you saying?
Rational mind, can I interject?
How many votes? Okay, please go on.
Rational mind, can I interject? Rational mind, are you saying that a state that is won by the presidential candidate, must be won by the governor of the same party? Is that what you're saying?
It's not always the case.
Thank you. So why is the argument that the APC is panicking in Rivers State?
This is the argument. My argument is this, that Tinubu did not win that state. And if he won that state, then his party should not have any qualms. It should not have any trouble. It should not be any jitter or resorting to all of this. I get you. I understand what you're saying. It doesn't mean that because they won it. But I'm saying to you that Tinubu did not win Rivers State. We can rig that election for him.
He did not get 25%.
Hold on. Let me land. Wike has only one vote. All his APC, whoever works for him, they only have one vote. It is the people, the masses on the street, that will vote to go and vote for that vote, either for APC or PDP or Labour. But it is these people that will determine this election. So are you telling me that we can now go and force all of this to be competing for APC so that Tinubu could win? No. They change the thing. They do whatever Bagomago they did there just to make sure that Tinubu won that election there. No, that's why I'm saying that. That is why APC is jittery there, because they know that they have nothing there. They cannot even win the election there in the first place.
Even if you take Rivers State away,
you cannot win it too. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Spinner. Even if they remove Rivers State, Tinubu still wins. That's my point. Like, I don't know. Even if you give me different states,
and then you have to factor in Lagos too.
Okay, he will still win. He still wins. What else?
Then you factor the Akwa Ibom.
No.
After factor in you factor in Ebonyi State.
He don't win Akwa Ibom.
He did not. No, but he got the 25%.
That won Akwa Ibom.
No, I'm talking about the president got 25%. He shouldn't have got 25% in Rivers State. He shouldn't have got 25% in Ebonyi and Imo State. That is, it was the fraud of all states. In Lagos State, even in Lagos State, he did not win Lagos State. So what we are just saying is just this, that
Yeah,
Anyway,
but he did not win Lagos State, though, did he?
He did not
no,
win.
but but the thing there is that the margin, the numbers that they gave Labour Party, that 10,000 was
Right.
even it was even like a worse than even saying that we won the.
It was really 150,000, wasn't it?
It was far more than 10,000.
Woman and friends, what gave Tinubu victory was not where he won first place. What gave him the victory was where he came second in the north. That's what gave him the victory. He keep putting on the wrong things. The margin that he had for second place vote in the north is what got him the elections. So you keep giving, you keep mentioning Rivers and whatever. Even if you take that in a court of law, he will still win the elections by the margin he has. So
Babati,
wait.
That is why article. That is why because there was some.
Wait, your argument should be: give me a state in the north where you can have the same argument, then we can talk. But in the south, you have no argument. Go to the north where it came second. You know, it was having this difference of 20,000. That is where he won the election. Those second place votes is what governs the presidency. So you go to those areas.
You are extremely right. You are extremely right.
Forget the south. Go to the north and make the same argument. All this when you're talking, it's a waste of time. I'm sorry.
You see, what I had that played out in the north, from what I heard, was that they bypassed the accreditation. They were just hold on. Wait, hold on. They were just thumb printing. They bypassed the beavers. They did not accredit many people. They only accredit few they can accredit. Because look at it, this is how it played out. Now, let me give you an example. Lagos State has 6 million, right? Has over 6 million voters. Now, these 6 million people did not come out. Maybe 20% of the people that came out. We had 1 million, 1 million people come out. It's easy for them. Let me land.
So what they did in the north, that you are, hold on, we will move on now. What they did in the north, no accreditation, they allow everybody to vote to favor who?
Atiku, hold on. Atiku and Tinubu did the same thing over there.
Oh, so they just allow, so Obi doesn't have people voting for him in the north. Is that what you are saying?
He didn't have the spread. He doesn't have the spread.
So nobody voting for Obi in the north. So they allow you to favor both Atiku and Tinubu.
Well, you see, Ajaleko, that's what I see.
No. Stay with the logic. Stay with the logic that Lekoko is pressing. Stay with the logic. Stay with the logic. Yeah.
When I put the logic to you, and then you can't stay with me. Well, you want me to stay with that logic, right? Come on, one man. Come on.
No.
Obi's number in the north, it was terrible. Like Sokoto, for instance, now it was.
Yeah, it's terrible. I agree.
It was bad. But
I didn't believe. I'm not banking that. I'm not saying Obi won any place in north. He didn't win any place.
Once again, Tinubu's number, second place vote in the north, is the
one. What propelled Tinubu's number were those numbers that we're hearing. Because listen, if you look at how the whole thing played out that very Saturday, the whole first result that were declared were from the south. People were wondering what's going on in the north. We're not hearing any news from the north. That is where the whole shenanigans was going on.
Then give the same energy.
Is there? Do you identify any logic in anything you are saying? Do you identify any logic?
It doesn't make any sense to you because it defies what is the known so-called known facts that we have.
It defies sense, Abi. That's why it won't make sense. Does it defy sense?
No, it defies. Hold on. It defies the manufactured facts.
That
we're seeing on INEC portal that you're trying to
guys
put to our face.
I'm saying that same energy that you're talking about Rivers, have the same feeling for the north.
Who's that?
Who's sleeping?
I think it's Fash. It's Fash. No, Fash. It's about magic.
Fash, we don't shake in to do
Whenever he wants to announce his
I've done that as well. Is he doing it to mock or is he falling asleep?
Just to
okay. All right. Okay.
I think it's Joel of Nash. Joel, don't let the sleep already.
Go on. We're listening.
But I'm saying that this with the case you are making in Rivers and Lagos and Akwa Ibom, at least I can actually pay attention to in all honesty. But I'm saying that for some reason, the same camp of people that are supporting Obi don't give me that same vibe discussing the same voting pattern in the north. Give me just give me one state in the north that you feel like Tinubu came second and how you can chop down those numbers. That is more because remember this guy had 2.5 ahead of everybody else, right? Is it 2.5 million?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Yeah, for you to make up that number, forget the south. Look at the north. That is what
you have to keep all of your numbers as well.
Yes,
so you did not cheat at all, or you did not cheat
that is
at
the
all.
problem you are having.
So they will take Tinubu's vote and give it to you, and then make you president.
PDP got them. PDP got them in the north.
Let me say
so,
this.
But it's okay.
Let me say this, please. I'd like you to say. You see, what I'm not saying Labour did not do shenanigans. The only shenanigans that I see, I'm not saying that they bought people's vote like this SDP guy claimed. I don't know how true that is.
You know better than him, a presidential candidate.
He's a candidate. I know what
right.
I know what you're leaning is.
Rational man.
With agents all over the place.
Labour did little as they are little. They are. I mean, what do you call them? I mean, lesser the shenanigan as
lesser evil.
You see, the whole shenanigans here is this: that like we saw, like one man played out, or he played on this, like they were intimidating people to vote. Like for example, I think when there was this one he showed that where
they killed somebody for voting APC in the East.
I don't know.
In fact, quite a few people even they've sent me clips. I just can't play it here because it's too graphic.
What I know, going by what I know about the obedience, they are very militant and whatever. So if any place whereby, like especially like in the southeast, where it's expected that everybody's Igbos there, and the person is in this race, which is Obi. Now they see another person that wants to vote other parties, like they might want to intimidate that person. If you said that, I can understand. Maybe that intimidation was what really made some other people not to come to the polling center. And you saw those numbers of Obi rising to 95%, 90%, as the case may be. Some services. I will say that. But that
youth corpus of Eastern extractions that were acting as INEC agents, they were caught signing off our electoral materials in the southeast severally.
Well, I heard about it, but I don't know how. I mean, I heard about it, but I don't know how true that is.
Underage voting. Underage voting.
Well, I mean,
one man. They weren't staying in the line. Those were propaganda by your people. They weren't staying in the line.
Trust APC now. Trust APC.
Trust APC. They just brought them and just say, "Show me your card."
So what man?
And if you look at that video, it's the same guy going from videos to videos.
Exactly. In the north, we saw them with other people in the line.
All right. Round up that space, rational mind, and I'll go on to Zeta.
Yeah. I know I've taken a lot of time.
Woman, so you're APC. I didn't know that.
What was that?
The labeled you APC, that you're the APC agent.
No, he is.
Now we know where he is. Now we know where he leans to.
It's just unbelievable what we're hearing in these elections. It's like
what you say on Dr. Damage's show and what you say here, we can deduce that you know where you lean on. You don't tell us that. I, for one, I know.
No, I stand for truth and justice. That's what I stand for.
And the American way, Abby.
And they're laughing way. Yes.
Tinubu's manufacture truth, Rabbi. I beg you. I mean, you see, one man, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk. What I just want to tell every one of us is that let us be objective when we say things. I know sometimes you might say I'm not objective, I'm not logical, but my general point I'm trying to make is that you see, this election season has really brought
one man, please. I'm very sorry. Good evening, everyone. Before Rational Man run away, I always like to be in the background, and I will join later. But I make a comment about they are not teaching Yoruba in our. That is very wrong. If you don't know something, said you don't know. Don't spill out something that you don't. Let me finish.
Not every school only Yoruba teacher.
They have Yoruba teacher.
Not every school, not every public school has
every school. How do you know they don't have?
No, because I'm a teacher.
What are you saying?
I was a teacher. That's what I'm saying to you.
That was when 1970 or 1930. Hey, come on now.
Thomas. When I took my Wike in Lagos in 1999, we did not have a Yoruba teacher in my school.
Let me finish now, please. Who remember this popular school in Aja? this very, very rich school. I forgot his name.
Chrisland?
No. Other one. Oh, it just escaped my mind. My juniors, my senior sisters. What do you call it now?
American International School, British International School, or which of them?
No, I forget. It's not that name. It's very popular name. Very.
Oh, all right.
Very,
go to the
yes,
wider point you're making.
Yes, my sister, because of this your America problem, shooting, they relocate to Nigeria. They are citizens. Their kids are going to that school. Even though the school is so expensive, everything is English, they teach Yoruba in that school, private school.
They
not
can
talking of public school.
Yoruba teacher.
But Rational Mind, you are very wrong to say we are not teaching Yoruba in our public schools in Nigeria.
Rational Mind was wrong in everything he said.
Yeah, you know me very well. I'm always wrong. I just come here and speak crap, right? Right, no problem.
Well, no crap. You speak as you know, but oftentimes you are unknowing. You speak as you know, but you are oftentimes unknowing. But but we love you nevertheless.
Thank you for that. I love all of you.
Yeah, well, so there it is. Rational Mind.
One man. You see, the thing is this. Maybe you, like you said, I might agree with you that I speak as I know. Yeah, I speak what I know, what I've seen out there, I've experienced. That I've read online, and most things that I've been seen on my person. So just to round up, one man, thank you very much. I think I will have to think I have to go dash out very soon. So
you're always having to dash. You don't just have to. You have to dash like so. Yeah, Flash Jordan.
Here in America, only here in America, you'll be going to work. You'll be eating your food as you're going on the road. You'll be eating, because we don't have much time to do many things. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. So. Guys, please, let's just tone down this rhetoric of ethnic. That's my only thing. I know language is important. I'm a very nationalist. I'm a very Yoruba called nationalist. If you want to see the other part of me when it comes to ethnicity, I'm a champion of it, but not to the point of whereby I will see somebody who is my own, in my own blood, which is born from a Yoruba man, and I want to deny him his rightful place among the Yoruba people. No, if it's Omo Yoruba in the sense that.
It's a Sierra Leonean, not a Yoruba. Oh, you mean that I can tell you for fact.
What's Sierra Leonean?
Chinedu, yes. It's a Sierra Leonean.
Chinedu from Chinedu. Yeah, we go again. It's Sierra Leonean, not a Yoruba.
No, it's not a Yoruba. It's a Sierra Leonean. Yeah.
All right, but one man, thank you very much. Let me allow that.
You know we're investigating him, but don't worry. Don't worry, we'll come out soon.
Who is we? Who is we?
I don't know. The powers that be. The powers that be. The powers that be is investigating him.
One man, I will be living with in case someone wants to come in. I want to take my kids for dinner. To a dinner. So I will be leaving too. Probably I will join Thomas if he has an after hour.
Thomas has the best after hour show. So look.
But will you be there?
Yes, now we'll be.
Okay.
But is only here for Thomas anyway, really. But
don't be like, why you be jealous?
No, don't worry. I will leave soon enough and leave you guys to it. But thank you, Rational Mind. It's a real shame you have to leave, Joel, because we've not yet heard from you. But there it is. So thank you, Rational Mind. We are mounting a campaign to put an IR before your name, Rational Mind. A campaign to put an IR before your name.
One man.
Yes.
I need Rational Mind, please. I don't want him to go yet. Please say something about local governments in Lagos State, and he said it's peculiar to only Lagos State. It's all over Nigeria, and besides, Rational Mind, do you know the monthly allocation that goes to the local government? Do you know?
I have no idea. Tell us.
You don't know. You don't know how much they collect, and even the money they get monthly, it's not even enough to construct any road after paying salaries, after paying the primary school, the primary health care. It's not enough. That's why
have you asked the question why it's not enough?
Yeah, that's what the federal government is giving them. You don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. You don't know how governments work.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you what's going on. The problem is between the federal government and the state government. I mean, the allocation they getting from the federal government is too small. That's why the state government, they are sitting on their money. So they need to expand Nigerian economy so that enough money can be coming to the local government as well, so that they can be independent and can execute more projects. So many people just say, oh, the state government, or they don't want the local government to function. Nothing is coming. They barely get 100 million, 80 million, 70 million monthly. What can that do? You can't do anything.
I agree with
So
you.
And there was a day you said so many things about primary health care in Lagos State, which you don't know anything about it because you listen to some people's opinion, some people's biased opinion.
But
and you come here,
did you hear
you
what?
don't know.
Hold on.
You
Did you hear
don't
what?
know.
Did you hear what this guy said when he was interviewed on Arise on that health care? Did you hear what he said? When it was
what did he say?
When this
what
lady,
did he say?
Hold on. When this lady asked her a question, asking a question about the healthcare in Lagos State, that why is it that the most of the Lagos State healthcare system is not functioning, and people have to go to private? You hear what they said?
What did you say?
Oma, can you play that part for us? I don't know if you can dig it out for us.
Sorry, which part? I zoomed out mentally.
Healthcare system in Lagos State.
One man.
And he said we're trying to improve more on that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's always room for improvement.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking based on what I know.
Okay.
Are you on ground?
Are you on ground?
Yeah. I can bring my sister, my mom on this program. Yeah. That's where they go, the primary health center. My family, they make use of the primary health center, and they testify to it. They are very okay, and many of you just come online, to discredit Lagos State government as if they are not doing anything. My sister, he used to live in Ogun State, the border of Ogun State, and she had problem with the healthcare system until she comes to Lagos State, and she was full of praise for Lagos State government and the way they conduct themselves in the primary center, the way they attended to her and everything. It's not as if there's always room for improvement, but don't come to condemn everything because it's tied to Tinubu. No, it's not done.
Okay, are you done with your episode?
Hold on, Rational Mind. Before you come in, I think Sally may have come in for you as well. So, Sally, did you want to have a word with Rational Mind?
I just came in. Is my speaker on?
It is now. Carry on.
Okay. I just came in briefly. I'm at work actually. Hello, Rational Mind. How are you?
Well, I'm good. How about yourself?
We are not sure about that. The decisions are going to be made how well he is or not, but he's still under observation.
All ladies love Rational Mind.
Okay.
We will soon be here too.
Rational Mind's heart belongs to Dupedo. Carry on. Sorry, yeah.
I just want to ask some questions. I just want to speak to the space of Badibo. Rational Mind, what do you understand? Can you give me a definition of culture?
Okay, culture is your language, the way of life of the people of that particular region or area that we're talking about. So it's more or less like social, economic, and also you can throw in also language as well. So yeah, that's all what culture is.
Okay. Right, you are not details, darling.
Well, I'm not. I'm just giving you a layman on the street so that our
layman
talking
okay.
to differentiate.
Right. You shouldn't have given me a layman because you are actually arguing about culture and language just now regarding Badibo.
What else you want me to say? I'm just giving you what
there's a lot. There's in-depth.
Culture is about language. Hold on. Culture is about language. It's about way of life. If you want to join that, the social aspect of it. Yeah, way of life, and that's it. I mean, culture. I mean, way of life, language, lifestyle of that particular people of that time or whatever it is. Yeah. So
lifestyle. I will mark you on that lifestyle. Have you mentioned custom?
Well, all is in the mix. I mean, when we say social life and everything, it's also to do with culture.
Social is different from custom. Completely different.
Up to you. If you want to put it, if you want to take it away that way, but when you
Yeah,
talk about
it's completely different.
When you say custom, it's a way of life. Custom simply means a way of life of people.
Okay.
A way of living.
Right.
So when people live in certain ways, it has to do with their social life as well.
Okay. Right. I think a lot of people are just scratching on the surface of culture, and they don't know the in-depth of that statement. That statement entails a lot because you pass it from generation to generation. Right. When you are talking about a custom of a particular person, you are not only looking at the behavior and social life of that person. When you look at Lagos State, for example, you have various kings that is under Lagos State, and they practice an in-depth culture, in-depth custom in that environment. Do you think Gbadebo understand that custom at all? Can he actually mix up with the traditional leaders? Because you are just crashing on the surface. You are looking at the surface. You are looking, oh, he can speak the language. Oh, he's a Yoruba person. Yeah, he can speak the language. He has the name, but does he know the in-depth of their behavior? Does he know the in-depth of their customs?
What, you want me to
because you have to be able. Let me finish because I just come in briefly. You have to be able. It's not about speaking alone. You have to be able to understand their behavior pattern, because Yoruba people are very, very complex set of people to deal with. They'll be smiling with you, talking with you, but what they are going to do next, you will be shocked. Does he have that in him to actually be able to mix up with the local people and the traditional leaders? You don't have to, you can't get an interpreter for this. No, you have to be with them or else you're out.
Can I come in now?
You can come in, yeah.
Now, let me make something clear to us here on this platform.
Okay.
Lagos State listen, even before the other people from different parts of Nigeria, Lagos State is not homogeneous. I hope you know that. Now, people of Lagos Island, you have some Aworis there among them. You have people from Benin's among them. You have people from Ondo area, from the coastal part of Ondo. You have the Jebus.
I'm from Ijebu.
Hold on.
Carry on.
Then you have Igun.
We have Igun. Yeah, my background is Igun too. Continue.
Gungbe people from Badagry, they don't speak Yoruba. They speak Gungbe.
They speak Yoruba.
Hold on, that's not their language. That's not their language. It's because
it's not their language, but they are from Yoruba. They are from Yoruba descent. Continue.
Sally, please let me land, please. It's the infiltration of Yorubas in among them and the domination of Yorubas that brought about that. The Gungbe people, they have their own language. Gungbe. That's what they say. So if you were to say, okay, we're going to speak only Yoruba in Lagos, Yoruba should not be the only adopted language. They should also
they're not speaking only Yoruba in Lagos. They are they are mixing it up. You speak various languages in Lagos.
I know,
but we know Yoruba descend a lot. Continue.
Sally. If this guy is to come from, say, from Badagry now, he only speaks Gungbe. He doesn't speak Yoruba. Would you say he's not qualified to be a governor in Lagos State?
I'm not telling you he's not qualified. I'm telling you, does he know the custom of each individuals that he wants to govern?
That's debatable. I want to go too deep into that. Now, but the point I'm trying to understand is this: people like Agaligoko, one man, and other people here that says that language is important. Yes, it's important. I totally agree.
Language custom is very important.
Sister, when I say
knowing the behavior pattern of each person you are governing is very, very important. Okay. You can't scratch it over the surface.
I agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Okay.
The point I'm making here is that this guy is a true bred Lagosian. In a
I'm not arguing over that. I'm not arguing over that. I'm not arguing over that. No argument over that.
But you should argue over that though, because it's not a true blood race.
No, I will not argue that it's not from that region. What I'm arguing about is that before you can be a leader of a particular place, you need to know in depth of the person that you want to lead.
You don't need to know in depth.
Yes, you do have to know the in depth. No, you do have to know the in depth because you will not be able to relate with them.
That was why I said to you, I put it to you that Lagos does not have one homogeneous language, even from the early times. The Lagosians in Lagos Island, you might say a lot of them maybe they speak Yoruba, but even among them there are Warris them. There are the Benins them. Among them, there are also the people from the even some Ijaw. Also, Ijaw people are also there.
Benin descendants. Go and look at your history. Benin descendants are Oduduwas. So go and look at your history.
My sister, let's not.
So we are still focusing on that custom and language. So
whatever
please, I've told you, I've break it down for you.
Even
you are not arguing on one part. You are not looking at the
the Yorubas, they're not even homogeneous. I will tell you that. In Ondo State, we have several dialects. There's a way an Ondo person will speak like Baba Kure will speak here. I won't understand what they're saying. And there's a way I will start speaking my own language from the Creeks in Ondo State. Now, you won't even understand. There's a way the Elijah people will speak that a Kale person will not even really understand, perhaps, if it's not really from that, he wasn't born in the Creeks. So the point I'm trying to make you understand that
I don't think because of dialect you can say it's not a you can say it's not a homogeneous language. A dialect is an inflection of a language. I don't like I said, I mind anyway. I don't know.
Because it's a sub kind of form of Yoruba that is different from the main Yoruba. But if not because these people understand the main Yoruba.
They what's in the sub Yoruba by you?
I don't know. Yoruba
you are only I've told you. I've not told you now.
Why are you like this?
Please, I have a question.
No, sorry. Let's Sally land and the coming princess. Because they are surrounding you today, but you are lucky you have been surrounded by females. But yes, don't let him escape, Sally, because he knows how to wriggle out.
Yeah, he has already answered that question slightly, but he knows exactly what I'm saying. He's trying to get out of it, but I'm not even going to. Right? Don't explain. Don't let me finish. You said. No, you said your daughter, was born abroad. I don't know if it's British or America. Right.
Born in Lagos.
Born in Lagos, okay. Right. And you are in UK?
I'm in the US.
You're in US, okay. So UK is completely different. Right. When you want to claim a citizenship in UK here, and you have to go for the exam, they will tell you to go back to go and learn about their history from the beginning so that you will know the type of society you are in. Right, we have different type of culture here. I type on the comment section, I said an Asian person, even though they are born British, they speak their language in their house. When do you think you start speaking your language to your child? At a very, very tender age. Asian people speak their language at a very, very tender age. They will never speak in English to their child, to their children. Every one of Asian person I've met speak their language, value their custom, they know their background, they know who they worship. Majority of them, some of them, they worship majority of Hindus and all that stuff, Sikh. And they will tell you each of their history. So saying that they don't teach in the school in Lagos I don't think it's the responsibility of the government to teach your child or any children your custom and your tradition.
I'm not
and
saying
your
they don't
language.
teach. They don't have enough Yoruba teacher. That's what I'm saying. They don't have enough Yoruba
Right.
teacher.
But
And the ones that are
everything
graduating,
has to start
they are
from
going
the
to other-
family.
My sister,
Yeah.
hold on. The ones
Yeah.
that are graduating that are Yorubas, language teachers, they are going to
Mhm.
other. Because if you expect me to go and do a course for about 4, 5 years or 6 years in school, including when you include ASU strike, and I graduate, at the end of the day, I'm only going to be a teacher, to be yelling in the classroom. At the end of the day, they don't even pay me my salary on time, and I can get a job in bank. Why not? I'll go to a bank and work.
Why are you
That's what I'm
going around
saying.
in circle? I'm saying that your language should be taught from a childhood.
I get you.
Yeah,
As a
it
parent,
has to be taught from a child. As a parent, it's
as a
the
parent.
responsibility of a
Yeah.
parent to teach your child your language right from the tender age, your custom right from the tender age, your history right from the tender age. You don't have to get to school before you know that.
I know.
You
So
should be proud.
I agree
That
with you.
child should be proud of their heritage. They should be able to say, "This is my heritage."
So what's the point now?
All right.
The point
all
is
right.
that don't expect the Nigerian government to teach your children your language, your custom, and your tradition. You have to do it your
I will
responsibility.
disagree with you on that, but then let me continue.
Okay, that's right.
All right. All right. Sally, stay there. Sally, stay there.
Okay.
I did warn you that I did warn you that a rational mind is a very slippery eel. You cannot hold him.
No,
You just
it's
slide
not-
out.
it's not
He will be
asking the-
sliding
it's
out
just-
of your
it's
hand
just-
like that.
No. He knows what I'm saying. He's just trying to be smart, but he's not being smart because everybody all over the world are looking at you. You have a responsibility as a parent to look after your child. End of.
I agree with you, my sister, that as a parent.
All right. Hold on, rational mind. Let Princess Rosie make an attempt. Maybe she can pin you down, but I doubt if she can. But make an attempt, Princess Rosie.
Hello, everyone in the platform.
Good to see you again.
I have 2 questions. My first question is this. Okay, if somebody, maybe an Egu man in Lagos, cannot speak Yoruba, speaks only Egu, is he not competent enough to become a governor in Lagos?
He is. He should. He should be competent. Why not? Because he speaks a part of the language spoken in Lagos. Why not?
Okay. He doesn't speak. He doesn't speak the typical Lagos Yoruba.
I'm not talking about speaking. I'm talking about in-depth knowledge of the people.
That's my first question. My second question is
about
this.
language. There's more to it than
You were saying
language.
something about culture. That culture, language is very important, right?
Yeah.
But
Part of it.
Because if we want to go to the definition of culture, involves a lot. It's not only language, it's custom,
It's not only
the way
language,
of
and
life
that's
of
what I'm emphasizing on.
Okay.
I'm
Then my
emphasizing
second
on
question
that
is
particularly. Yeah.
My second question is this. For the fact that you can't speak a language,
Hold on, Madam J. Let me tell you this. There is Yoruba, or let me say this. Yoruba is the common language. This Yoruba that we speak is so
Yoruba Jumolo. Yoruba Jumolo.
Is the common language among all Yoruba. Whether you are Igun, whether you are Ndo, where they are this, so each state, or let me say each kingdom have their own dialect. The way Ondo we speak their own dialect, speak Yoruba in their own dialect, could be different to that of Ijebu and different to that of Ebu. But when we are talking of this common Yoruba language that everyone understands, there is no person in Yoruba land that doesn't understand it. Even if you go to Ebu land, everybody can speak
there are
it.
some people. Okay, there are some people that speak the Ijebu language. They can't speak any other Yoruba except the Ijebu dialect.
But they can
It's not everybody that speaks the general Yoruba language.
But they get the point. They understand it.
Understand it very well.
It's called Yoruba Jumolo. That is the collective name for it.
Yes, they can understand it when you speak it to them.
Speaking it necessarily,
they understand it, and that is the.
Does this
Yoruba,
guy not understand Yoruba?
Oh.
This guy called Badebo, does he not understand Yoruba?
How can he from Anambra State?
He understands. He doesn't speak it fluently. That's what I'm saying.
He doesn't speak it fluently, but he does not know. He doesn't know the custom at all.
No, that's he doesn't know. You can't say that, my
Mm-mm.
sister. You've not
He
had
doesn't.
him to know if he does understand the custom of Yoruba.
Because if he does,
How can he?
Let me be sincere with you. He would have known by now that he's supposed to know how to speak it fluently, very fluently.
Okay,
People will not be able to challenge you. When you are going for a leadership role, you have to go to the grassroots, learn a lot before you come out, because you should be ready for criticism. You should be able to defend it, which he's not doing.
Sally.
He's not doing it. He's not showing me. He's not showing me that he knows the in-depth of what he's taking on. He doesn't.
Sally.
Rational man, let me tell you. Politics. Hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
In politics, rather, when you are vying for position of leadership, and you have to travel around to villages, different communities to campaign. In what language do you have to campaign to them as a Yoruba person? Is it not Yoruba? You'll be campaigning in you go to Ekpe now, Ijebu people, or Ikorodu Abi Ijede. You want to go and campaign in English, and the other opposition coming to speak in Yoruba language that they can understand. Who do you think they're going to vote for?
Let the electorate determine that.
No, I'm just telling you. If you have, I mean, to people, to the voters, who do you think they got? Somebody that they can understand well in the language, that somebody that speaks to them in the language they can understand, versus person that cannot speak their language. Who do you think they're gonna see as one of them?
They would definitely choose the person that speaks their language.
That's right.
What I am saying, my other question is this: okay, for the fact that you can't speak, like I'm not for Gbadebo, because for me he's too young, he's not experienced enough. But my own question is for the fact
hold on, let her land. Yeah. Hold on, let her land.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on, Rosie.
For the fact that he cannot speak Yoruba, does not mean that he cannot provide the basic necessities for the masses: good roads, good health care. I mean, good roads, stuff like that. So for the fact that he cannot speak Yoruba, he will not be able to be a successful governor.
How will he get to that position if he cannot win the heart of the people you want to lead?
What if he becomes the governor? What are we going to do? I'm not saying it's going to be. If he becomes the governor, what are we going to do?
Believe me, he's not going to last in that position. I'm telling you. No, that's the truth. That's the truth, because there's some certain things that
if he's performing very well, if he's very efficient, he's providing medicines in the hospitals, there's good roads, the economy is booming,
there's some in-depth, Rosie, there's some in-depth situation where he's going to go that they're going to kick him out. I'm talking deep, and I know what I'm saying.
Okay, for instance, now, earlier in the day, some
no
people were talking about...
If you're not part of them, you're out. It's as simple as that.
We're just doing emotional...
for instance, now, earlier in the day, some people were talking
need
about...
food on their table.
Hold on, rational mind. Let that conversation take place. Carry on, yeah.
Earlier in the conversation today, some people were talking about how messed up Nigeria is. This white, the colonial masters, when they came in, they built some houses that up to now, those houses are still in place. They did a lot of things. Okay, they came into Nigeria, they did all this development. They were not speaking Yoruba, they were not speaking Hausa, they were not speaking Igbo. They provided all these amenities, which some of them, like most of the railroad systems now, they built it. It's just these few days that they started building one. So they provided all these things, even though they couldn't speak the Nigerian language,
Mm.
they still did all these things, right? So
They
for
don't
me,
look.
my premise is
Our people do not care about what you're saying.
okay, but they will
They
enjoy all
attach.
the amenities,
Let
right?
me be sincere with you. They don't care.
Wow.
They
That's fine.
attach themselves very, very close to their tradition and their behavior.
I'm
They
not
will
against
never let
tradition
either
and
you like
culture.
it or it's just like when you have. Let me put it this way. Let me give a good example. It's just like you have. I look after quite a lot of people, and each of them, when they come in with their items, they have sentimental items that they are attached to. They will never throw it away. And they will never, no matter how they are suffering financially, they will never sell it.
Okay, like
That
most
is
of us now.
that is how bad it is.
Yeah,
Back
you see,
in Nigeria,
this thing about culture and customs.
exactly, each tradition in Nigeria, they are so sensitive, they are so attached to their own
Yeah,
background.
that's true. You are right. But
They
what
are
I'm saying is that
forget about it's going to provide this, it's going to provide that. They are not
yeah, you
interested.
are very correct. You are very, but what I'm saying is that when we attach so much importance to culture and tradition, why did we all leave Nigeria to come abroad to come and get a better life? Is it
I'm
not
sorry,
the amenities?
I'm sorry
it not
to
the
say
good amenities that they provide?
everybody have their own
Why did we
reason
not
why
stay
they
put
come.
in our
Some of
villages
them,
and be
no,
enjoying those cultures, those
can I
customs?
talk? Can I talk?
Sorry, Sally, but what you're making is a false analogy, Rosie. Because the fact that you've left Nigeria to wherever, it doesn't make you any less Yoruba. You are
No, I'm
still a
not saying
Yoruba
it makes up
person,
any. No,
and
what I'm saying
it
is
doesn't diminish your culture in any
I'm
way,
not saying
or
it
you being a
diminishes.
cultural being.
No, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that why we came out of the country because we wanted a better life. Why did we not stick to the life in Nigeria and say, "Oh, my custom, my language, my is so important. I can't leave it. I want to stay in my
sister.
Yeah, but you have not left your culture or language. Is the thing.
So that's what
Can
I'm
I
saying. For
can
the
I come
fact
in?
that you
Can
don't
I
understand the
come in?
language does not mean you
Can I
cannot
come in?
provide the
Can I come
things
in
that
now?
the people
Rosie,
require, like the basic
Rosie,
things of
Oh,
life
hold on,
that we
Sally.
are
Let her
lacking
land.
in
Yeah.
Nigeria.
okay. Rosie, now I want to come in. Yes, you left the shore of Nigeria to come here to make a better life. Are you telling me you still cannot remember your culture and your tradition? I'll give you an example.
I
I
do,
won't
but
know
what
where.
I'm saying is,
Excuse me. I
my
won't know
culture
where.
and tradition was
I
not
won't
that
know what
important
to
for
back
me
here.
to not to
Let me
leave
finish.
Nigeria. I still
Let
left
me finish.
Nigeria because I
Yes.
needed a better life.
Good. It does not mean because you have left the shore of Nigeria, you now drop your custom. Awolowo did not drop his custom. He still went back home. And those are the people that fought for Nigeria, and they still hold on to that tradition. They still hold on to that culture, even though they school abroad. Yes. Why? If you have the opportunity to come and make a better life somewhere else, yes, make your better life, but you don't forget your home.
But I'm not saying that I don't value our culture, our
Yeah, you
traditions,
don't,
and our
but you
beliefs.
don't
I
forget.
do.
No, you
But what
can
I'm
live
saying
here,
that
but don't
for
forget
the
where you
fact
came
that
from.
what I'm saying that for the fact that a
Mm.
person does not have this thing does not mean he cannot provide he cannot be a good government.
I'm not
Governor.
arguing
He
that.
will be able to provide good roads,
I'm still
hospitals.
insisting.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to give you
Let me just say this. You see, the thing is, the Yorubas they are indigenous people. We always have been, and we're traditional people as well. We always have been. And all of it is wrapped around the. I was trying to explain to the chappie on Rudolph that the Yoruba language is so nuanced. All of our wealth is wrapped in that language and our culture. Everything's so deep and so rich and so enmeshed in each other. So somebody that doesn't understand the language cannot understand the culture because it will not get the nuance. If you can go and get Wole Soyinka to explain it in English, but if you don't understand Yoruba, you won't understand the core essence of
No, I
whatever
don't
it
think
is.
I don't think you are right. I don't think you are right. Let me tell you this. I'll give an example of myself. I was born in Lagos. I grew up in Lagos. I speak Yoruba more than my language. But that doesn't mean that I still don't understand my other culture. I know the culture, I know the customs, even though I didn't grow up there, but I know about it. And I value it.
But this boy doesn't
You
know
do
it. He
value.
doesn't know it. You are different from
How
this
do you
guy.
know for sure he doesn't know it?
He doesn't.
We see the
No,
demonstration now. It doesn't know
My
anything.
sister,
No,
Rosie,
his
Rosie, you
behavior
give a very good
pattern is
example.
not showing me anything. His behavior
One man,
pattern,
can I
his behavior
contribute?
pattern is not showing me anything. He's only
I'm not
doing
for
his
him.
campaign in
Actually,
Lagos.
I
I have not seen in
I don't
Badagry.
want him to
He has not
win
even,
because to me, I
he's not
just think
showing
he
it.
might not be a good governor. But I just don't want it that maybe one day we'll get the right person. But for the fact that the person doesn't speak the language, you say no, you do not qualify. Okay, all these people that have been speaking the language, what really have they done? Look at the situation of the country.
I'm sorry to say,
What have they done
I'm
for our
sorry to say,
people?
Sanwo-Olu has
Because
done
they are
a lot.
understanding. Okay, look at the Obas.
How are you sure he's gonna do better than?
All right, guys. Sorry, guys. Hold on. You have to go. But let Fash come into the conversation. So let him put that question. It may be to you. So put your question before Sally leaves also, Fash.
Why? I just want to ask, why are these people supporting Gbadebo? Why are they so optimistic that he's going to do better than other people? Why? Because they are very sure he's going to do better.
I am not
And
saying
I
that
don't.
he will do better. I'm not for Gbadebo. I'm not
Has
for
he released
Gbadebo.
his has he officially released his resume, like his work experience? Because that is it's a very shady area where nobody knows where he is at. I know he went to MIT, but has anybody seen his work
Hi,
experience?
Sally. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
My name is Zita. How do you do?
Yeah. How are you? It's
I'm
good to hear
good.
you.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice. Oh God, the guys are attacking you. I said I'm going to kill someone now.
Don't mind them.
You were expecting to kick me out, right? That was what you expected.
They can shut me up.
It's nice to hear your voice. It's
That's
like, I'm
nice.
at work. I just say I should come on briefly, then
Yeah, it's
go
good
on
to
again.
see
Yeah.
you.
It's good to see you too. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Oh, you
Yeah?
too. I sure will.
Okay. Let me go off now. Take care. I'll be on the comment section. Take care. Stay
All right,
blessed.
Sally, but I wanted to put something across to you. There was this reasoning that
Don't start. Rational mind. I'm at work. Bye.
Okay, it's okay.
All right. Let her get back to work. All right. Thank you, Sally. Join us again.
One man. Can I say this real quick?
Has anybody seen his resume?
Yeah. Just it doesn't have one. Is what we are finding out.
Where has he worked? Like, what has he done? Like, somebody needs to put official resume of him.
Well, let me say this real quick.
No, I have his resume.
Just package one for him.
No, I even have his resume, but I just want rational.
Can you read it to us?
No, you are the one justifying now. You say it's an architect, so tell us where
you say you have it now. If you have it, read it to us. I mean,
no. You hold on, please. No, you told us where he has. You were telling us where he has worked. So tell us, because we are the one defending him.
I'm not a broken
mind.
record one man to be repeating myself. I mean, I've already said it before. Anybody that wants to go and hear what I said he has worked here in the United States. He has went to one of the elite school in Paris in France, and he has also worked with China. I think that was another part of why.
Where did he work in the United States? Where did he work?
In Louisiana.
He said he worked as what doing what? As what doing what?
Okay. You know what? Well, that I don't have in front of me.
Okay, but
so you don't know his work history.
Rational mind, the main spinner.
Fast needs to rule. Wait on. The guy is 40 years old.
He's the real spinner.
Fast, wait now. The guy is 40 years old, right? And since the guy's been running for office since 2015, that's almost 10 years. So that means at 30 years old, he's been running for office, and he finished school at 24. So barely getting 4 to 5 years of work experience and started running for office. That's kind of troubling, don't you think?
He didn't work anywhere.
Hold on, rational mind. Ola, you said you have a CV.
Can you let us know what
I have his CV. You know, he worked with Franklin Ellis Architects in the United Kingdom. So when he now returned to Nigeria, he worked for CISA, SISA, Cliff Consulting. So I think they've already took over that company because the company is now in a building partnership with CCP and Patrick Wike. So on his resume, there's nowhere mentioned that he worked in the United States other than that he's in school in the United States. So when the rational man said he worked
all
in the
these
United
places
States,
that he said, all these places that he said he worked, hasn't been confirmed that he worked there because people lie a lot in their resume.
It's a lie now. He's just made up a lie.
No, he only worked in United Kingdom and Nigeria. Nothing more. I don't have anywhere where he
Well,
worked.
he said he worked with the county in Louisiana. So, and I know that would be foolish of him if he's lying, knowing that he was on the public.
Where did they say that?
On
You
the
know what?
rise. On the rise.
Woman, do you know what's funny enough? If you funny enough, you can wait, guys, wait. In America, if you work for the public government, I can look his name up easily. So if that is true, you can find out that he works for the country. So give me
Yes, now here we can easily look up and even know your salary.
Give me 2 minutes, okay? Just give me 2 minutes.
I even know your salary.
So it's not looking good. This is a rational mind. He doesn't speak Yoruba. He has no CV, and we don't even know if it's Nigerian because people feel it's Sierra Leonean.
One man, you won't talk me out of this. Let's just leave it. But you see what this lady said, Rosie said. It put something to us that we should all think about it. When the colonial master, let me not call it colonial master, when the colonizers came, the British, most of the things that we're enjoying today in Nigeria that are still standing, these people, they left it behind. I mean, they were
including the disaster they left, including the disaster.
Well, yeah, I agree. But then what I'm saying is that
do you know the name of the city?
Hold on now, guys. You see, when I
one voice, please, guys.
So when they came, they had to manage a country of about different ethnic groups, but they were able to put rail lines that span from Kano to Lagos, that span from Lagos perhaps, or maybe from Lagos to eastern part of Nigeria. They did all of this without even speaking one of the local language, and they employed the local people to work for them in doing this, to achieving all of these feats. So what are we talking about?
But they did it because of imperial motive.
One voice now, guys. One voice.
This is what I don't like.
What kind of
mind? What kind of?
Yeah, let's say from Zeta.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said it's really ridiculous we are discussing this. Rational mind, you said that the Europeans came. They didn't speak our language, but they did a lot of things for us. I asked, what kind of leadership did they use?
What kind of leadership? What do you mean by leadership?
They ruled Nigeria. They did a lot of things. What kind of, will I say, what ruling pattern did they use?
Regardless of the pattern, the point is this: were they successful?
I asked you a question. What kind of ruling pattern? What pattern did they use?
Sometimes questions
were they close to? Was it direct or indirect rule? Were they close to?
I don't know what.
Were they serving as governors? Were they talking to the people?
Hold on.
I mean, you listen. I've been listening.
Is it a rhetorical question you're asking?
Just hold on. Let me finish.
Goodness.
Can I finish? I'm interjecting. Can I finish?
Yeah, carry on, Zeta.
I've been listening for some time now, and I see people arguing that our language doesn't matter, that our culture doesn't matter, that somebody who is going to rule a state doesn't really matter if he doesn't need to speak that language. I'm here to talk about it when I'm given an opportunity. But
I have not said all this you were saying. I've not said all of this.
But to me, what I feel is that for anybody voicing out that somebody, a governor that is to rule a state, is not supposed to speak the language of that state or that ethnic group, I feel is quite demeaning to the culture of Nigeria. It's really, really demeaning for someone to say that. But I leave it like that until I get my chance to speak.
All right. Round up that space, rational mind. I think we've over-labored it, but round it up and then
so.
move on.
And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, excuse me, everybody, for over-laboring this topic. I think it's a very...
No, not you. No, I think it was a topic that engaged the space because I wanted to move, but nobody wanted to leave there.
So,
So
yeah, guys, you see, for me, I've never said language is not... You guys don't even understand it. Maybe you guys don't even... You've not met me in person to understand how tribal I can be sometimes when it comes to language. My kids, I force them to speak the language just because their mom is not my person. I mean, my ethnicity. It's a different person from another background, not even an African. So it's very difficult for me. If it's whereby I have a Nigerian woman who maybe a Yoruba woman like myself, and then we can teach
like
them.
yourself, a Yoruba woman like yourself. Are you trying to? Are we entering new territory? A Yoruba woman like yourself.
It's a Yoruba script.
A Yoruba like myself.
Are you a Yoruba woman?
No. What I mean is, sorry, it's a slip of tongue. I mean, a Yoruba
I know. I'm only teasing.
So he will try
the laptop is waiting for you. The laptop is waiting for you. Don't worry.
I'm not a tranny. I'm not a trans. I'm a full man. All right. Anyway, so even though my voice sounds airy, it sounds too like. Anyway, so my point is this, guys. I'm a very tribal person, but I know where to draw the line when it comes to being tribal. I won't get it to the point where I'll be a bigot. And but the point I'm trying to make is this: that yes, language is important, but what I'm saying is this guy still speaks some form of Yoruba, even though it's not fluent like one would all expect him to speak as a person born in Lagos Island from a Yoruba person. I understand, I get it. And if people don't want to vote for him, so be it. But the point I'm trying to tell you is that competence should not be hinged on people's language, because we've seen people who are not even our language people, and they've done a lot of things for us. They left a lot of things for us. I'm talking about the British. I'm not saying that they did good, don't get me wrong, but they were able to achieve some things that, till this very day, we're still using them. So what we need is competence. People who have been speaking this language to us, who have been using it to rewaje, in the person of whatever they call his name. He's there in Lagos. He gets the whole, most of the money from Lagos, it goes into his pockets. Is that what we want? Is that what we want to continue forever? We need people that would make everything work for you, for the people in the street, not for them and for their few cronies. That's what we're saying. Language does not matter in this sense. When I mean language does not matter, I mean we want better life for ourselves. Just like Lagbaja said in one of his songs. We are not here to come and every day talk every day. We are here to also enjoy, to live life to the fullest before we leave. So my point is this: Nigerians should decide for themselves what they want to do on that. Language at this point, if this guy is a born Yoruba man from a Yoruba person, a Yoruba man, he's qualified. With time, we should expect him to work more on that. And if he doesn't work more on that, vote him out. If he becomes a governor and he does not improve on that, vote him out. But what you need is competence. Somebody that will transform that Lagos. I rest my case for now. Thank you.
But okay. Are you sure he's competent? So, you don't know anything.
All right, brilliant. I want to.
Just 1 second.
All right.
So, on behalf of one man, I have to do the investigation on behalf of one man. The guy never worked for Louisiana state or any county in the state of Louisiana. He lived in Wakefield in Massachusetts for his education, and there's no work history around the area. So that's to debunk the whole Louisiana lie. There was no record of him in Louisiana. Just for
I'll be foolish of him then if that's what is.
It's a pathological.
There's no record of him working in Louisiana now.
So the plot thickens. It's a pathological liar. A Sierra Leonean returnee, a non-Yoruba speaker.
No.
That's why I say that because a lot of people put lies on their resume.
If you work for any council in America, they have record of how much they even pay you.
I get you. Yeah, I can do that from here. But what I'm saying
is, so why is he lying that when we can say?
I'm not lying. No, that's what he said. I'm going by what he said.
He lied. Is the point? He lied.
That would be foolish on him because I'm yet to see any of APC.
Rational man is supporting a liar.
A
You're
con
a
man.
liar.
A con man. It's a con man.
Here we go.
Rational man, you need to be ashamed of yourself tonight.
No. Listen, guys.
Rational man, withdraw.
I'm going. Oh, you withdraw now.
Partner.
You withdraw.
Agidi, Isha, Agidi.
Rational man, nílẹ̀ jẹ́ kó lọ, fi sílẹ̀, kò ní bí lọ. Padà wálé rational man.
Don't forget the laptop. Double package. The laptop comes with double package, you know. Don't forget to.
All right, brother. Go on, Ola.
No, I would say maybe rational mind sense that Dupsy is coming. Maybe that's why he wants to run away.
Yes, look at that. All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, and then we go straight to Zita, who often likes to just spend a moment with us, and then she goes to get her rest. But before I come to you, Zita, let me just sweep up the super chats that have been coming in. So I think we read this area earlier on. Rational Mind doing what it does best. So I'm not going to read the rest of that, but it's just fun and games in Rational Mind's direction. Akulata comes in. Aku returnees in Sierra Leone are Yorubas. I'm not sure about that because I'm not sure that the DNA, they need to be DNA, it's just a thing. And Ayo comes in, and not with a super chat, but with a couple of super stickers. It's not the same. They're two different ones. So there's one there and there's one there. So that's Ayo, who now officially the sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform. So Ayo does as he often does. Of course, you know that it's already done the coffee thing as well. So there it is right there. One Man Went to More as sponsored by Ayo. So that's Ayo doing as he always does, the biggest supporter of the platform. So thank you, Ayo. So let's take the conversation now in the direction of Zita. So Zita, so there it is. You see, some it's very difficult sometimes to stick with the talking points because the space takes charge of the conversation. And I cannot move them from where they find it most interesting just to follow some order. So sometimes I just let it ride. So I let it ride only to ride it in your direction now. So Zita, you are up next. And I'm taking you to a space that you are familiar with, the River State space. So the elections coming up, Wike, Rotimi Amaechi whipping up ethnic sentimentality amongst the southeastern people indigenous to River State. He's suddenly now describing himself as an Igbo man, but Wike now coming back to say that he's trying to incite the Igbo against the indigenous ethnics. So the perfect storm, of course, to come to a crescendo on the 18th of this month. But that space, of course, there are several subsect of little pocket of happenstances going on there. There's the cameo of Rotimi Amaechi and Yemsin Wike battling for who is going to be the godfather of that state. So this is that final stance, that final standoff between the two of them. Whoever wins out owns that state between these two juggernauts of River State. So there's that space. And then there is the subsect of the ethnic divide that Rotimi Amaechi is bringing into play. And then there's the Peter B element, the Tinubu flashback, and then, of course, the potential for violence, which is always a breath away from that space. So untangle all of that for us, Zita.
Anyway, good evening, one man.
Good
and
evening.
Everybody in the studio. Well, River State, I don't know what has changed in River State. As I said before on this platform, River State is a state that whenever there is a governor, in collaboration with the traditional rulers, they share vote. That is one. Number two, Amaechi could not do it in his second term because he decamped to APC and Wike took over. So I don't even know if Amaechi is back from that decamping. He decamped. He ran away from the state. And since then, he has been finding it difficult to get hold of that state. Again, what Wike has been doing is what has been going on in River State since from the time of Ada George to his own time. And they are being celebrated. And the Nigerian space, they have accepted them like that. Even Jega in 2015 have to offer them lantern, a big lamp for them to read the result of Rivers State. Whatever they called, he accepted. So I don't even know when voters in Rivers State know who won. I hear people saying P2B won and Tinubu won. In Rivers State, you don't know who won the election until the election is announced. You cannot just say because you stood in a line and then everybody voted one person and that person won. No, it's not done like that in Rivers State. And again, I don't even know when Amaechi became an Igbo man. Just hearing that one for the first time because they never accepted that.
It's quite funny, isn't it? Suddenly he's an Igbo man.
Yeah, I don't know when Amaechi is an Igbo man. Amaechi is never an Igbo man. So they said. And Wike is never an Igbo man. So he said Wike used to walk Igbos out of his office when he was Dubiabo local government chairman. So I don't know this Igbo stuff. But the only thing I can say is that, as I said during the presidential election, people should just leave them alone. Let them sort themselves out. Let's sort it out anyway.
All right, brilliant. And Zita, when I came across this headline, I thought about you because I think this is one of the things we were trying to alert to the space. It says, defend yourselves. Businesses in Lagos defend yourselves, businesses in Lagos from political thugs if security agencies fail. So this is IPOB's clarion call to the Igbos residents in Lagos. So I think some of the concerns that you are sharing is that this sort of language might incite and ignite the gullible who might well act on this much to their nemesis. So what are you then making then of that headline from IPOB?
You see, actually, I was thinking this and Uptown will be on the platform today because there's something I wanted to address. When I say something, they throw rocks at me. I'm not the only one concerned. I would have asked them to go and read Chinua Achebe's book titled There Was a Country. In that book, he wrote an inter alia about his people, the Igbos. The same thing he said in that book, well documented, a book that has sold up to 1 million copies, is the same thing I have been saying, not only in this platform, with anybody, anywhere, I meet anybody, I say the same thing. You don't need to be loud about what you want to do. You can still do what you want to do without being loud about it. I don't really like a situation where I find my people in the middle, where win, they get hot, lose, they get hot. I've been saying that for a long time. It's a very ridiculous position for someone to be in a situation whereby lose, you are celebrating, you get hot. Win, lose, you're nursing your wound, you get hot. Win, you are celebrating, you get hot. That's not a very good position for someone to be. But who am I? So many people have spoken. Soludo have said, one of the most brilliant military men in Nigeria, if I may say, said the same thing. Chinua Achebe documented his own in his book. But it is what it is. We don't have anybody who guides us. And when a voice says, hold it, all he will get is rocks. I don't know what is going to happen, but it's unfortunate. It is what it is, one man.
All right, but because people feel the same sense of foreboding as they feel about Lagos State towards River State as well. And for reasons that River State doesn't have the level of sophistication that Lagos State has, people dread what might happen. And you know that Wike, he fights with guns. That's how he fights. So there are concerns that there might be bloodletting in River State. Really, this is where the concern is.
You see, there's something I want to tell some people on this platform. There is a man who I always say that has bought Lagos. I make bold to say that. He's a man from Kano State. His name is Dangote. You can never hear him call Lagos cosmopolitan city. Neither will you hear him say Lagos in no man's land. But he owns a chunk of Lagos, I must say. The story of this man started in River State. Woman, I have to say this because people don't seem to understand the antecedent of people from River State. I have said that on this platform for a very long time, and I have been saying it. In River State, they're very receptive. They don't like to see foreigners, strangers. You even pay what they call matching ground. For your leg to touch their ground, you pay. I'm not kidding. They don't sell land to, most communities don't sell land to strangers. Most communities don't sell land to Igbo people. I said that on this platform. When Dangote came, he had interest in River State because he wanted to be closer to the raw material he needed. He went to the truth and nothing but the truth. He went to this very Amaechi. Amaechi took him to a land between Eleme and Obiwo. I've forgotten the name of the place. By the time the man started, in River State, if you buy a land, I don't know how to explain it to you, the road to your land, you will pay allegiance. All the towns that you have to pass before you get to your land, you have to pay them money. And when Dangote saw that, he said he cannot start with it because he has to pass like 6 villages before he gets to the massive land he wanted to buy. Amaechi said, I will pass it in the bill. I'm here for you. He said, what of when you are not the governor? Who is going to be there for me? And that was how Tinubu heard it and signaled him to come to Lagos. That was the story. And
you mean all of these are built, all of this thing? Oh, right. Okay, well, that is. Yeah, go on.
So these people don't like somebody coming to show interest in their land. For reason I don't know. I can't lay my hands on it. The moment you become too outspoken, you begin to feel too comfortable in their land. It's trouble. It's a big trouble. So, well, they fought the Igbos before. In River State, it has been a problem going back to even before the Nigerian Biafran War. There is a place commonly known in River State called Mammoth's Work. That Mammoth's Work is a long story for another day. I don't know why what is happening, but it hurts my heart. That's all I can say. Because people are going to lose their life. What is the date? Is it which day are they doing the election? Some innocent people are just going to die.
All right, that's the unfortunate thing of it because yeah, there are concerns, but hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So still the noise going around the presidential space and the arguments that some persons won and mandates were stolen and all of that. So the obedience space has been trying to collate what they are saying is the true results. But in the process of collating what they claim to be the true results, it then happened that the figures that were coming in still indicated that Tinubu won. Obedience closed alternative result collation portal after Tinubu's lead. So when is reality? These are their own figures now telling us that Tinubu still won. So when is reality going to dawn on that space? Is it getting tedious now?
Woman, as I said before, this is the closest we have come to democracy in Nigeria. I'm not saying the election is perfect. I'm not saying they didn't reach here and there. No, that's not what I'm saying. I am not even saying that one or two things did not go wrong. That's not what I'm saying. But the only thing I'm saying is that we took a step to the right direction. It's a good step. We are getting there. We will perfect it one day. But somebody saying that the election is being maneuvered for somebody to become the president, I can call it undermining Nigerian democracy. Because this is a democracy we have. I saw you this evening bringing out results. Just on your screen, you were saying, okay, which local government? Let's see it. Let's look at it. Was it like that in 2019? The answer was no. What about 2015? At least, even if they are rigging now, they're rigging with respect. They said they're going to court. Let them go to court now. It's their fundamental human right.
All right. There is one clip that I've been trying to download to play, but it's not going to let me download it. So hold on. I'll have to share I'll have to share the screen to play to you. You see, this clip has been making the round all over social media, but I've not really fully watched it. So let me see who sent it to me the last. Oh yeah. So here it is. So let me play you this. So let me share the screen. So this is a throwback to, anyway, let me not build it up. Let me just share the screen. I'd like your reaction to it. I haven't really fully watched it as well, but people, it's like a deja vu sort of a clip. But watch this.
Would you tell us what the talks were all about? No. You now agreed to join the others. What do you mean? UPN. Join in what?
On behalf of our three political parties, and in the name of the vast majority of the people of Nigeria, we reject in its entirety, and without any reservation whatsoever, the election of the Alhaji Shehu Shagari as president-elect. We have decided to challenge the Pedico decision in the law courts. Notwithstanding the court action, and to save this nation further anxiety and uncertainty, we call upon the Supreme Military Council as the highest legislative and executive authority to annul the declaration of Pedico of Alhaji Shehu Shagari as president-elect and ensure that the Electoral College is convened forthwith to conclude properly the presidential election as provided by law.
You cannot give any credit to the NPN for getting figures out of rigging. You can do nothing about rigging. They rigged, super rigging.
All right, so there it is, a throwback in time in Nigeria, Zeta. But the one thing I have to, I want to acknowledge first is just how excellent their English is at that. What happened to us? So look how beautifully they spoke. But there it is. We reject in its entirety the motley crew, the motley crew rather. Zeke, of course, Awolowo there. Was that Waziri or whatever? But we've been here before. I think it was Fanikade that resurfaced that clip. Your reaction to it, Zita?
So what you can see is that from the time immemorial, they usually do reject election. But does that mean the person was not sworn in? I think the second time, which one did Buhari took over from? Is it the Shagari?
Yes, it took over from Shagari, yes.
Is it on this election?
No. About this was the election that Obasanjo conducted to hand over to Shagari, and then Buhari then subsequently truncated the that was that the Second Republic or that the Third Republic, and he took over as a military head of state.
Okay, that's the one Zeke came third, right?
Yes.
Yes, this
and I think that was what. Yeah, go on, Ajane Koko.
This was 1979. After the Shagari won the election. When the election result was looking in favor of Shagari, and though Shagari did not meet the electoral requirement, to be declared the governor, the president-elect. So you saw Azikwe there calling on the government, on Obasanjo rather, as the head of state, to let them go the electoral college to decide the winner of the election. So it was in 1979. This clips that he played was incident that happened after the presidential election in 1979.
But the guy ruled in 1993 now. That was when Buhari did
it. So later they went to court, to challenge the result, and Shagari was declared the winner on the basis of 12 to 3rd, that 12 to 3rd of 19 states is equal to 13, So Shagari was later declared the winner by the Supreme Court, and Shagari governed for 4 years. It was on the second term re-election, 3 months after the election, that Buhari came to sack all of them and kick all of them out of power in 1953.
Poor man, I'm not really conversant with that story.
But I think the narrative, because like I said, it was Fani Kayode that resurfaced it. I think he was especially wanting to point to the Zeke contribution and the fact that even though he came third, his voice was the loudest. And then he wanted that, and then he wanted that to resonate with the Peter Obi narrative. Who also came third, but he's the one screaming. He's not. Yes, I think it's just really to poke.
That was a very ethnic targeted attack. Come on, man, you can't do that. That's not right.
No,
it's Fani Kayode though, not me.
But not you. But you know what he's trying to do. You know what he.
No. I don't see it that way. I think it was just playing a narrative that look at these losers.
No, I think it was an ethnic one, or like Babati said. Yeah.
No, it's not.
The same person that lost was this one from the same area.
It is not.
It fits into that narrative. It's the perception of it. Let me put it that way.
I think what he's trying to say is that somebody come third. I think it's the third position. It's not the ethnicity.
The loudest.
No. I think it's the ethnicity. You know Fani Kayode now. He's
married to Igbo now. How can he be?
He's an in-law.
Woman is the. I'm not racist. I have black friends argument.
I have black friends. Yes.
No, it's not ethnic. Don't read it as ethnic. It's just playing to that narrative that look, the same thing that Obi was doing, a loser, third position in presidential race. This is what this is not the first time it has happened in our political history. Look at what happened in 1979. So that was what it was trying to point out right there with that video that you just showed. But Azikwe later, join hand with Shagari now, even in 1970, with all this noise making that he was making. He later joined hand with Shagari to form the government. And, Shagari also invited Awolowo, but Awolowo said, no, this set of people, I don't trust them. I don't want to be party with them. Let them run their government the way they like. And then we saw what ended. They failed Nigeria. They run Nigeria into a very serious economic disaster, and that was what prompted the military to intervene and sack them out of power.
So do you see a situation where we might have military popping their heads up in this scenario?
No, I don't see that.
Since we are playing all this thing out there, let's just put it out there right now.
I don't see that.
It is possible. It could happen.
Really?
It could happen. Look.
I don't see that.
Look, your country is Nigeria. I don't know why you think it cannot happen in Nigeria.
Well,
are we not Nigerian? Anything can happen in Nigeria. So never say never. Never say never. It will happen, and it's going to happen, and nothing's going to happen. The international community will come around them to govern and work with them to govern for some time and conduct free and come up with, a plan to return to democratic rule again. That is what is going to happen. They're not going to do nothing.
Let me tell you, Ajani, do you know why I said that?
Hold on for Zeta. Yeah, so go on.
Can I speak?
Yeah, carry on, Zeta. Yeah.
Yeah. Ajani, why I said it's not possible this time is, what will be the reason? Are you going to totally disqualify people that have contested now? Because if they're still alive, they're citizens of Nigeria and they have the right to contest. So on what basis will the military do a coup to destroy this election, to do another election? With who? Because those people are still going to come out again. So unless you are saying there's going to be a coup and these men that conducted the election now will be killed. And I don't think, looking at the election and everything, I don't really think there is anything that will trigger that. You have to have a trigger. If they do a coup, what are they going to tell Nigerians that that's the reason? That they don't like the person that won? Or the election was not free and fair? Or what? I don't get it.
Well, military will come out with several reasons why they are taking over government.
Okay, then we have to kill the people that contested. Because if you leave them alive...
Well, we don't know what they will do. We cannot predict that. But
also, as well, people might even support that takeover because their own candidate lost. Like, hey, we lost, so those promises.
They will come up with several reasons. Politicians have failed us. They will say the democracy they are running in Nigeria is a shambles democracy, and it's not helping it's not helping the government. I mean, the country in any way, but rather destroying the country.
I don't think that space will work. Not in the international community, with Nigeria, no.
It's Nigeria, like you said.
Do you think these politicians that are fighting among themselves, the person that came third, saying that he came first, the second saying he came first, they are inviting anarchy?
I know.
So they will say Nigeria is moving towards anarchy, and they want to save Nigeria. And they will report, they can come up with this insecurity. They will come up with several reasons.
But you see the problem with that, Ajahn Lekoko and everyone else, is who is going to head that government under a military something? Because if it's a northerner, then that's an issue. Now that a southerner has won it, you don't want to give it up, and then you bring out the guns.
Until I see Buhari hand over to Tinubu like this, beg girl. Until then, I have to hold out hope. I'm sorry. I have to see that handover on live TV like this. It happens. Buhari hands over to Tinubu 1 or 2 days ahead. Then I will believe you. Until then,
I agree with Babati.
No, but even after handing over, queue can still happen. So the handover doesn't really mean there will be no queue. In fact, it's even when it is handed over that you can be expecting a queue if there is going to be one. So
it's Nigeria, so never say never, right?
But the thing is, you cannot have a coup to
No,
only
I
there
don't think so.
to bring in a northern head of state.
No,
I don't think the country can accept that.
Atiku almost became president now. What do you mean? Because can I say accept it or not? Atiku
No, that's by the ballot now. If now that Tinubu has been handed, if Tinubu has now that Tinubu has been handed the certificate of return, and then suddenly you say you are plotting a coup, and it's then I Brigadier Mukhtar something or the other. Mukhtar what? No, I don't think.
Fellow Nigerians.
Fellow Nigerians.
Oga Ajani Koko, do you know that when that election was kind of delayed, the result, I had a lot of concern because in I don't know, when Humphrey Nwosu, it was at that point that the military came in.
1993.
Yes, it was announcing the result.
Right. Yes. It was
We were all sitting down in front of the television watching it. All of a sudden, everything went black.
Yes.
So the next thing we heard on the radio was that these guys are beating the guy they have. So when this INEC chairman was just delaying the thing the first day, the second, I said, is this man giving an opportunity? Is he trying to give military opportunity to come in or what? That was when I actually had concern. So for them to have given the man the certificate, declared him the winner, sent him to beef up his security. If they do coup in Nigeria now, it's going to be extremely bloody.
No, nothing is going to happen. If the military should come in today, the circle of them, they will arrest them to the jubilation of Nigerian people.
That's what you think.
And people will report about this cashless this thing, that they are putting suffering and pains of Nigeria, and that they are bankrupting Nigerian economically and financially, and that is the reason for their intervention. These politicians have destroyed Nigeria. They have looted. They have stolen so much. Nigeria will jump on the street to welcome them. And then
Oga Jolly Coco, are you
we
following
tell the international community that we are going to conduct election in the next 2 or 3 years. We want to stabilize our country security-wise. We want to stabilize our country in so many. They will come up with so many things, and then Nigerian people will jubilate. Go and mark it down. I'm telling you, Nigeria will jubilate on this.
Ajani Koko, the question now, who will lead the military? Where will the military
one
come
person
from?
One person will lead them, because military institution is not political.
But which region? Which region?
Military is military. They don't believe in politics of this one from one region or that from. They are one. Military
they believe in the region.
Ajali Koko, let me say something. The way you are saying it, I don't think you are monitoring the Nigerian military today. If you are monitoring the Nigerian military, you will know that if anybody try a coup, for 7 or 1 year, Nigeria will be going through a coup after a coup, a counter coup after a counter coup, because the way the Nigerian military is being organized now, if anybody tries a coup, it's going to be bloody. That's all I can say. But if you doubt it, no problem. It's going to be a series of coup for the next 1 year. Because, anyway, never mind.
Madam Zita, another dimension to read that Ajale Koko is not considering is this. As of 1993, those people that are doing what all those Niger Delta boys were doing, and those people who were doing banditry in the north, and some other people that would not sing. It was not as bad as that, as at that time. But today that you don't even know what individuals are keeping, all of a sudden, all these Yoruba Nation people you see, they may switch immediately and just take side. Oh, these people after Buhari did this thing, so they want to do Abiola to our son. All of a sudden, that Tinubu they were all against will now turn to our son. They won't see it as in isolation again. And before you know it, the thing will escalate beyond whatever we must have thought about.
Nobody should even try that.
You know the present military we are talking about, they are not experienced like Abacha and Babangida in type of this thing.
Let me give you hope. They will put back at the ass interim.
Baba.
President.
Yeah, but you know something funny. If the coup was to happen, the only way they can get away with it is to have the head of state be a Yoruba man.
Yeah, the same Shonekon method now. Just put the Shonekon kind of.
Oh, I think Nigerians are wiser than that. Shonekon then was just to put a figurehead and deceive some people that were ready to be.
All Nigerian civilians will work with them. Some of the politicians that you say if they
Nigeria is more complex than those days that they will use newspaper to deceive you. And they will be instruction. Everything happening now, you will see that they post it on Twitter, everything.
If they don't want to
killing themselves for the next 1 year,
they will go and pick from what do you call this business? What do you call them? What's the name we call business people?
Entrepreneurs.
No, there's a particular name they call them. Is it
business mongers?
Private sector, or what do you want to say?
Something
technocrats.
Technocrats.
Ajale Koko.
They go and get technocrats to come and work with them to showcase them then that look, we have certain people to rescue this country. These people have destroyed this country, and they must face the full wrath of the law. Nigerian people will jubilate.
Woman, never say never. This is very. I'm telling you.
Woman, can I come in, please? Can I come in, please?
Yeah. Let's hear from Thomas. Yes. Good evening, Thomas.
Yeah, good evening. Woman, with due respect to anybody, please. This coup is scaring me. Can we please move on, please? Please. Please. No. Let's just move on.
Hold on, Thomas. I feel that window of opportunity has passed. The moment they announced Tinubu, the window of opportunity for a coup has passed because now they have a president-elect. Yeah.
So
you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that.
Are you going to kill the president-elect?
What's
what's your reason for killing the president-elect?
Was not elect president? Was it not the same position as
it wasn't announced as a president-elect. It was an inconclusive. They did not complete the readout of the results.
They did not.
One man. Okay. Oh yeah.
But this guy has a certificate of return. It's a president, effectively.
He's a president.
Look, let me tell you what they are going. Whether it's what is the president? We say is a fraudulent president. They will put Buhari in jail. They will put
Ajale Koko.
Yes, they will carry Buhari, put him in jail. They will carry Peter Obi, put him in jail. They will carry Atiku, put all of them in jail. To the delight of Nigerian people, you are saying president today. We say everything they did was a sham.
Record today. Okay,
what is going to happen? I agree with what you are saying.
Start this program.
The fraud. They will mention the amount they have spent so far on this democracy. They will say they have spent about $10 trillion.
Yeah.
And show everything. They will say, look at what are
they going to kill them? Because if you leave them alive, they will just keep them under house arrest.
They will be dying one after the
other. One voice. Let's hear from Rotimi, who is a new voice to the space. I think we've not heard from him yet. Rotimi, what are you making of this coup plotting? Are you scared like Thomas?
I mean, I don't know if you remember one pastor who had joked, who had made a satire or something like this, you know, that before the handover, Tinubu be arrested, and the military will take over, and then they'll go to Buhari, and Buhari will say, "No, I am tired," and then they will bring in Oshibajo. I don't know if you've seen that video. Some pastor made on some fallacious satire of
Yeah, I've seen
this.
that video. I've
Yeah,
seen
I
it.
mean, it was quite ridiculous, but yeah, you know, the way Achale Koko was explaining it, it sounds, you know, it sounds scary, you know, because we wouldn't want to go through that phase again, you know, but of course it's something that we can't rule out. But I'm also of the same school of opinion as Zita, in the sense that I think we've moved past that. I think our military personnel have moved past that era of, you know, taking over countries. I think they're all very well relaxed. They're a bit more democratic. You know, things have moved on compared to what happened to late Abiola. You know, like you rightly said, one man, Tinubu already has a certificate of return. So, and they're not going to do that to a Buhari, you know, because I mean, Buhari is, you know, a general, and they're not going to take up that government while he's still in, because he has to hand over physically. And I think that's one of the good things about military. They still respect that, you know, that kind of conduct to a very large extent. You know, it's good that we're discussing it, but also know that, I mean, for the sake of discussion, yes, but that's going to happen. I think our military have moved past that. They're all fat-bellied. They are less ambitious. Remember the Obasanjo era, IBB, Abacha, and Buhari. That set, those sets who fought the civil war, the mindset then is not the mindset of now. We've gone deep into democracy to, you know, to want to go back into, and there's so many things that are at stake to, you know, to lose. I mean, we don't want America on our case. We don't want sanctions, you know, and it's going to affect them. We don't even have the finances. Our oil is dropping. So what are they going to be fighting for? There's no money. There's no. I mean, the economy is poor. So it is of zero value to them to want to plan a coup, even though I understand where you're coming from. But then again, I don't think even the obedient might, even though some of them at some point through rhetoric saying,
do you think they would, you don't think they would chariot the obedience if that happened?
Oh, they did, yeah. I mean, that was the point. That was the point I was trying to make now.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they actually did bring up the idea. Oh, let's even military take over. But of course, these are the Gen Zs who will have no idea. I mean, you can see how they are angry at an NSAS movement. They haven't even seen what we went through under a military era. It's just a fantasy. But you know, I very much agree with yourself and Zita. It's not gonna happen. Nah, it's not.
Those golden days, I Brigadier Mukhtari of the Ajo cantonment.
Can I come in?
I thereby want to loot your dollars. Carry on. Yeah.
I think, hello, everybody. I think I agree with the last point. I mean, if Peter Obi does not become president, well, they will be happy. It doesn't matter if there's a coup; they don't mind. That's the tragedy. But on the other side, this my brother spoke last. All those reasons, they are not reasons for military not to take over. You know, Babajale Koko is right in the sense that, look, and nobody is tired of power. The military is never tired of power. If they can have it, they will have it. There is no certificate of return. It's not a deterrent for military coup. There is no formula for military coup. If they see the opportunity, they are going to seize it. You know, the problem with the military coup in Nigeria right now is the logistics of military takeover. Right, Nigeria now is not a Nigeria of 1974. Right, it's a little bit more complex now. Right, so if you go to take over a country, right, you need to. There's a lot of things you need to take over. You know, but the one legacy, the only thing that I like about Obasanjo is that he has effectively made it a little bit more difficult to have a military coup in Nigeria, because the power has to build up over time. And Obasanjo has broken the backs of the top pension. The military is more diversified in its hierarchy, so the organization is not so easy now. And also, if you take over right now, right, we have so many functional airports now. I mean, my point is the logistic is more complex unless they are ready for an outright war they would just nobody. Nobody goes to a coup for a failure. Like it's not a try and error, right? But now the logistics is more complex to have a coup now. This is the only thing that will prevent the coup. It's not any of those things. Certificate of return, so what? Who cares about the power? The military don't care about certificate of return. Their democracy is not so advanced that there cannot be America. There can be military coup, but it's so complex. It will be there's somebody else that control the money, the pulse, the wallet of the country. Somebody else that controls this. You need to take over the airport. You need to take over the seaport. You need to take over a whole lot of things. You know, one of the reasons why Abacha's coup failed,
You can't
crashed.
call communication like before. You know, before you can just call communication from a night.
Yeah. You have to take over the television. We had only NTA before. You have it's a whole lot of complexity that, except they are really out for a war, a civil war, they will not attempt it. That's the only. I think that the logistics is what will prevent them, not any of those things. In that regard, I agree with Balaji Koko. But I agree with every other person that says it's too complex for them. But the complexity is in the logistics, not in the we have a Tinubu. But I also agree that obedience will be happy if Peter Obi is not president. They don't mind to have a committee. If it's not Peter Obi, then the country can go down.
You see one thing people really miss about that. Like, see, when Obasanjo said he'll retire the political soldiers, then even before Obasanjo, it was even Abacha that started doing all those things. When he moved all the armor tank from Ibadan, from Lagos, he just moved everything to the border town, where it would be very difficult to mobilize for any coup plotting. So, and the strategic, except Buhari himself is complicit in that matter. When you see the strategic location of Abuja, when IBB was nearly captured in Lagos, what did he do? He quickly rushed back to Abuja. That Abuja where they are, it's not like the Dam Barrack, whereby the soldiers and the head of state will be seen face to face. No, you that want to do such thing, then you must have bought over the guy, brigade guard, or what do they call it? And you must have bought over the security in the Asho Rock. Not only that, that means that you must have bought over the DSS, because we know the importance why IBB changed from it used to be NSO, right? You will know the reason it changed to DSS. So don't let me talk too much, because I may be too ignorant of so many things, but IBB really changed the security architecture. It was only the worst, one of the most fear. How do I describe Abacha? One of the worst coup plotter, or the most violent coup plotter in Nigeria.
He changed it.
Allah, you are very right. They were very scared between IBB and Abacha. They were very scared of other military coming after them, taking away. That's why IBB is still standing today. They made themselves the. You're very right.
Demobilize our armor tank. I agree. They spoiled most of those armor tanks. They demobilize them. So, and they reduce the number of personnel. So, to me, it's complex. And the current one, they don't have the skill that the professional coup plotters like IBB and Abacha used to have. So, and in the history, we know that most of those coup plotters were IBB students, right? IBB trained some of them as their instructor. So that's what we heard. But their boss, when he came in 1999, he just destabilized everything. To me, I think it's difficult.
Yeah. I think also that's why IBB continues to be relevant, right? He's a master. He's a master preventer of coup and master coup plotter.
Exactly. He trained them in the military.
If you want to be president in Nigeria today, you have to go and kiss the ring of IBB. Just to understand that the military angle is well covered.
All right. I am still here. So back to you, Zeta. So no concerns then. You know why people are talking about coup and things like that, Zeta? There is still a sense of unrealness that the election has suddenly come and gone. A president-elect has been announced, and suddenly we're walking towards a transition of power. So there's still a sense of disbelief as to the space, and people are still because a lot of people thought the election was going to be violent. It wasn't. A lot of people thought a lot of things, which has not happened. So they're still looking for that big event, which they had anticipated, but has not come to pass as the process slowly continues to follow the sequence to a handover. So they're still waiting for that big event, and that is why they are now wrapping narrative of coups. So do you also have that sense that something big is still missing in this process?
Yeah, I had the fear when the election was about to take place. That's before the election day. But so far, so good. All I can say is thank you, Nigerians, because I was expecting riots here and there, like NSAS, because all the politicians were coming out to say that NSAT is going to be a tip of the iceberg if something happened to that election, rigged or this. But all the politicians that didn't win have been shouting rigged. And still, Nigerians are busy going about their normal business. And I am so happy. I am so happy. I don't even care who says they are telling them to calm down. Hallelujah, praise God. But the important thing is that everywhere is calm. Did you watch Atiku's demonstration?
Madam Sita, what Nigeria is battling with is more than who wins the election. They are still battling with how to get money. The money policy is still eating people up. Eating people up. Seriously.
Even Atiku's.
Sorry, we can't hear you, Thomas. Your system. I don't know if it's where you are. And I'm going to be handing over to you. So yeah, so I just okay, carry on. I think
Madam Sister, sorry. Madam Sister, sorry, 1 second. Also, the noise is over exaggerated in many respects. Nobody is going to even many of disobedience is only Twitter. Actually, the narrative of Twitter is not totally wrong. None of them is going to go on the street. Are you telling me that this my brother Joel of Nashville is going to go on the street against a military tank? Say he's demonstrating for Peter Obi. It doesn't work like that. The election, there was a lot of movement around.
No, show where we go now.
So sorry, carry on now, Fatai. Yeah.
The election, the one of the reasons the election turned out the way it turned out, there was a lot of movement around of people, right? There was a lot of movement around. Even these one of the people that will have a good knowledge, a good soul, is that wreck of Lagos. That's why they wanted his head that time. And there was a lot of people being moved around, because okay, fine, we have the Southeast on a lock, we can lock that one down. Then let's move people around to go in other. There many people were moved to different locations now. They strategically moved people, where many people registered for voter, whatever, PVC or whatever it is, change location, everything. They move people around. That's why the election turned out the way it is. One of the ways that people measure elections, like the truth of election, is down ballot. You can't tell me, the up ballot went like that, and then the down ballot went opposite, and you are telling me it's real. They strategically moved people around. That's why the election. It doesn't mean that they have a real foot soldiers like that. Who are in the foot soldiers?
Okay. Another thing is, I'm still so happy, and I thank Nigerians. I really thank them, because if you watch Atiku's demonstration, for a whole Atiku to come out, even with the uniform and everything, it wasn't sustainable. It was just a mere crowd. I was so happy, because such a man coming out to demonstrate, I was like scared this man turned out to what I don't know. But when he arrived, you could see it in his face that he was not even happy at the crowd he's seeing waiting for him. So I really want to use this platform to thank Nigerians for letting them do their thing. No more dying for politicians. let them go and do the demonstration themselves. And I believe that's what is going to play out on Saturday.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah. I wanted to just quickly chime in as well to you on the last point. There was, I mean, the strong military presence that happened would have scared some people away. And also too, but there's something that I feel like Fayose did that people are probably not paying attention to. So his presence in the media and how he was warning people, saying if you saw any protest, it was organized, it was a PDP thing. I guess that kind of like eliminated the obedience from that space. I saw a pastor that came out today. Again, there's always these pastors coming out that came out today and it was claiming that the true leader is the one that people listen to, and how would be. I don't know if anyone else saw that video. I can send it to you one man if I find it again, where a pastor claimed and said was Obi that asked people not to come out. That the moment he asked them to come out, they will come out. I'm sure he's making that claim, but also does that the military presence, and also too, the PDP were trying to latch onto the obedience anger, but Fayose is coming out to say any protest you saw coming out is sponsored by PDP. I guess that kind of like made it a bit more not as organized and as organic as we're hoping to happen. I feel like those things also played in some way alongside. Yes, we'll be saying calm down, which played a role, but also to the fact that PDP couldn't use the anger of the obedience to rally around and create a chaos. And of course, again, there's no money, so there's no money to pay those louts to come out to cause rampage. I guess I'm just agreeing with with Zita's point on this bit as well.
What do you see Fayose's role in politics as? Because for a very long time he caught somewhat of a clownish figure. But do you think people they're not really reading it deep enough just to dismiss him out of hand as a clown? Where is Fayose placed? Because I saw him on was it a Rise when it was just chest puffed out telling people that was no longer with the PDP, and then the very next day he's back to tell us that he is with the PDP, and now he's backing Sanwo-Olu and endorsing Tinubu and all of this. So who and what exactly is Fayose in our politics?
Fayose is Fayose. He has always been like that, so nothing changed. I've always been like that. I was doing that job.
Hold on for Zita. Yes, sorry, carry on, Zita.
That's who he is. You don't remember when he was in and out with Wike? He was in and out with Jonathan. So that's the way he behaves. Give it to him. He says it's the way he feels, or maybe probably he talked with the information with him at that particular point. So
do you think he's falling within the when we do bracket him? Would you bracket him? Obviously, it's not a senior politician anymore, but it's like not that he ever was. It's like in that middle tier sort of politician. But where would you bracket him in terms of how public perception? Would you bracket him along the Femi Fani-Kayode sort of narrative? Or is it more Reno Mockery sort of a space? Or is it creating a unique okay, carry on. I wanted to put the question because I want to know where he slots into the political landscape. Of course, it's not at the Tinubu article, Peter B. Is it even at where does it slot in, and what narrative does it present to the Nigerian political space?
I think he's a typical Yoruba man, if I may say. There is a comment he made before the election. Somebody asked him, I think in Channels Television, if he's supporting Tinubu. He refused to say whether he's supporting Tinubu or not, but he made a very important statement. He said he's a Yoruba man. If they're expecting him to come out to be insulting his elder brother Tinubu, that he won't do that. He said it up to 10 times in that interview to buttress his point. So He might not be for Tinubu, he might be for PDP, but the important thing is that he's not insulting Tinubu as would have been people would have expected him to do. So he's carving out his, he's not FFK, he's not running, he's carving out his own kingdom in this in this dispensation. Maybe something
and where do you think that kingdom might or should lead him? So is it going to still be, do you see him as a government functionary or a sort of semi-elder statesman, or is he going to end up being one of those people that hops from one TV studio to another, sitting on panels? So where do you see him in all of that?
One man, anyone they give him, he will take.
So it's just attention seeking, Abi?
Yeah, if they give me anything, he will take. He still have the right to reject it or accept it, but let him. One man, just let the man be.
Can I give you one info about Fayose?
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah, hold on, Ola. Let Ola come. Ola, let me direct it. I was coming to you anyway, but come in. Yeah.
Okay. One info. I don't know whether it's affecting Fayose. If you remember, in 2005, between him and Lagos State and Tinubu, there was a kind of a disagreement between Lagos State governor and the Ekiti State governor. And the next story was this that Fayose house was among the illegal structure that they were going to demolish. Since that time, I think Fayose has actually changed towards Tinubu. So maybe that's what is affecting him, that he doesn't mess all with Tinubu the way he likes, because I don't know if Adalekoko can still remember they demolished Fayose's structure in Lagos then. That was the time that these people, they will travel to Ekiti State and he will detain them, and he will detain them there, that won't let them move. So the next thing, they retaliated. So I think he has learned his lesson. If you ask me, I would say that is why Fayose is being very careful now, because they made them friends after that time and they become a very good party. That's just my opinion. It's all about interest. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So,
Yeah. I mean, the way I see Fayose, I don't think. I don't think Fayose is in the category of FFK and mockery. I think he's more of a serious personality than that. But certainly, Fayose is a hustler. He's a survival of the fittest kind of a guy. He tries to read where the power trajectory is going, and that's where it's going, right? So I think he's just a man looking to he has to survive. It's a survivor. He's a hustler. That's the way I see Fayose. Tomorrow, right now, he doesn't know. You can't totally support Tinubu because that place is crowded, right? But at the same time, the place that is not overcrowded for him to be with is to line up behind Wike, right? So he's with Wike right now. If they are able to build up something, yeah. If they're not able to build up something, he will find you find some new route. But the reason I say it's not in those categories, Fayose is very respectful. He's very respectful of where the authority seems to lie. He's not chest out like he will over, like the way FFK he will tweet like let everyone consume me if I ever join APC. Let this that. No, I think he's a more serious figure than that. Not like serious, but he's not that level of I think he will feel insulted to be compared to a mockery.
No. But Reno Mockery is intellectually his superior, but perhaps not but not politically his superior. Yeah.
He's intellectually superior. You mean he has more papers, more certificates?
And it speaks more sense.
I don't know. Well, he did speak a lot of sense in his last tweet. where he said the election was won by the more intelligent rigger. Like Labour Party rigged unintelligently, and then you are fighting because they rigged unintelligently. Like Tinubu rigged more intelligently. So I don't know. That sounds like some philosophical thing that I think could have some meaning, you know. But I don't think it's more intellectual. I don't know. I don't know his pedigree. Let me not say what I don't know. It's probably more intellectual.
You know, Fatai, during the election period, when the result was on, they were collecting the result. You see what he tweeted? That was when I knew that Tinubu has won.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said that the North kept to their word. Are they not noble? Yeah, that they have seen it, that they will accept it, and that's how they have to wait for the official act. Something like that. I'm just paraphrasing.
Yeah. I think Omokri seems to like accept the truth when he's striking him in his face. I think he doesn't. I mean, he likes to do his thing, but there is a time when you are just fighting a losing battle. Like, okay, it's like that. I think we spoke about it at some point here when he was with Arise with Rufai, and he said, "Look, leave this fight. The certificate. The guy went to Chicago State University. Drop this. This is a pointless battle, right? So there is no money to be made. There's no currency to be gained out of there." There is no, why are you fighting on with this? I think in that regard also, Mokri also, I didn't see the tweet that Madam Zita said now, you know, but he kind of accepts the truth, going nowhere. Atiku understands the reality. Everybody understands the reality. Only Labour Party, I don't know. I think Peter Obi is still young, so he wants to push up his relevance will be maintained if he continues with the fight, right? So maybe that's the reason. But everybody and Omokri actually was the tweet actually was very, because he said, look, Tinubu rigged. This is what he said. This is essentially what the import of. He said Tinubu rigged with a spread. You just rigged with selected 2 places, and he said you did foolish rigging, and then you are saying I was laughing when I was doing that tweet. You know? Yeah, you could be right. It could have some intellectuality inside of him, but I don't think that is the basis that is better than Fayose. I wouldn't see the distinction to be in the angle of intellectuality.
Fayose is creating his own profile in this dispensation. It's different from Fani. He's different from Ronald Mokri, but he's creating. But most of the things he's saying, I think he's making a point. Because what he said last time, he said, how can you divide yourself into 4 places and think you can win somebody who is 1? I don't know, but
he's making a sense, but also he's looking for a job.
Hey, if they give him, who is not looking for a job? You, Fatai, if they give you ministers.
Is that Renom? Hold on. Is it Renom Mokri that you said is looking for a job?
No, Fayose.
Oh, okay.
Mokri also is looking for a job.
I think Mokri is looking for amnesty. You know, he's on. He just wants to be able to come back to Nigeria. I think running around the world is tired of it. He wants to come home.
Who sent him? If I may ask, I don't know the story. Who sent him on that exile?
Because they would have locked him up with the Buhari administration. So I think that's.
What did he do?
I don't know. He was a critic of them and a functionary of what's it called? Goodluck Jonathan.
He ate money.
Yeah, so
plenty. Do you see the lifestyle that he's living? Do you see the lifestyle that guy is living? My goodness me. He's living the lifestyle of a Dangote. If like Dangote wanted to be a playboy, he's all over the world with an entourage, just luxury. He's driving around in a Lambo and all of this kind of nonsense.
The day he came to CSU, he didn't come with a Lambo. So where did you get that one from?
No, it's always flashing it on his Instagram. You know, it's a show off, just a bit like Dino Milaye. It's a show off now. It's always flaunting his wealth.
Okay.
And they will tell you he made his money from crypto. The most ridiculous. He's just a clown.
But the downside of mockery is that I think you could be right. It could be throwing some olive branch, but the problem is the APC government. There's no space for him there. There's nobody. That is why the intellectuality. I don't really. Because he can't displace anybody in that administration to have a media. There are better people there. So
sorry,
I don't have.
No, go on.
Actually, wanted a third force, but this thing you said, there is no space in APC for mockery. I want to see what Tinubu can do, because I've taken my time to look at his antecedent. When I say it, people will say I'm supporting him. I'm not supporting him. I want a third force. But I think he has a lot of things in his profile that I want to see if he can put it in Nigerian space. Like you saying there is no space. I'm sure such a person can create a space for everybody.
When I mean there is no space, I don't mean there cannot be a space. I mean it won't do the job better than, you can find somebody that it can do the job. You can easily find somebody that can do the job better than him. So that's the space. That's the kind of space I mean. There's so many people that can do whatever job he wants to do better than him.
He
Creative,
can be a
media,
whatever.
You know what I think, Fatai? I think he wants to come back to Nigeria, but not to go to the political space, but to go and sit on one of those sofas. It wants to be, there's a slot between people like Rufai and people like, what's it called, Ruben Abati. So he will be that sort of media personality that straddles that cusp between the two of them. So I think it's going to be a media personality more.
Yeah, I think he would like to be, but I don't think there is after experiencing Rufai, they're not going to give people in that line again that kind of a big seat though.
Yeah, but he's more intelligent than Rufai now, and it's more refined. He has more refinement, doesn't he, than Rufai?
Rufai will fight you, one man.
No. If Rufai knows what they think of him now, he's just I don't know. That guy, it looks weird and he talks even stranger. It's quite an odd. He's an odd fellow. I look at who is calling people odd. The people will say, The
thing that makes me laugh with Rufai is this. Is like it cuts across like this guy, this wise guy who is giving everybody lecture. My voice is like, I have said this many times. Do you should, I don't even know. I can't recreate it. It's so magical. I cannot recreate it. Like nobody cares about your lecture. Nobody's listening to the wise man is speaking from you.
Is that we like to quote all these philosophers that I say according to something, according to in 1802 in France, when Marie Antoinette told them, let them eat brioche. What are you talking about? Get lost. You're just some ridiculous little guy. It's very silly. Go and buy me a cigarette.
I just laugh now when I listen to him. I used to like, what the heck is this guy doing? But now I just like, oh my god, I just keep laughing.
I think you stop quoting all those French whatever. In France, who doesn't? You're not that. Well, you can talk like that, but not you. Sorry, Ola, sorry.
No, I was just about to ask you, why do you even like Wahala, self, woman? The Wahala you caused today. I was there when you were causing the Wahala today.
With Wahala, you mean on Rudolph's face?
Hey, the Wahala you are causing, and that guy really, you call that. It's like that guy didn't know we really fell for you, really.
No, it's the pomposity that really that I wanted to puncture. Yeah, so according to Voltaire, and I don't know, that pretentious nonsense. There's this American sitcom that I used to watch, Fraser Crane. It reminded me of Fraser Crane somewhat, and I thought, let me go and puncture this pomposity somewhat.
You know how that guy tackle Ayo Tuto. I was just laughing. Ayo, you know that Ayo now, that barrister, that lawyer that was.
Yes, and I didn't like the way they were rounding around that Ayo and that Chief Yemi. So I just wanted to go and poke them in the eye a little bit.
Even when I wanted to go, when I saw you there, I said, okay, I want to see the Wahala woman because I knew that woman was going to cause Wahala there, and they actually fell for it, and I was just laughing.
The clannishness and insular was what I wanted to prod at him because it was almost using condescending tones in reference to like patronizing and who are you? Who are you?
Fatai, I hope you were there. The guy was doing like a man of peace initially, justice of peace, but immediately.
No, I saw it. I saw it towards the end. Around that time, one man was there, and the guy was almost breaking down. That clownish. Actually, in the first, I thought you said clownish. I thought that is what triggered him. But then when he repeated his clan, I said, okay, well, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. And this is the problem with that obedient space, I think they kind of like look down on everybody that like some the most intellectual people and stuff like that. But that gaslighting is not really that complex gaslighting. The guy is talking Sigmund Freud, this and that. I mean, excuse me.
Yeah, according to say, God,
what is this? That's not even for somebody who didn't do psychology. I mean, Sigmund Freud is a paradigm in psychology. I don't know where you're bringing your Sigmund Freud into politics, right?
No, even one man na only wahala.
No,
one man na only wahala.
One man like wahala. No. That one I guarantee. Woman like wahala.
You know what I enjoy? I like to go and I enjoy going to listen to it. I will do after I come off the screen. I enjoy going to listen to it back and give myself a good laugh. Look at that.
He was bamboozling you people.
Yes, it was.
I was looking at one man facial expression, no movement that you could not see any sign that he was not moved. I know this man wahala too much because he was not angry. He was just there.
No, it was irritating me the way they were rounding around Ayo and that chief Remy. Yes, they were trying to manage the language because we're not frontal sometimes when we talk. But they were rounding them, and he was somewhat, he was trying to play some sort of little finger sort of role, and thought, you little shit, I just had to go and do my own silliness, But
your person was talking sense to them now, was talking them to reality, but they prefer the Sigmund Freud.
Ayo a lawyer now. I've known Ayo for a while, so he knows exactly what he's saying. But that guy was even saying
if we're able to get him on here, it'll be good. If anybody is able to reach
him. No, not that kind of relation. If you want to, the only person I know that can get him, I don't know if he can even get him. It's not even here. They call that man Adebayo. He is the one organizing some kind of our people around there, and he organizes around the Latari. So I know him, but not to the extent that I can bring him.
All right. Gentlemen, I think Zita is about to leave us, but we won't let her go until we have a few more words from her. So a few final words from you, Zita, before you depart. Oh, is she gone? Oh, I think she has left.
She's there, one man.
No, she's there, but no, she's on the screen, but she may well just she may because she's saying in the private chat that see you guys, and there she is gone. So thank you, Zita, for today. It always illuminates the place. So Zita gone, and that's my cue to hand over to you as well, Thomas, if you're ready to go. So Thomas, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, bro. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So I'll leave the screen, and so Tony joins you and Game Changer. So have fun. Be nice to Thomas and buy him super.
Oh, thank you, man. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Lagada.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I want somebody. I want you guys to react to this.
Good night, woman. Good night, woman. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Tony. Yeah, I want us to react to this. This is from the Dati Baba Ahmed. He tweeted at 7:51 on the 10th, on the 20th, on the March 10, 2023. He said, let me take it out again. I would like to understand why someone won an election and he didn't celebrate. That is to show that he knew he didn't deserve it. Secondly, he know that the win is temporary. They play, just they play. So I don't. If anybody have reaction to that, I don't understand what is going on there.
Okay.
Let me start with Ola. Yeah.
Okay. You see, one thing is sometimes it is good for people to give themselves hopes. That's the same thing I'm just saying. Because someone that is still expecting Obi to come there and win, you ask them what's the on what a foundation are they putting this thing on? You know, that's what we call a false positive, false hope. That's exactly what is happening. Well, it is good to keep them busy, and with time, I hope they will realize by May 29, maybe they will come out of that belief.
But Ola, he said they are not celebrating. Are you sure APC is not celebrating?
No, but he will only say what he knows, right? We could all see that APC celebrated, right? So when they say APC members were not celebrating, I don't know where they got that one from, but from what we could see online, we saw them celebrate even before the final result, before the result was officially announced. As it is now, nothing suggests that whether Supreme Court or the tribunal will just say Tinubu didn't win. And I don't see the situation where they will do outright cancellation, even if they go to the Supreme Court, even whether before or after they must have sworn in Tinubu. So to me, it's like, what did these guys say? Like the other guys say, like whether we want to talk of Ayoshe, want to talk of Mokere, all of them rig. So when Tinubu already prepared his own defense, and all the other guys too, they've already prepared their own defense. So it's just a matter of okay, let us agree that we all rigged. Okay, let's begin to cancel all those polling units where we rigged. At the end of the day, will they be able to get significant number that will change the equation? I don't see it that way. So to me, allow people to just have, it's good for the mental health, and it's good for
for sanity.
Let me give it a go, Thomas.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I do get that. I think it's a talking point. So remember how the obedience has started with the talking point of it was rigged. It was rigged. You know how their campaign is usually around. They will throw several mods to the wall and look for the ones that will stick. So right now it's already getting done and clear on deck to them that the election, I mean, they can't turn it. So it's now more of a celebratory. Or if you knew you won, then how come you're not celebrating? Or how come you're not throwing parties? How come you're not? So I think for the Astrology side, it's more of democracy won. And if democracy wins, there's really nothing to. I mean, you don't have to rub your victory to the faces of your contemporaries, because again, for the peace of the nation. Because if that had happened, whilst you are poking their faces with your celebration, they would get,
Rotimi, let's debunk that. Let's see maybe Tinubu is happy or not. Let's see this.
Reporting live here at Omonas.
I'm sorry, I got the wrong video. Yeah.
Last man standing.
It's still standing.
It's still standing. Last man standing. Jay, how come you be wearing the same thing? Is that you, Bob? Last man standing.
How come you say
this man, 10 lives. Hey, your dad, you're proud of him. He was very proud of him, as he's proud of you too. A good man. Last man standing. You will come and greet.
Rotimi, is Tinubu happy in that video?
Oh yes, he's happy. I mean, if even the night he was declared winner, I mean, we saw his celebratory, even from his speech. You remember when he made his speech and he says, there was one part where he did some sort of braggadocious poise. When he said, even though your candidate is not the one here, and then he gave a gesture of confidence, of arrogance, which is quite good. But I think by and large they're not doing the celebratory party and stuff. I think for me, they're waiting for Eagle Square when there's a proper handoff, and then there's celebration. It's part of the wisdom of it and his approach to to this. He's not about rubbing on your face. I think to him, he's trying to prove that, look, I'm not here to showboat. I'm here to deliver. I think it's a clever approach. The obedience we're looking for a fanfare, and I think it's one of the concerns that I have. The presidency of this nation at this very critical time is not one where you say, oh yes, my people, my party won, my choice won, and you people lost. No, it is more like, let the country win. I think it's very deliberate that Tinubu is turning down on the celebration, even within his campaign and within the people around him. They are deliberately trying to focus the attention of people away from them. Maybe a little bit of the cuts. You see, he's doing stuff that, and then also to remember, there's the gubernatorial election as well too. So you don't want to steal the attention away from people who need to go vote for. Because if you're not careful, people. There's a tendency for people to forget to think, oh, Tinubu has won, that there's no need for us to go out again and vote Sanwo-Olu and have every other governor. So it's just very well, look, you know what, we've won one campaign, let's focus on the next. So he's in Lagos now, he's talking to people. Sanwo-Olu is also doing his own road shows and he's talking to people. And then maybe after the gubernatorial election, then he becomes a double celebration. Yeah, maybe that's when we would generally see some sort of celebratory mood amongst both camps.
Thank you, Rotimi. I don't see hang on. I don't see why Tinubu is not. Yes, you can come in. Hang on. I don't see why Tinubu is not happy. Everybody know. I know. And let me not say anybody. I know nobody is going to overturn that election. Tinubu is going to be your president for 4 years. If it's only if he dies. That is the only thing that can stop Tinubu not to be the president. Let me say I know that. So 2.7 million votes is not it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Let's Fatai coming.
Yeah, I wish I could do Dr. Ruben Abati's impression. It's a clinical argumentum. It's a It's one of these things in logical fallacies. I don't even know. I don't even remember which one. Like when you say because this, therefore that, it doesn't follow now. They don't follow. It could be many other reasons, right? It could be as this my brother is talking about. Because I mean, if you don't know what intelligence they have, don't hit up the country or whatever it is. But even apart from that, that statement is like a statement of somebody who is not in tune with the. I mean, if you're like we know in Nigeria, they are confusing. I think it's a confusion of maturity with because everybody behaves immature like you doesn't mean the way you're thinking about it. Where brother Thomas, we have only the expression now. I can't shout. You know, like Tinubu can't shout now.
He can't shout.
I can't shout. Yeah, that is the answer to Dati Baba met. You should go and learn what I can't shout means. I can't shout now. The guy don't win now. He can't shout. Somebody said to you that power is not served a la carte, right?
Hey,
and that
Jesus
power,
Christ.
you don't hold them. You don't hold that power. By fire, by fire, you don't hold that. You can't tell me say you know happy. I mean, this guy should die. That's not even a serious commentary.
Oh, thank you. No. When I saw, because I know this their obedience stuff, I just joined
yeah, it's
Twitter,
the nature of the obedience.
Yeah, his Twitter handle just to see what is coming out of there. And I've been seeing so many things. I'll just laugh. He said he's not happy. Tinubu that told us that this is the long. How did he even put it? It is the long time waiting achievement in his life, but now he's not happy. I don't know. I don't know where you get that from.
I can't shout. The answer to them is called I can't shout.
Lifelong ambition. Lifelong ambition.
Yeah, he said life. Tony, thank you so much. He said lifelong ambition, and they said this guy is not happy. Why wouldn't he be happy?
You know, Thomas,
brother. You know.
Okay. Ola, yes. Let's hear from Ola. Yeah.
You know, they've tried so many intellectual rigmaroling, and it's not working.
Exactly.
You know, if you remember, it started from where they said, 36 states and Abuja. And even when Duaka even came on TV and said, in 2008, Supreme Court made a judgment about Abuja or blah, blah, blah. You know, the first thing I was just looking everywhere until I came across the program that Ruben Labati was saying that Anduaka actually means that ruling was even applicable to another section of the Constitution entirely. Maybe it's a 144, not 134. So now, I now listen to Chief Robert Clark when that man said on several occasions that the Supreme Court even ruled. I said, now Abuja must be seen as a state on its own, and where Abuja is seen as a state, they must not give Abuja any undue advantage. So in this regard now, by so understanding that if you are not going to give Abuja undue advantage, that means Abuja cannot have the power of the veto on the other 36 states. So that will nullify the hope of whatever they are expecting, all those year 2/3 majority, 1/4 of Abuja they were
yeah.
That nullified that already. So they were trying to find any other thing to just get hold onto. And you know, I started wondering, why is it that people really hate this Nigeria so much? You see, you are in a competition. Once you see clearly that you've lost, the best thing you can do is to accept your defeat, look at where you went wrong, and go and re-strategize. You know, we were here the other time when they were comparing Obi to Luna.
Bola, what baffles me is number 3 is crying foul. Number 3.
That's it. You know, when we were saying they don't have structure, they say people have structure. No, I came here and say, what people into structure. You don't just say people, just like when you everywhere we can say we have data everywhere. Data everywhere doesn't mean you can use any data. You have to structure data before you can use it. That's just to talk of people too.
The structure of criminality. Ola, structure of criminality. They don't want structure of criminality.
I wonder. You understand? You have to enhance structure. You put them in the voting blocks before you can say you want to use. And I was saying, even the Lula of Brazil you are talking about, his own case was similar to this of Obi. He lost, but narrowly. Do you know that it took him almost 16 years before because he went after to build bridges, to have alliances before he won, almost 16 years after he lost on his first attempt. So because people now believe because Obi made 5 million or almost 6 million on this one now, you think that the next election is going to make that? No, not so fast. We have to look at so many factors that help Obi got that that figure. Because if Atiku had not betrayed PDP, had not betrayed his party, maybe if Obi had been the flag bearer of PDP, maybe we'll be talking of another thing entirely.
Voice is recognized.
You understand? Because the traditional places that should have gone to PDP, Obi took them away from PDP. So Atiku lost and Obi lost. So even at the end of the day, even when you are saying, if you want to claim that you have the popular majority, you've not covered the 2/3 of the state of the federation. So what miracle are you expecting?
Ola, I don't even know. I don't even think they have case. I am very sorry. The obedient, don't mind me. I don't think they have case. Because Fatai, 2.7 million margin. This is not 500. This is not 200,000.
What you are even saying now even answers that question that you posed, right? Why should they say, like, if something is going your way, don't step in it. Let it play.
Let it run itself.
Yeah, let it go. So the opposition, they are fighting each other. One says the third is fighting, the third is saying it's first, the second is saying it's first. Why do you want to step in it now? Let them fight each other. Just take your popcorn. Tinubu just take his popcorn and watching them fight. After, first of all, figure out who is second among both of you. Then I'm waiting for when it's like Champions League now. If you are the Premier League champion, you don't play playoff. You go and wait for the little people to fight playoffs, and then they come and meet you at the group stage. So Tinubu is watching them, watching the movie. Let them fight. After we know who is lying between the two of them, because both of them are claiming they won. Okay, right? Only one of them could have won. So after we figure out who is lying between both of them, okay, then come and meet me at the grand finale. We'll sort it out, right? So he's waiting for the grand finale. Then they will see the party of all party. That celebration that Baba Ahmed is looking for. He should just be patient. He will see it very soon. I will say it.
That Baba was the one that made that statement.
It's the one the tweet that I read now. It's from Dati Baba.
Oh, that guy friend my hand. I used to rate that guy more than what he did. Why? Celebration means nothing. It's not everyone that will jump up and start celebrating up and down just because of election. Even if they celebrated, you won't know. Because they must have, if they have celebrated within their own confinement, and they were not coming. So how will you know? So it's not no. To me, I think they hope for too much. They dwell so much on false hope. That is why sometimes, all the time, not sometimes, that you have to tell yourself the truth. If the truth you told yourself now later becomes something that's like a surprise, because if obedience already assumed that Obi could not win that election, and maybe by miracle they won, yes, that's another thing. They should not be disappointed for losing. They should even be happy that they didn't get like just 3 million, but they got something almost closer. I would say very close. I won't see too much gap, but then I know that even in as much as there's not, we can't say there exists too much gap, but for them to cover 29 states, like Tinubu covered, you can't say you can't wish that away. You know, I've seen some people that are saying, "Oh, that Tinubu didn't win the majority of Nigeria." I just need to ask myself, what's the definition of majority? If you could meet the requirement of at least 2/3 of that state when you have 25%, I think that should be what define a majority simple the majority simple majority and the majority of the state in the federation. So that's the way I analyze it. And to me, obedience, if you asked me, they don't have anything to even be aggrieved of really, but they should think more of how can they hold that 5 million vote they got in this last election and to improve on that. Do I think it's going to be easy for them to do that? I don't think so, because the same permutation that favor the type of numbers they got in this one, the same permutation may not occur in the next 4 years. So to me, they should just allow.
Ola, let's listen to this audio, please. Yeah.
Willie Obiano from Fidelity Bank, Assembly Fidelity Bank, he was never in government. He brought him and he imposed it on the people of Anambra State. Willie Obiano became governor. A year down the line, they had issues. Allegedly, because Peter Obi, the money that he said he saved, that he saved in banks, was going to be shared on the 19th of October 2016. On the 19th of October 2016, Willie Obiano came out. It's in the newspapers. It's everywhere. That Peter Obi demanded for 7.5 billion from him as money he used to sponsor him for the governorship. Willie Obiano was not known to anybody in governance. Peter Obi refused to conduct local government elections 7 years and 10 months. Just he conducted local government election in Anambra State 2 months before he left office. That is not somebody that is prepared for governance at the top level. Ashwadi Bola Tinubu was governor in Lagos State. He conducted local government election 3 times in the space of 8 years and created 36 LCDA so that governance will get to the grassroots. These are things we should be talking about, not these rhetorics about somebody is coming to say there's no substance in appearing in all social media, in all media houses, churches, or everywhere, and start talking about what I will do. Meanwhile, you were governor for 8 years. What is the situation of Anambra today? If you say Tinubu was godfather in Lagos, has Lagos improved? The IGR of Lagos, that is just a simple indices for indicating what the progress of the country, of a state is. The IGR of Lagos was 600 million when he came. He left it after 8 years at 5.5 billion, established NIRS, established institutions, sustainable institutions that have grown that IGR to 57 billion as we speak. What is in Anambra? What has Peter Obi done in Anambra with Onitsha? One of the greatest assets that Africa can have. What has it done with Onitsha market? He is in Lagos. He lives in Lagos. Attend night visits in Lagos. Because his family, his children lives in Lagos. Anambra State is there. He doesn't do anything in Anambra. So this issue about we stand for.
Yeah, Fatai, react to that.
Who was that?
That is the truth that they don't want to hear now. They will come for your head now if you start telling them that truth, you know. But thank God, at least we have now it's a game of numbers. Thank God they did not outnumber us in Nigeria, because you can't force mediocrity on all of us. You might think mediocrity is the Moses of our time, but thank God the entirety of Nigeria does not agree with that, right? So you can't. I mean, your Bible say "Arojuni," be now your eye go. Therefore, I go say him. It does not even need debating, right? So what that guy is speaking to is many things we have said on this platform many times, right? So you have a situation of two people, right? Whatever you think of any of them, right? But if you're going to be able to turn Nigeria around, well, you were governor somewhere. I mean, can you at least explain to us why you couldn't turn that one around? You were governor somewhere, you had so much problem with erosion, right? You could not even fix ordinary erosion. You see, in Nigeria, you'll be able to, if you can't take care of erosion, if you can't be creative, I know they will come and say now, oh, we don't get a lot of allocation from federal government. Well, the one you need, the one you got, you could be creative. You don't need to put all those money in some beer parlor while you have a existential.
Fatai, come on now, not beer parlor now.
Sorry,
It's
I
a
made a
beauty
mistake.
now.
Beer company. but the beauty at the end of the day ends up in beer parlor. you and then the audacity I mean, okay, it's Anambra's money. It's not my state's money, so it's okay if you told them he invested for them. If they're happy with it, it's okay. So you said to people that you invest. You know that investment that even this guy is talking about. First of all, I mean, we all talk many times about the problem with the investment, but even the reality is that some people are arguing that even the investment does not even exist. It only exists in that letter he wrote. Because when you look at it really, so if you do an investment, investment have maturity date. When are those? It's left the government house for how many years now? We hear only he invested. We never hear when the investment will mature. When are you going to cash your money? When is Anambra going to cash out that investment?
But Fatai, why are you driving back the moving car?
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying. Soludo has said his amount to nothing. So what else do you want to hear?
Yeah. Soludo even was specifically speaking to the beer one, in which you are a shareholder, right? And you take the state of the money to invest to bring yourself profit, because every shareholder gets profit from that capitalization. So the fruits of it. So you are a shareholder. Why don't you first make every Anambra a shareholder in that company before? If you are going to be because you are governor does not make you better than every Anambra people now. If you are going to be a shareholder and you want to invest state money, you put every Anambra also to be shareholder now, so that everybody takes a little cut from that. Not some abstract something. Oh, maybe you can get some job. Maybe this. No. You are directly making from that. Let every Anambra also make from that. It doesn't work like that. What did you create? You couldn't fix erosion. We have a guy that at least did something with garbage. It's a more existential. Is a more serious problem than the erosion. And then we have to throw that guy out and install you because you claim you won 19 states that we cannot find. It's the whole thing.
But if you won 19 states, it's not still qualified to be the president.
I don't even know.
You
what
need 24. You need 24 states.
I need 24. No, they are still counting. They will still get to 36. 36 states.
They do want to create another state for themselves.
No,
maybe making 40 states.
You see, this of Obi now is what I will now link back to Lagos State again. Now look at it from this angle. A developing state in a developing country. What are those things that you know?
Wait, any obedience should come in and come and counter also, so that we will not be biased. There's still room in the house. Continue, Ola.
I don't think there's any obedience. Now look at it this way. Now in a developing country, one of those things developing country is that the quality of life, unemployment, all those stuff. And when you say you put money in the bank, now those banks you put money in and those investments, when it is shown clearly that you have interest there, so your intention of saving money can easily be, people can easily think, oh, this is the reason you are saving money, not just because. Now on the surface it appears that you are saving for the rainy days, right? The same way the money that Yadua saved for Casino, what happened? Because there's nothing Obi did in saving money that Yadua didn't even do before him. But the question is this: you ask yourself, does it mean that it's either he didn't know what to do with the money, or he just used that money to fulfill some kind of selfish, self-serving purposes? Now, so because personally, I would be expecting a government to use that money to create wealth. That's where Lagos State separates.
But Ola, even the money he said he left, they lie about it. He said 75 billion.
No,
Obiano came.
Thomas. Let's assume he even left that figure. The question you ask yourself is this: why should someone why should a father of the house why your children are hungry? Why should you just keep the money in the bank?
I mean, I don't understand.
You
Ola,
understand?
my
No,
brother,
he's saving for
Thomas,
the.
actually,
He's
that
saving
money
for
was,
the raining days. I mean, what did you normally say?
It doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense now. It never makes sense now. That is why for some it's so disturbing when all these people, all these obedient, who think that they are smarter than everybody else, right? Can be so gullible. So somebody is telling you he invested their money, right? Where is the money? And then you are the one that will come and be lecturing all of us like if you are more brilliant than all of us. So you can eat that. So somebody can tell you that one, right? It's like, brother Thomas, I take your money, I put it in my pocket, and I tell you I'm saving for you. And they can eat that stupidity, but they will come and they will come and carry their shoulder, like they are lecturing all of us, like they have better brain than all of us. I mean, the absurdity sometimes is not even worth talking about. You know that money they are talking about, this money they say. Do you know that it was in cash? It was in cash. They took it to the bank. There was one bank, one of these, I think maybe Diamond Bank director or whatever, the one that said he advised him where to buy Euro bonds. I used to have that website or that video. Maybe I'll look for it. The one that is that the money was brought in cash. So if the money was brought in cash, how are we even sure that that's actually, because that's what they tell us how much it was. Maybe it was more than, you never know. You could be talking up close to have $1 billion or even not $1 billion, and they report to us how many was it? 200 million or $300 million. That's a whole lot of money. In that time. That's a whole lot of money that you say you invest. We can't even find the investment. Where is the investment? They should tell? They always only tell us invest. They have never told us when is the maturity date. When is Anambra going to cash that money? When are they going to cash that money?
Is in Sambila, what they call the Sambila, what they call.
No, that one is already down the drain now. That one already lost 90% in value. That one they invested, I think it was 200 million. $20 million.
No.
That one already went down the drain. We know that one.
Let's be fair to Peter Obi. When you invest,
Thomas, please,
let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let's be fair to him. When you invest, nobody know what is going to happen in the future. You just invest. There's nobody that plan to invest and lose his money, isn't it? You have intention of gaining something for you to invest. So when all of us we invest in cryptocurrency, many things. Everything crash. Bitcoin, it crash. What can we do? So can we be fair at a little bit? Yeah.
My brother, sorry to disappoint you. That is a carry me they go narrative. Carry me they go. That is the carry me they go narrative. Investment is not
carry me they go.
Carry me they go now. Carry me they go. Carry me. You know that is the song you sing to not nobody argue with you. Investment is not some strange ununderstood situation now. You can't take somebody. You can't have a company that never. Okay, you have a Nigerian Brewery Corporation. You have all these big breweries in Nigeria. Now you not take that amount of money of a state, right? You invest it in a company that does not even have a foothold, that you don't even know, don't have a nothing. Have someone competitive. How do you know? How do you know? Even a rookie, investment rookie knows that this company is not going to. How is it going to survive? How is it going to survive? How is it going to survive? This is what I mean. That is a introductory narrative about investment. You don't know whether it's going to work or not. But if you are telling us that this guy is the Moses of our time, this is brother. This is where the problem is. We don't say, okay, you can, if you invest, maybe he cannot have a problem. Of course, he can have a problem. But if your narrative to us is you are telling us that this guy is the Moses of our time, oh, please, I demand better than that, than to tell me, oh, well, when you invest, you cannot know this. No, what you invest. Who is following up on the investment? Does the state have a department of investment? Right? How well was it discussed? Was it the whole parliament they discussed and they say, okay, this is where you just decided you want to invest the statement like what are you? This is a democracy. You can't just carry people's money without discussion with anybody and say you invest for the state. Is it your private money? It's not your private money now. It's not your private money now, and you then invest it in the company in which you are a shareholder. You are a shareholder in that company. We are not a baby, and all these people trying to force down our throat.
No. Fatai, I disagree with you. They told us Southeasterner they have their own bank. Maybe that is why Peter Obi moved this money to this bank, their own bank.
That's even the bank. Okay, I was even talking about the Submiller in beer or whatever. They have their own. they have their own.
Why are you laughing now? This is what we've been hearing now, that Southeasterner have their home bank. So this is their bank. That is why Peter Obi moved the money to their bank.
Yeah, that narrative, the falseness of that narrative is because they are assuming that Peter Obi created and made a savings account and saved Anambra's money there. So you can move your money into your affiliate as a savings, right? It's different from investing it. Has nothing to do with whether it's your. As a matter of fact, if you are telling us that is Peter Obi's mentality of investing, then it's not the most. It's for sure it's not the most of our time. Investors don't look at it's not only the thing you look at. It's like one of the among in the hierarchy of the factors you consider. That is like in the lower round. Yeah, you can psychological reason you can consider that as well, but that is the lower. The what you look at mostly is profit. It's like, is your money going to be there? Is this thing going to crash? Is this not going to crash? So serious investors. So if that is the only thing that they are thinking about, then it's not a serious investor.
Thomas, they are asking you to post the link. They're asking you to post the link.
Yes, I'll post it. Yes, I'll post the link. Yeah.
Then it's not a serious investor. You are not. They didn't tell us that, okay, that is where the most reward for the investment is going to come from. That is somebody who is a serious investor. But if you are telling us that, okay, is nepotism, he invested there because of nepotism, because of a tribal whatever.
To add to your point, part of the reasons why he was impeached was even the fact that he actually moved money into those banks. And there's a video on one man's archive on the reasons why he was impeached. Yeah, those reasons were that he opened banks outside of the financial institution that the state was using before. So he was the one who did those things. And
thank you, my brother.
Yeah, and moving those monies out would have even be detriment to those banks, because those banks needed those money for their financial strength, because that was the Soludo era when CBN needed banks to have, aside the capitalization, banks also needed to have very liquid, weight on the end. So even whilst we're living, they couldn't have pulled those funds. Those banks would have crashed. We see what happened to Diamond Bank when they started having financial issues. The bank, Access Bank, had to, absorb them. I just wanted to add those bits into your point.
Yeah, brother, you are right. You are right, brother. Even my larger point is, I want to know the maturity date of those investments. When are those investments going to mature? When is Anambra going to get his money back? We already know one of the major investment, the Submiller, Soludo told us is worth next to nothing. The other investment, when are they going to cash out? They only tell us this narrative that one northern governor said that Obiano used some of the money to build airport. Obiano never said that by himself. I mean, Peter Obi has been governor now since when? I think it must by now it must have been already more than 10 years. When is Anambra people, when are they going to cash out their money? When is their money coming back to them? You have invested for them. Good. Thank you very much. When are they getting back their money?
But Fatah is a long time. Is a long time investment. They will still get their money.
And when is it? 50 years? Is it 50 years they will get the money? Is it 20 years? Is it 10 years? Is it why? I don't even understand why that is not even a debate. When is the maturity date for the investment? When are they going to get back the money?
God knows. God knows.
When are they going to? Now you have done well. You have saved for the state, even though it will probably not be priority. I think erosion was a better priority, right? Survival of the people. People need to eat. It was a better priority, you know. And in the debate,
God knows. God knows. They will get it.
Yeah, when they should tell us when are the Anambra people going to? Okay, I'm not from Anambra. If I was Anambra, me, I'll be doing my own protest also. Whatever they're going to do to me. No, now whatever they will do to me now. When is the money coming back now? Before we start talking about Moses of our time. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Do we have Michael? Michael. We don't have Michael. Do you have game changer? Game changer. Can you people hear me? Am I talking to myself?
We can hear you.
You can hear me. Yeah. Ola, you can hear me. I think Rotimi has chimed in. Do we have RB? No, we don't have RB. Let me bring
Rotimi. Give Rotimi time to speak. Stephen is here finally too.
Oh yes, yeah. I don't even know who has spoken. Ola, I don't know.
No, anybody can come in. As Stephen said, so many analyses were wrong. So
yes, I brought Stephen in. I've already brought Stephen in.
Yeah, he's challenge. He already said you were lying. So
that's why I said earlier on. Ola, I said let one obedient come in. Do we have Stephen? See now, I brought you in. You are not talking. Hello, bro.
Hello, guys. I'm not running away.
Yes, we are hearing you. Can you come closer to your phone? We can barely hear you.
I'm close. I don't know why my phone is always acting up like this.
You remember the last time as well? We couldn't hear you very well. Yeah. But no worry, we can hear you. We will manage it. Yeah, go on.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it's much better. It's much better now. Yeah.
I just want to speak to some analysis I've been hearing. I just came in anyway, and I will speak specifically to Samila investments. That at least someone there I'll be trying to bring it down so heavily. Anyway, Samila, if anybody knows Samila is a very, very powerful company. So Samila is one of this thing that just came into Nigeria. I think it's a South African company. It's because I worked with Nigerian bureaus before. When Samila came into Nigeria, Nigerian bureaus, they were afraid. They got panicked because Samila was pulling a lot of their staffs. Samila was taking a lot of the market share from Nigerian bureaus.
Stephen, what is the name of their beer? What is the name of their beer? What is the name of the beer they are producing?
So I think one of the beers they are producing, I think, is Trophy.
Hero Bread. Hero.
Oh, I haven't heard anything like that. I don't drink, so I don't drink beer, so I don't drink at all. So maybe that's why I don't know what they are producing. Yeah, go on.
Brother, should we wait for you to finish before we come, or you want to be engaging interjection?
Let me just quickly continue. So Samila is
okay.
Run through, then we can counter that.
Nobody should say Samila is an unknown company. And what happened is that it's what government do, it's what states do, even in the United States and everything. People attract companies to their states. And if you can do that, that is good for you. First, it's going to be good for your citizens, people living in your state, to get employment. So that's one basic thing that happens. That is one thing. So Samila is not anyhow company. And now, what happened with company shares? It's like, if you remember, Saudi Arabia, they have what they call sovereign national wealth fund. The same with Norway. Now, one of those funds that Saudi Arabia invested into is Uber. For years, Uber has been making losses, and even South Africa put their money there. But now the tides are turning. I think last financial they for the first time they are making profit. Even Twitter, as popular as Twitter is, Twitter has been making losses. But a lot of states like Saudi Arabia and Norway, they put their money there. So when somebody is coming out to say, the money is down the drain because the share went down, that's not the end of life. So you look at first. What the first thing you look at is, how can that company benefit your citizen? The company being in Anambra, right? It's the first thing is for your people to get work, and that's one of the major issues in Nigeria. There are no companies in Nigeria where people can gainfully work and make money, and with the money they make, you can tax them. So if somebody is saying the investment is worth not, I think the first thing you should look to, what are the benefits? And that investment tomorrow can be something else. All these companies, they started small, and before you know it, they are big. So we shouldn't look at that investment that with because Soludo says something, blah blah blah, and that's not the case. That's not the way to look at companies. I think there's one state in America that wanted to put in Amazon, and Amazon told them, "Oh, we're not going to have a union here." And that state, they insisted on union. Amazon left and went to another place, another state to put their company. So the first thing is how you get the people employed before you even start talking about the worth of the shares that you put in that company. So for him to attract that company to Anambra State, it's a brilliant move, I would say, because Samila is seriously pushing the shares of breweries in Nigeria. It's a South African company. It's a very strong and powerful company. So that's just what I want to say about that one.
Yeah, Fatai, come in, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. You made a lot of points that actually they are highlighting my point, right? So first of all, when you say government attracting the foreign, government they create enabling environment, right? It's a different space when we are talking about taking public funds and throwing it into a company that is a startup in that environment. Sabmila, whether it's big or not, in Nigeria, it was a startup, right? There are big established company that Sabmila, when he makes this, when he creates this, is coming to compete with. Now, if you say Nigerian brewery is scared of Sabmila, no. Every company, right? They are looking in their side view mirror for any new competitor. So you have to develop strategies. You have to look at where this new competitor does it have potential to take my market share, this blah blah, and you see the strategy. Actually they use every resources of Anambra. So if Nigerian brewery look at this Submilla incursion, right, and it sees it's backed up with state money, right, that is undue advantage. So of course it's worth looking at. It's not because it's not because of necessarily the product they are going to put into it. It's because they are understanding that the whole state is putting the resources. If the state is putting its money there, it's going to also put its weight behind it. And the way they create the narrative about the beer, well, it's almost like they almost created the beer in the image of Ojuku. So there's a cultural thing wrapped around the blah blah blah, but that's not to do with the potential, the market, how can I say, the product potential of what Submilla was going to produce. But even the more important point that you made that I like so much is that Saudi Arabia you mentioned. First of all, you have to. I will have to see a proof that Saudi Arabia invested in Uber for me to take it. But I want to take your word for it. But do you know that Saudi Arabia has something they call Saudi Public Investment Fund? Saudi Arabia has a department, like let me call it a department, that manages their funds, their investment. They have dedicated channel to manage their investment. They have investment all across. They created a department, the government. Now, did Peter Obi create a department of investment to manage the investments he was putting Anambra's money into? Did the parliament created a dedicated channel to manage all this investment? You cannot just wake up for money that is not your own personal private money and just throw it anywhere. Whatever you think is good or bad, there has to be other stakeholders involvement. Anambra belongs to a whole lot of people, right? So you have to have a stakeholder buy-in before you can take public funds and throw it in anywhere you want to throw it, right? And if you're even going to be even smarter as an investor, you have to have a dedicated channel that follows up on the investment. Because even also when you like this Saudi Arabia public investment fund, right? They make assessment of all investments. Now, who decided that Submila was the best investment for Anambra funds at that particular time? So it's a one-man show. You decided that is the best. How do you know? What is the criteria? Where is the what do you call it? The report about the nature of the investment, why the investment was chosen over other investment. Was there a consideration? Even in government, even ordinary to award a contract, you have to have a bidding. You engage all other ones. And where is the report that says Submila had to be Submila at that particular point, other than the governor thought it should be Submila? This is the problem. This is the question. Why Submila? Why not another company? Why? And you say it employs a lot of people. At what cost? At what cost to the state?
He used his discretion. He used his discretion to do that.
Yeah, he used his own personal discretion. He used his own personal discretion to manage the resources of the state. And we are not talking a little amount of resources. We are talking so much money that could have fixed the erosion problem that's all over the place. He didn't fix the erosion problem. Well, it was the debate that the people of Anambra said they decided and they voted, or the referendum, and they said our number one priority is to go and invest. We don't need to fix the erosion.
Don't blame Peter Obi for erosion now. Don't blame Peter Obi for erosion. It's the act of God.
No.
Act of God.
No. Yeah, I know it's an act of God, but there is an act of man in which you have money with you could use to take care of this problem. Where is your priority? You have this
Today I am obedient. I'm going to support Obi today. I'm obedient today.
Where is the priority? Where is the priority? I have to take care of the people.
Let's hear from Mike. Michael, come in there.
Do you know people are not even speaking to the fact that there was an ecological fund that is supposed to address erosion problem during this?
Even that. Yeah.
But nobody is.
Sure? Yeah.
Yes, but nobody is speaking about it. So we should ask the man, what did he use his ecological fund to do?
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, Fatah. You can carry on.
And that just look, the people is the first. It's not invest, brother. Whatever you think, whether you are looking at 100 years down the line, the people's survival today is the first priority of a government. You are not the Moses of our time if you can't take care of if you can't make the people's this the priority. You say some investment is your own priority. Do you know how much money we are talking about? So much money of the state. So much money of the state. There are many people who don't have food to eat. There are many people. Have you turned Anambra into Dubai before you now say, oh, now that I have made Anambra to become a Dubai, oh, now let me go and do investment? Is Anambra a Dubai before you start to go and be doing some investment? Does everybody have food to eat?
That is why some people even say, like, even a social normal amenities in the state is not being fixed.
It's not there. It's not fixed. And you are saying When I listen to that, I invested. My head is banging. Sometimes I don't even want to talk about because I will start to get. I don't even like to go into that space because I mean, the more you think about it, the more it's incredible. And instead for him to calm down, and he goes on the national campaign, he say, "Oh, I invested. This is his main campaign. You invested. Is that what you are going to do to Nigeria?" Nigeria is a bigger space. Some of us will protest though, no matter what they will do to us though. Now I'm not from Anambra. Maybe I don't have a right to protest. If you did that to Nigeria, I'm going to protest though. You will not. You. Excuse me. What most of our time?
Let me just burst into this now. First thing is this: you're looking in terms of investment, but as I said before, I think the first thing is your citizen. Like you being able to attract that company to your place, and then them employing people and people paying you tax. I think that's like a good move for me. If you look at what Tinubu said when they asked him this NESD something, right? They said, oh, companies are moving out of Nigeria. There's something he said there. He said, oh, they said maybe like 60-40. Then he said something that we can change that stuff to 40, that's 40-60 in favor of the companies. So you've got to do what you need to do to bring some things to your place. So that's to me, that's like the strategy that I'm seeing there. Right? So you say why Samila? Yeah, you can talk to a lot of companies, but it now remains for the ones that will say, oh, I want to do my business here. You don't have this maybe based on what you use to entice them to come to your place. A lot of people, they can say, oh, come here, you don't pay tax. A lot of people can say, that's one of those things that Tinubu was saying when he said 40-60, that let's reverse it to 60-40 or 40-60. That's a way too. And when Tinubu is doing that one, he's not going to say, oh, National Assembly, oh, this is how we're going to do this thing, because it's the executive this thing. He has to make that move. And for you saying, oh, they've not fixed everything, this thing. Even Dubai today, even all those big things, they've not finished fixing things there.
Pardon me, Steve. Steve, pardon me.
Yeah,
Steve, pardon me, just a little bit, just to so I mean, when Tinubu made that point, he didn't say that's what he would do. He actually gave a caveat that we would check the condition and ensure that it favors us. So he didn't say, yeah. So yeah, he did. Yeah. So no, hold on. My point is, when he said that, he also gave a caveat. I mean, if someone is willing to play that part, we can play it. So he didn't just say, oh, we would we'll reduce our profit gain and all that. He said we actually need to also check to ensure.
Even one man, don't need that show has to say, oh, that people are not looking to what Tinubu is said, that this 40-60, that is something people should look at. One man said that thing even when that show was going on. He said it. So the condition he said he's going to look into, he said that before he now say, oh, maybe we can change it to 40-60. So that's it. I don't blame you for that anyway, because you got to do
what does he have to? I don't understand the connection between that and these.
The connection I'm bringing is this. You have to do what you have to do to bring companies to your place, because basically the problem with Nigeria is it's not healthcare, it's not this. It's because there are not enough companies. People are not getting work. So when people don't work, you don't get taxes from people that don't work. So you need all these things. That's why I'm talking. The big idea I'm looking at Nigeria is what they call engineering revolution. And that's what companies like China has done. China, South Korea, and all those Asia, that's what they've done. So you've got to bring companies. So how do you bring it? It depends on how you're going to play your hand to bring those guys in. So
you mean that what you have to do involves like that company, you must have your own substantial share in that company. So the people of the state, okay, what is the ratio of the salary of the and how many people are working in the place? It's not half of Anambra people who are working in the place, number one. And what is the ratio if you combine all their salary? Is all their salary is even
1/10 of the profit, the dividend, everything that Peter Obi has made out of that company. Add all of their salaries together up to today. Are you going to tell me that they are up to the how much he has cashed out from that investment? Because he is one of the shareholders in that company. Submiller has about 70% of the shares of that company, and 70-something, 74. Anambra has 10%. Next International has the other percentage. So they have cashed out from that investment. How much did Anambra people cash out? Who cashed out more? Him or the people of Anambra, all the workers, all the work they did put together? Who cashed out more? Who cashed out more?
I don't have specific to those facts you are laying that he has 75% of the share of Submiller. I don't know how.
No, Submiller has 70-something percent. Submiller has 70-something percent.
If you have some,
yeah, Anambra State has 10%. Next International has the other about almost equal to Anambra's amount of shares in the company. So almost, I don't know whether 7-point-something or almost 10.
If you have 75% of 74% of a company, you are practically the owner.
Submiller, yeah, Submiller has 70-something percent of the company, and also that's also part of the problem. Why the investment needed to have been debated. If you are taking Anambra's money to put in a company owned 70-something percent by a foreign entity, aren't you taking away Anambra's people's money and taking it away? What is the ratio of the how much did Anambra benefit compared to how much Submiller benefited? You are taking away all our money and give to foreigners because you have shares there.
They are still this is ongoing. They will get their money later. It's ongoing.
Incredible.
The company is going to make profit. If the company is not going to make profit, it's not going to be alive now. So you can't say Submiller is having 74%. So
yeah, Submiller has over 70% of the shares. That is a matter of data. That's
do you understand that the hero beer? I don't know if Thomas can pull it up. It's actually branded with the Biafra flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
they branded around Ojuku narrative.
Yeah, so automatically that particular brand can't do well outside of the southeastern region, and that's even bad for market already.
Oh no, Submiller is in several places in Nigeria.
I know.
No, the company.
Are you sure?
Brother, the company crashed now. Brother, the company crashed. They had to do a merger. Yeah. They had to do a merger. They had to acquire other companies to form a bigger merger to be competitive. Of course, it was a nonsense ride. It failed, and then they had to do a bigger merger. They have to do a merger with others for the company to continue to exist. It was always a joke from the beginning.
Which company did you say is a joke? Submiller? Hello? Are you saying Submiller is a joke?
No. That's the project they were creating with Anambra's money. No, Submiller is a serious company in South Africa there, but coming into Nigeria, it's a new entity in Nigeria. There are established beer company in Nigeria already that you have to compete with. It's not like there was never a beer in Nigeria before. There are already established beer company. So you is a new entrant. Is going to struggle for market share. Right? So my point is that alliance to bring in Submiller was always a joke from the beginning. It was later they had to restructure after Peter Obi left government because now they will not get the amount of financial support. Then they had to do a merger after he left the government. It was not even long. Quickly after Peter Obi left government, they quickly go and do a merger to have a foothold. The whole thing is incredible.
No. You can't say like that. Let me tell you something. You can't talk like that because I handle a project that involved Nigerian breweries. Enekin acquire Nigerian breweries, and when they did that, they have to acquire several. They acquire one in Akwa Ibom. I think there's a company in Uyo. They acquire, so they have to merge. They merge with a lot of. So that all these things are being done to strengthen your base. That the merge that is not a serious something. Submiller is not only in Anambra. Samila is in Ogun State. Samila is in other places.
Yeah, after the merger, I'm not saying I'm not saying calling Submilla a joke. Submilla is a serious company, but they came to do a project to put this whatever they have. I don't remember the name when they put it in Anambra, when they invested Anambra's money. That part is a joke. And it was clear immediately Peter Obi left office, they quickly go and do a merger to expand to other parts of Nigeria. That is why they are still standing. It was never going to stand without Peter Obi's financial support. It was never going to stand.
No. Samila didn't come to Anambra first. Yeah. Anyway, let's just. I think I'll just let it go. So first, Samila didn't come to Anambra first. Samila have this thing. So merging with other those things is just normal thing to Nigerian bureau do it. Everything they all do it. So it's I think it's a pretty solid something. What if the aim of that thing is to bring that?
No, the merger, brother, you don't get me. The merger is a good move. I'm not criticizing the merger. I'm talking about that part coming to Anambra. What it was the calculation, they weren't going to survive with that part, right? If Peter Obi was still governor, there was no need for merger. They will not. I don't think they will have done any merger. They have a stream of money. They will, if they are going down, they can recapitalize. But now they have, after Peter Obi left government, they face serious business. Like how now they have to get money from the market, so they have to restructure to look like a serious company, and that's how they did the merger.
I don't understand what you are saying. And I think Samila coming to Anambra is not because of Peter Obi. I think Peter Obi just attracted them and decided to make sure they cite one of their factories there. I think a lot of states do that one, as I've explained before, and they try to acquire to stabilize. Companies do that all the time. If you're in distress, and there's no company that is distress-proof. There's no company in the world that is distress-proof. Sometimes you go into distress, you have to do what you have to do to survive. So that's just the way companies work. So for you to say, oh, it's because Peter Obi left and they're now in this round, and if Peter Obi is there, I don't think Peter Obi would. It's not that Peter Obi is giving them money. He just put a share to them so that to attract them to come and cite the company.
Brother, I will have agreed with you totally. But my question is, was there a dedicated channel to follow up on the investment? Did Anambra government had a dedicated channel, maybe a department or something, maybe a creation of the parliament to follow up on Anambra's investment? Like I said, you mentioned Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a dedicated public funds channel that looks at their whatever. If there's going to be a danger, right, they will make a report, whatever they will, they are, because investment is very dicey. It's like an oscillation. It goes up, down, up, down, up, down. When it's about to go down, you can decide to sell some of it, or you can buy more. You can do the investment is not a. Was it a passive? There's something they call passive investment, but this is what you do for pension funds, and these are only you do this only for guaranteed, like treasury, like U.S. Treasury bills. You just put your money there, like all these retired people, their pension fund. You just put it in U.S. Treasury bill, and you can go and sleep because you are guaranteed that investment will never fail. Like, right? So you go there. It's a low interest rate, but it's okay. They will have, because they are retiree. They don't have a chance to work again, right? They are not like young people. So you can you advise if you don't put their money in safe asset, you're going to have a problem. So you put their money only in safe asset. That's passive investment. But when you put a company in what is categorized, because if you are not in the category of U.S. Treasury bills and stuff like that, you are not a safe asset. So if you are going to put a public fund in a non-safe asset, do you have an entity, a department that follows up on this investment? You might put it today and tomorrow the shares goes down, and you might have to make a decision whether to withdraw the money. Like at what level? One of the benchmarks for, I don't even remember the name they call it in investment, like when the investment is falling below 5%, like it's a trigger. It's falling below 5%. The trajectory is going down and it's falling below 5%. You have to sell or something. At 10% for sure, you have to sell. Not when you're 90%, the investment fell. You know how much an umbrella lost? Millions of dollars, just like that, down the drain. What did they get back in return? They did not even make any, they did not even break even. They just lost millions of dollars just like that. Because one man show, because it was a one-man show. If it was the establishment, the parliament, whatever, what is called the government in its entirety, or maybe it's the people, they made a decision and it went like that. Everybody will, it's a collective decision, so everybody will take the loss together. But it was a one-man show. It was a one-man show. It was a one-man show, and everybody had to eat the breakfast for one man's decision.
Fatai, there is something going on. Let's listen to Obasanjo and Charlie Boy. You can see where these people are coming from. The next audio you will hear is Baba Obasanjo, Charlie Boy, and Donald Duke. Yeah, enjoy.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening. You're trying to call me? Yes, sir. It's Charlie Boy. I know it's you. I just wanted, the only thing I wanted to ask to confirm if truly, because we don't know what should news anymore, if he had really gone to INEC. No, I haven't. But they want to steal victory. We must not allow them. No, just give me a command. What do I do? What do you think? What can I do? No, you shouldn't do it alone. We need to occupy Nigeria. All right? Yeah. It's Nigeria. Because in that way, there's no, when the country is paralyzed, then they will find solutions. All right? Okay, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well done, sir. Morning, sir. Morning. I understand they are really bent on rigging this election. I'm still in it. That's what it looks like. Okay. It will not be well. It won't be. It won't be. It will not be well. It won't be. It won't be. What do we do, sir? Is there anything we can do? Well, we have done all that we can do now. And I understand that the youth are not accepting. Yes. Okay. So we should make sure that the youth don't accept. That's all. Yes, they should. We need people power. That's what remains. Okay, sir. The youth not accept. No. Not accepting. I got a complaint from Oyo, Ibadan. Yeah, pretty bad. Yeah, that's true. You know. Yeah. That the people, the youth should not accept. Now, if they want to kill the youth, let them kill, and then they will not. They will not leave after that. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right.
Rotimi, can you please react to that?
Is it verified? Is it truly their voice? Because you can't trust all this whatever is going on now.
Yeah.
It looks like their voice. Don't you know if Obasanjo is speaking? If they wake me up from the sleep, I know Charlie Boy's voice. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but this is the audio that.
Yeah, and it sounded like what Baba could do now. But one has to be careful in this age now. They can do voiceover for anybody.
And they can be speaking. They will be. There's some voiceover.
Ridiculous.
But it rhymes with fact with what is going on this social media, isn't it? Obasanjo said they should have to occupy. It's rhyme with what is going on. Is it what you listen to now? Is it out of context of what is going on?
No, it's not out of context, but the implication is very like if it's taken seriously, the implication is not a joke. The implication is not a joke. That's why I will not me I mean I yeah I mean, it doesn't really matter about me. But then I'm just saying as a me, I will not rush to take it like that conversation actually took place like that. I would like to see that it's verified. Like I don't know how to achieve that, but it sounds to me a little bit
Fatai, which
outrageous.
audio have we here that is verified?
It sounds to me a little bit outrageous. But if Baba is saying that, well, I don't know.
But see, Obasanjo came out now. Fatai, why are you talking like this? Obasanjo came out. What Obasanjo read in his press conference, what is it different from?
That was disturbing. That was so disturbing.
What is the difference?
Incredible.
There was
It's
no
incredible.
difference. There wasn't.
No, the difference is that this one sounds like there is a behind the scenes
Inciting.
plotting.
Yes.
No, plotting.
Yes.
Like behind is not. You know what? You could have a difference of opinion on what Obasanjo came to say publicly. That thing we saw on TV or whatever on video, right? You could say, well, he's just calling for correct the mistake. But this one is like behind the scene, plotting and this and encouraging the country to be taken over by Occupy whatever.
Occupy. What do you think by what do you think means occupy? Is it riot or rally or what? Rotimi, I want to know. Yes. After Fatai, Rotimi.
Occupy is what they call Omolomo Lonje Almaiso Lonja Begunde.
Omolomo la ránṣẹ́ dé tòrútòrú.
Oh my God! I don't sabi Yoruba reach you, brother.
You know sabi. I be conk Yoruba.
Omolomo
la ránṣẹ́ dé tòrútòrú. Let me translate that.
Now then make them go occupy and go and face the
that's so.
Now then make them go face Armored Tank.
Rotimi coming, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll tilt towards Fatai's side. I mean, it's always good to verify the authenticity of the audio. Nonetheless,
Rotimi, you will never see anything you hear on internet. People go with it. They don't even verify.
I know.
We know be Naija.
I was coming there. I was coming there.
Yeah.
So now I said, nonetheless, the voice does sound like Obasanjo's voice.
It sounds like Obasanjo.
Yeah, it's the calmness and all that.
I'm sorry, I am not computer. I can't do voiceover. They are mentioning Ibadan. So can they do voiceover too on Ibadan? Mentioning state. It sounds. I don't know.
No,
I may be wrong.
Software can do a lot of things, though. Anything can be done with software.
Rotimi, go on.
Yeah. But then I think the other thing that's to me is the choice of the word occupy. That was a protest that happened I think 2012 or something, Occupy Nigeria protest. And so it's a choice of word that someone from the Obasanjo era would use, because it's they won't use like protest like they used today, like NSAS. That actually used a word that happened almost during this era. To me, some sort of gave some sort of validation. And of course, the speech he gave right after. I'm guessing this leaked audio happened before his speech, because then he probably gave a speech to spur that protest, but people did not react to it. So I think they've tried everything. They've tried everything to scatter the entirety of the results, but thankfully it didn't happen, because imagine a protest had happened and there's been sort of destruction. It will have forced.
No, Rotimi. No. Don't dismiss that protest hasn't happened, but finally, if the Supreme Court or the Appeal Court give their verdict, you never know what is going to happen.
To be honest, I don't think. This is just my thought, anyways. But I don't think much would happen. And the reason I'm saying so is there's several things going on right now It's already deflating the movement to a large extent. So they're already having some sort of taste of defeat. I mean, the title of this show is a clear example. Now how the obedience by themselves created a portal for verification. And then even whilst they are doing the verification themselves, they're already seeing that that they are losing. That's
That
about
they didn't win.
exactly.
They already know they didn't win.
and then they went ahead and did exactly what they're blaming INEC for doing by shutting down the same portal. So your pain points with INEC is INEC shut down the portal. And then now that you're losing, you're also shutting down the portal, and then now so it's ridiculous. That's on
No,
one side. They
the
already
movie
lost.
is a comedy. It's a comedy show, my
Exactly,
brother. It's a
exactly.
comedy show.
They already lost to INEC around the BVAS machine for the gubernatorial election. So you can see how they did not react to it. I think their biggest I know this is a little bit tilting, but I think what they're looking forward to more is Lagos. There's a video that I saw that was made by Valentine. I keep forgetting that's the former chairman of Transcorp. So the reason why they want to win Lagos is to prove that they indeed won Lagos in a landslide. So all this whole body board thing and all that, it's not, believe me, it's not about language or competency. No, it is that they really need body board to win by maybe 900,000 to whatever, and say, oh, see, we won Lagos. We told you guys. So if they lose that one, that becomes another shame again. And I think they've had too many shames, but by the time it gets into
Rotimi, I'm sorry for cutting you. That Lagos brought me to this. Listen to this, please. Listen attentively, please. Yeah.
All right, man.
Going to negotiate Lagos State. It's not free. This Honorable Ginger Mutable just stepping out from the center where this program just held. And as you can know, we are not going to negotiate Lagos State at any level. Remember, Lagos State is our top priority. We can lose any state, but we must not lose Lagos State. All stakeholders are hereby on this order. Make sure that we have a massive vote against APC in Lagos State so as to make sure that we conquer in Lagos State. Otherwise, we are going to go back to square one. Lagos is our top priority. Lagos is where we have a big problem. We must not give out at any cost, even if it costs us our lives.
Do you hear the last sentence?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Even if something cost us,
our lives.
Yes. Yeah.
That is the just join in with your narration. These people are desperate. These people are desperate.
Yeah. Again, Lagos is their lifeline. So the victory for Lagos, I know that even though most Yorubas in Lagos are focusing on the tribal beats, I think beyond that, they generally want to use it as a proof to say, see, we won Lagos, everything else is rigged. And should they lose Lagos in a landslide, again, that's another shame, but it will have been cold. So their action would not be as firm as whatever it is that they can do when they're not having the handover. They're already getting that deflated. Imagine, and the only other bit is that if people are not careful, any protest they have will easily be hijacked. And permit me to divert to this bit a little bit. One of the critical reasons why the military was sent out during NSAS.
Rotimi, excuse me. Rotimi, is Patai there?
Yes,
Yeah,
Patai, please. You guys can have conversation, please. Give me just like 5 minutes, please.
All right, no problem. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So I was saying, I was trying to land this point. Probably unbeknownst to many people, one of the key reasons why the military was asked to go out during the NSAS protest was because IPOB had already hijacked that protest. So I'm not sure many people are aware, but there are actually audios as of August. Remember the about a week or two where Nnamdi Kanu had sent an audio asking his guys to go in and burn TVC and burn Sanwo-Olu and burn Tinubu. And then a week after, we started seeing those same actions. So there was some sort of intel going on. And I think the part that I fear is any sort, no matter how peaceful the intent of the obedience movement will be as some sort of protest, it'll be hijacked in a tap. All they need is just a few banners, and that protest will be hijacked. And once they get hijacked, then they will create the chaos that they've been wanting to create since. But I think the DSS and the military and even Buhari are on very strong alerts. Any little thing that they hear to curb this to curb some sort of protest will be dealt with easily. I don't see. I think Buhari wants to leave the same legacy that Goodluck Jonathan left, in the sense that he left peacefully, and I think that's what Buhari.
I think actually, I think you're right. I think the military was following up on the movement of people, going towards. So they dispatched the military, following. They must have the intelligence of how people are moving around. So they dispatched around the military to strategic places, right? I think that's largely why we didn't have so much problems. I think I think you're right. People were a little bit apprehensive, like, what is the military doing in Lagos? What is the military doing in Rivers? All those things. But they follow. They see they are following up the movement now. They are following up the movement. Indeed, it's not ideal to be seeing armored tank on our streets. But what do you do in what do they call it? Exceptional circumstances. I mean, I wouldn't like to see military armored tank on the street of Lagos or on any street. But but if they are following up on the movement of people, and they understand the potential of what could happen, what do we do? Extraordinary condition. I think you're right. I think the army movement at that time was based on several intelligence. I will assume, because also I think this Madam Zita, he made the point at that time that why weren't the governors crying out about the military, right? If the deployment was like was like bad for Lagos, Sanwo-Olu should cry out now. Say, why are you deploying military to my state? We are not in a military regime, But Sanwo-Olu didn't cry, so he must know about it. He must know about it.
I mean,
I just wanted to add that I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I saw it anywhere else, but I think the only two places I saw heavy military deployments were in the eastern part and Lagos. I'm not sure I saw something.
But I think also Rivers.
I mean, yes, I mean Rivers. Yeah, the notorious Rivers. So just imagine if and those are probably the places where you would expect that there'll be spike. So there's definitely been some intel that's gone on. All the governors. Yeah. I mean, based off of their security votes, they're already on. They've been forewarned of this, and that itself is quelling so many things. If you remember some of the videos we even saw, even as far as Etiosa, when some area boys went to loot the ballots, the quick response wasn't even from the police; it was from the military. So we saw
the police could not. The police cannot handle them now.
Yeah, so we saw 3 fast pickups filled with heavy military personnel who went ahead to quell such stuff. So I think people already know, especially in Lagos, that if you misbehave, and then did you notice the fire incident that happened in Ajego there? That happened
it's all over the news.
Yeah, we now noticed that we now heard there's now a video, that military army guys are the ones who went to now
Rotimi, when one man brought the video of the military trooping into Lagos, I told, if I don't know, maybe Fatah still remember, I said they are there for the aftermath of the election. Someone said, it's to intimidate Tinubu. I said, no, they are there for the aftermath because they know anything can happen. And we can't afford to lose Lagos again.
another NSAS. No.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wasn't on the show that day, but I
the
think
rivers.
I watched the video after. I also Madam Zita was saying this point, like it's not possible that the governor didn't know about it. The governor, why if it's for nefarious negative reason, why aren't the governors crying out? And I think I agreed with that point. Like when they can't send military into the state, and Sanwo-Olu then is looking for Buhari to come and take over Lagos. He's just looking. So he must know about it.
Farmers, I'm not sure. Did you hear the news about military going to Ajigule to discover to investigate the people who were culprits to the fire incident in the
Really?
market? And
I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, it's out there, and it's the military that found them. So imagine now, soldiers are the ones who are running intel.
Oh, they found the people that put the fire. They found the people who started the fire.
Well, they didn't say they are the ones, but they found some young guys who had over 1,000 PVCs with them, and they found them whilst investigating the people who were probably responsible for the Asani.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not Yoruba people, right?
So I heard one of them's accents. It didn't sound strange. It sounded a little bit Yoruba-ish. One of them, of course, it might also be the Nigerian accent. They didn't show their faces. They used their backs. They showed the PVCs on the floor. But my point is, why? So for the soldiers in their khaki uniforms and camo uniforms are the ones who are running intel. That to me is something we should hold. We shouldn't joke with. So there's a fire incident, and there's a military war. Not even military police, soldiers are the one running the investigation. So there's so many intels going on, and they will clamp anything. I mean, I won't
Rotimi. Don't let's not deceive ourselves. Fire engulf market every month in Nigeria. Why are we tracing this to a political attack?
No, so
Balogun market was burnt last year, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There are many markets that were burned down in Lagos last year. I can't even count how many markets that was burned down. Why are we not tracing that to political attack?
Okay, so
no, let us follow all these rhetorics. People
let
are
me tell you
giving out.
Okay, so let me tell you my own. This is my own personal conspiracy theory. The pace at which Gbadebo got to that location, to me, it's of question. And then he made a donation of 15 million. And that to me, of course, remember the audience there are not the typical audience. They are from a particular region who have somewhat become a large chunk of his base. So that the pace at which he got there that morning, when the news, even before the governor, he got there. To me, it's questionable. And then and then he made the donation. They lifted him up. He tried to do some of that campaign there, and then he said, "If you vote me in, I will rebuild this place."
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, and then when the governor went, the governor clearly said, "I mean, this is not something you make into this is not something you should be openly politicizing." I mean, which made sense.
Yeah, he learned very well. He learned from his leader. You remember that flood time now.
Yeah.
Gbadebo learned very well from his leader.
But you know that the people the biggest, loudest person behind Gbadebo is Bode George. He's him and Bokno are the loudest people behind. I mean, and this is their pattern. But the Bode George was a military governor.
Those ones, they are forever
anti-Tinubu. Anti-Tinubu. There's 20 days. So they've never really liked Tinubu. So I think I think it's more of a power grab for them.
Is Bode George a saint?
No, he's not.
Baba ti lọ sẹ́wọ̀n rí now. Only náà ni baba yẹn.
So
Baba is a thief.
That's the problem.
With due respect.
Yeah, no. I mean, you're not wrong. But again, I think that's the problem that I have with this top to bottom obedient naivete. In that We don't even care who, as long as the person is just labor, we are going to vote him in. And now we're not having people infiltrate into that party. Remember, this Badebo, like what's the Igbo name that one man will always call him, had run
Chinedu.
So this, remember,
One man are suspect.
well,
One man are suspect.
one man is a troll. Remember, he's run several parties, and he was unable to convince his party clansmen to get them to win primaries. He couldn't even convince people in his parties to be their nominee for any of those. And then he's lost primaries, but now he's a Labour Party. He's now being used by one of the biggest dangerous political, bandits that we'll ever see, but they judge and the likes, and their main goal is just hijack Lagos. So he's being used, and now he's also using a movement, and by the time when people like Rational Mind are trying to support him, well, look, dude, you can't, because of not your dislike for Tinubu, now destroy the little progress we've made since '99.
My brother,
Lagos does not deserve that.
My brother, didn't you see what they did to Nigeria because they thought Tinubu want to buy votes?
Yeah,
it's in their character.
See, in fact, okay, let me even make this point. I've been meaning to make this point, maybe publicly for a while. The election that they are contesting, so that it was rigged. Remember, up until a week to the election, INEC kept on saying it was going to be online, like beavers. So it was a week to the election that INEC changed their model and said it was going to be manual. So any plan for rigging, any plan for rigging would have had to happen within that 1 week. Now, mind you, there was also no money with poor logistics, with EFCC tracing every bulk money that left the bank. So rigging was extremely difficult. So any rigging that happened could have happened out of favoritism or maybe party loyalists, but it couldn't have been as effective as they claim it is. And I think what they're also doing, they're also failing to understand why Tinubu would win in the landslide that they said would win, even though their polls, the ANA polls that they all went with, clearly told them that the only way Obi would win is if there's a very large turnout. It was clearly stated there, but this turnout is pretty low. So they're not even referencing those polls anymore. Your poll, even though it was said, Obi will win, no, only if there's a large turnout. Zita also came in with the same thing. If there's a large turnout, Obi would win. But this is like the least turnout we've ever seen in a very long time. It only makes sense why we understand that this, and then of course, their votes are also divided. Party line, PDP Pro Max and PDP Light. So that's exactly what happened. So that
brother, they understand. Sorry, brother, just 1 second. They understand that they lost, right? You see, their court case, they are not going straight to fight in the court. They want to do fishing expedition first. They want to go, give us your system. Let's investigate your system first. So they are trying to find weakness in INEC system. Or they don't have a case. They don't have a case to go to election petition. They want to find a weak point in INEC system. They're not going to election petition straight ahead. They will lose. There were some states that first went to the Supreme Court, straight after the election. Quickly, they withdraw that lawsuit. They withdrew it. They don't have a case, but they want to investigate INEC so that they can find something there, find something there to then use to build a case. They don't have a case.
No, they don't. Yeah, I agree with you. They don't. I think they're not even contesting the results. They're contesting.
That is the craziest thing. They are not even saying the number is wrong. They are saying because INEC didn't upload to IREF.
Yeah. So I'm guessing they are only. Maybe they are doing this to justify their donations. Probably they got some huge donations. Because, even from Obi's body language, remember when he was working at the tarmac, where some gentleman was interviewing him. From his demo, I think he already knew he had lost. And of course, when he broke down into tears, and then he claimed that it was because of some girl that was, that you now at 5,000. That's what made him cry. I'm like, guy, you went to, is it Benue when they had flood? You didn't cry. All the everything you've been saying as governor, you did not
It's
cry.
because of one
It's because of some
ovum.
5,000.
Somebody couldn't buy ovum. Start crying.
And then he was not compelled to go and not give a random young girl some 5K to buy ovum that, I mean, come on. So
Why did he give the girl? Why didn't he give the girl 1 million? He's rich now. He's rich now. He's been moving so much. Why didn't he give her 1 million?
So again, I think that's also to prove the fragility of his ego. He had cried on national stage. He had made up a case. He was overwhelmed. He was also believing that he was going to win.
But Rotimi, what do you think made Peter Obi to cry on television?
He's pained. He lost now.
No. Let me just say this. Do you think he's forming or he's being emotional? What's that?
Emotional. It was emotional. So look, here's the thing here. If we just that because we've been a bit more objective, we've not understood the amount of fan base and fanfare and words around him to genuinely believe that he actually assumed he was going to win. Look, then this same thing happens to our pastors. Mr. B for every time he steps out, there's a crowd who wants to take pictures with him. For every time he moves everywhere, there's a celebratory mood around him.
But Rotimi, who is deceiving Peter Obi that he can win the election?
My brother,
who is giving the assurance?
It's both of
them.
them.
You know why he was even crying? You know why he was crying? Why? He was crying because it's like telling us, look at the picture of, look at the state of Nigeria, where a girl graduates who couldn't find a job, is even trying to buy a hovel and couldn't buy it. Look at how our country has become. And if for all this problem we have, we did not allow the Moses of our time to come and help us to fix it. That's why it's crying. It's feel pity for Nigeria that they didn't let the Moses of our time to come and fix it.
Thomas and Fatai, if you guys have been very observant, you'll realize that every time Obi speaks, he's usually around the negativity of Nigeria. He has never even sold hope. Even I think that's one of the reasons why I chose not to support him. He doesn't even sell any iota of hope. He's just more like Nigeria's a disastrous place. Nigeria is bad. Everything is terrible. I'm like, guy.
Rotimi.
Hey, Joe.
Rotimi.
Yeah, Joe.
Joe, you said you are coming back, and you did.
How
are you, bro?
You're doing a good job. Good evening.
Yeah, yes. No worries, bro.
Rotimi, I was listening to you and I was cringing. I was like, oh wow. I mean, you guys never get tired of this rhetoric. It's nothing Obi does not. If whatever Obi does.
Well, I press your button and you fall into my trap. I know you will soon come in. I know.
So the issue there is that for everything you said about Obi, everything he does is being scrutinized. There's nothing he seems to do that seems to be the coming of Obi in itself is hope. Probably you did not understand that. The obedient movement is based on hope. Hope to start getting things right. So do not fault the man. If that man was a white man, every one of us here would be trying to write a book about him. But of course, a prophet is not recognized in his place. So we can use all types of invectives to qualify whatever he did, on his way, to winning the election. So people say he was tribal, it was religious. Meanwhile, someone out there was putting up a Muslim ticket, and who made it about religion? The person that made it about religion is not being talked about. It's the person that is going about his normal campaign. Is the person they're saying is about religion. So the issue there is that Peter Obi coming out was the hope. We have been looking for someone that will feel because it's many people that we have followed in the past. In fact, one of the biggest disappointments especially in the Southeast area, is Rocha Sokorocha.
That man was a man, many people said that he was going to be the first Igbo president, not because of anything, but because of his philanthropy and his empathy towards humans. When he wasn't anything. We made him governor, and at the end of 8 years, I mean, it's like he was one of the worst governors Imo State ever had. So that's the thing. So, but when we look at people that have done it, you see, because the difference between Rochas and Peter Obi was Rochas was the governor for 8 years. Peter Obi was the governor for 8 years. While we can still, point to what Peter Obi did and his achievement, that of Rochas is nowhere to be found. Rochas is quite opposite of Peter Obi, where most of the state facilities were converted to family businesses for his brother-in-law, daughters, and the wife, and himself. So that's the difference. So that's the reason why we are following Obi, because we see that hope in him. We see that man that what, if not for anything, he will be there for us. So, and that is the reason why we took that move, and we followed the obedient movement thoroughly. So many a time people try to paint it, give it a religious coloration, a tribal coloration, and I just look at them and I say the ignorance is playing a part. If people are doing things differently and achieving results, we are not saying that whoever that took advantage of Peter Obi's cloud to get into power is going to be the best. But what we are saying is that we are trying to build a trend whereby they know who put them in there. And by that way, we shall remove them in the next election if they don't perform. So we are trying to build a culture of performance. And that is what we have started to do. We want these people that are going in there, some of them got in there, no problem, via Obi's cloud. What we are trying to do is that we are going to keep an eye on them. Every one Labour Party, I do not care if the GRV, who is going to win the Lagos State government, or Alex Oti, who is tipped to win the Abia State governorship election. Every one of them must be held accountable, including the Ireti, that is going to represent us in Abuja. Every one of them must be accountable, and they know this. We are keeping a tab on them. We are looking at them, and if they do not perform under 4 years, we remove them. Remember, good governance is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So we are trying to create a culture. So for someone like you, for some of you here, stop making it about Peter Obi. Rather, look at what we are trying to do. It is a process. If Peter Obi is not here today, we are still going to move on. But this group that we have today, that went from zero, structureless, from 0 to 40 people in the National Assembly, this group we intend to keep together, with or without Obi. But we are still hoping that Obi will be there. So that's the thing. So respect what we are trying to do. Stop looking at it from the tribal or the religion point of view. So there we are come from. Thank you.
All right,
brother. Okay, go.
Thanks, John of Nashville. I will speak to just 2 points. First of all, I won't play down on what hope means to you. And I say this in my small circles amongst my friends, and I say to them, look, as far as I am concerned, again, this is as far as I am concerned, there are 2 clear movements. When I mean 2 clear movements of obedience. They are the Southeasterners who genuinely it does mean hope for them, which was the very beginning of the big movement, which is the Southeasterners need to have their fair share of the government. For that bit, I will not disprove what you said. Now, the second part, which was supposed to be the larger scope, is when they started selling Obi as a very viable candidate. and then he now became a cultist movement to an extent, to the sense that, oh, we are bringing someone we can hold accountable. And then, so for someone like myself, who is not Southeasterner, I was trying to know, okay, oh, that's true, makes sense. Let's have someone we can hold accountable. But for every accountability that was coming out, the obedience were shoving it off, and then they were holding somebody else accountable. So
Thank you, my brother.
so we found this up. No, 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 no. But look at this person's own. So it now became a whataboutism, and then they were now moving everything. Oh, if we indeed say we want to bring someone we want to hold accountable, we need him to be accountable to us, even from the campaign. And to me, that became the problem. Now, again, another clear example is what you just said is, oh, yes, we want to make a new narrative. We want people to hold accountable. We don't mind them when they get there. If they fail, we remove them. How many fails are we willing to have if we indeed say Nigeria is in a bad place? I would have expected a more detailed campaign that will scrutinize everybody that is in the Labour Party as of now. So that when they get there, we already understand. So we can't say, oh, just put Gbadebo there. Whenever he gets there, hold on. When he gets there, if he doesn't perform in 4 years, we'll bring somebody else. And then that means that's like 4 years of damage. And then another 4 years. And before we know, we've lost way much more than we've not even gained in the first place. And that to me is, hold on. And that to me is where the obedient movement lost me. However, the obedient movement of it is ideally for a fair country, which we did give the Southeasterners. But here's the thing, that narrative was working at the very beginning, but then it was dropped and became go and verify based on competency. And competency doesn't cut across. The Rotimi lady was chosen not out of competency. It was just simply a top to bottom. Anywhere you see Labour, top to bottom. Even the Okada rider, which I don't have issues with, has run. He's going to be in the Senate. But what is the competency that kept him there? And that to me is a very big concern. So we are going to now have someone like Bode George, who has kept in Gbadebo into your campaign. He will infiltrate it in the next 4 years. You'll be shocked that in the next 4 years, the entirety of the Labour Party will have been so disenfranchised that you now lose him. Because again, the main principal would not be president. And then you start having a divide amongst the campaign. And then before you know it, he's put into parties, and then we're back to the same circle. This same movement, and I'll land my plane here, this same movement of hope that you're talking about was the exact same movement of hope we had in 2015 when Buhari was coming in. It was hope, it was change, it was a new establishment, it was military, it was holding the establishment accountable, it was changing the narrative of things, it was, holding the criminal. And then, look at where we are today. Because we gave change, a possibility. Now we are doing the same thing, but you're not even scrutinizing those candidates as are now. What I'm hearing is, don't worry, just put them there. If they fail, we'll remove them.
I wanted to respond to that real quick, and that is why I said I wanted you to pay attention to the timeline. 8 months, if you recall.
Joel, respond to this together. Did you saw the video that I played earlier on that some Labour parties are saying even with their blood they will take Lagos if it is with their blood? So respond to the both together. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Rotimi, when the issue of candidates came up, remember when Peter B left PDP, nobody knew where he was going. At that point, many parties have done their primaries. So it will be catastrophic if he comes in and starts saying, let's scrutinize everybody and start removing them. He doesn't even have the power. So that is why I said I was paying attention to, I said you should pay attention to the timeline. The timeline is very important. At the time, if it were, that's why I said that right now, even what we're trying to do now is that both registration of PVC starts now. Immediately this election finishes, we shall start a mass mobilization, because what happened in this election is this. when INEC appeared on Arise TV, telling us that about 87 point something million people got their PVCs. What they did not tell us is that from the INEC side, it is really that 87 point something million has gone out. But from the front end side, like the side that meets with the people, where these PVCs were meant to be exchanged or given to those who owns them, there was a lot of disenfranchisement. So that is what you're seeing with all these PVCs in the bush, in people's houses. Who knows? Even in River State, a student found the election in the ECO8 results in the bush. So these things happen. So so in election, voter suppression starts from pre-election, which they hit the obedient group very, very hard. During election, where they refuse to upload the result from the polling stations and from the polling units, and after election, where they have simply refused the Labour Party to inspect the beavers. You were here saying that Peter B was crying because you felt like he gave up. You don't really know who Peter B is. You need to go read about that man. It's not so. Even if he wins the election, you won't see Peter B like jumping up and all that. No, that is not his character. His demeanor is like that, right? He has told you that he is obedient. You say go to court, that he's going to court. That is the man he is. The type of people were expecting him to say there must be riots. No. If he had done that, the army would have been on the streets, start shooting people's kids. That is not what his ambition is all about. His ambition is also teaching us how to go about issues, not necessarily going out there to start pelting stones at people, destroying properties and all that. There is a process. No matter how bad the process is, make a good case and let the people be the judge. And that is where the kind of politics Peter Obi is playing. And that is where I want us to start looking at it from. The kind of attitude that he has. It was in this same country that someone said that baboon and a dog will soak inside blood. People made this kind of statement. People made inciting statements. It's like we have forgotten how many people that died in the 2011-2015 elections. We've just forgotten so soon. But this is a man, even after during his election, there was not, even when violence was perpetrated against his own people, he did not go for any reprisal. So in discussing who Obi is, I think we should just try to be fair and tell ourselves the truth. What kind of country do we as a people want to live in? Because I see us trying to lie to ourselves or shift the goalposts, when it suits us. And many things could be responsible for our stance, including ignorance about who we are talking about. It's there. It's still fine. But the issue there is that Peter Obi has, created a career niche for himself and has given us, a procedural handout on how to go about manage life. Now we know the importance of coming out to vote. Today, for instance, we can see a soul going to TV stations prior to Tinubu losing Lagos State. There have been about how many debates? He did not come out to one. He did not come out for one. It was now after Tinubu lost, then he was like, oh, bro, this is serious. Now he's coming out. Everywhere you go to right now, look at the body language.
It could be a calendar. Election was far away then.
Did you know also did not come out for debate, but he came out towards the end of the campaign. It was at the Economic Forum. It could be a strategy, it could be in their calendar.
Even, please, forget the strategy thing. Even Tinubu you're talking about, it's like we forget so soon. Even Tinubu we're talking about. Toward the twilight of that campaign, Tinubu started coming out. He started seeing
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Staying back
towards
wasn't helping
the end,
him.
you come out.
No, the thing there is that the reality
didn't come out before because he didn't need to come out. Now I'm not saying this is it. I'm saying this is an alternative explanation. It's not a monotonic explanation that the only reason it's coming out is because of
no, it is what it is. And Fatai, you can spin it any way you want. If it works like a dog,
I've been waiting.
Look, let me tell you. We have seen. Look, Nigeria is that, we normally have this selective amnesia, when we want to push our point, but it's still okay. We have forgotten how this politician behaved in the past, right? So for most of these politicians in the past, how did they talk to us? How many elections in the past have we seen the candidates being disengaging with the populace? Something happened. You think it was just happenstance? It's not happenstance. Someone made that happen. Whether you give
Can I ask a
or
question?
not, it will be changed the narrative.
He's been very engaging. He's been engaging, quite right. He's been engaging. But the point is, what is the point of the engagement? For all the engagement, can you define for us what consumption to production means? It's been very engaging.
Consumption to production. Hold on. I'll give it to you straight away. Consumption to production means that as a country, comprised of 200 million people, that we cannot produce what we eat.
Okay.
That is what we are talking about.
Okay.
The food inflation, there are cardinal points, right? Like you can use to, really measure your people, or even look at how their own life is moving. If people could afford food, then you find that you might have,
if I might chip in. Yeah, but this is general definition. Everybody knows this.
Your Dangote refinery, is it not consumption to production?
You said what?
I'm talking to Thomas. Thomas, your Dangote refinery that is in Lagos State, isn't that?
I'm not the one that said that. It's Fatai, not me.
Fatai, isn't that refinery they're building there? Is it not an element of consumption to production?
Actually, the fertilizer factory, the rice mill, whatever, all of this in their consumption to production. That's what I mean. What is so novel? What is so novel about Peter Obi's consumption to production? What is the novelty of Peter Obi's? I'm not saying I don't know the basic thing. What is the meaning that you have to plant cassava and then you eat it? We know everybody. We are not babies. We know generality. But I'm saying what is the novelty of Peter Obi's consumption to production? What is novel there? Because it's been so engaging.
We are not doing it. We are not doing it.
What is novel about his idea?
See, Fatai.
No. Charles, this brother Charles just told us about the one Dangote is doing. We are already doing it. Buhari did so many of it. Everybody already is doing it. What is novel about it?
We are not doing enough. Fatai, we are not doing enough.
So how much more does Peter Obi wants to do? I'm not saying we are doing enough. I'm just saying that what is the novelty of Peter Obi's consumption? What we
are saying is this: in Nigeria, all cylinders must be fired. All cylinders. It is only in a country like Nigeria.
But this is not particular to Peter Obi. This is general knowledge.
But we are not doing it. We are not doing it. It's a problem. We all know the problems of Nigeria. We are not doing enough in employment generation, in power generation, in agriculture, in every facet of our life.
All of this means consumption to production.
So all of these, all this generality, that is what consumptive production means.
No,
All
the
of these
thing, the
generalities, the
intangibles.
meaning.
Hold on, listen, Fatai, listen. You're not. I'm not the candidate. So just understand the basis. We are trying to teach people. We are not trying to. We are not debating. Let's tell the people. You ask a question, and this is what we are telling you. The thing there is that the intangibles, like insecurity, is something that you have to deal with, because you know that with insecurity, production will be hard to accomplish. So there are things that you will do hand in hand. But the issue there is that we all know that we are not cultivating. For the past 24 years, Niger State has been that way. Why have they not cultivated Niger State? Why have they not cultivated Borno? Why have they not cultivated Plateau? Why have they not cultivated all these places? These places have been there for the past 24 years. That is the point we are making, that this thing is there and nobody is doing anything about it. We still have Aba. We still have Onisha. Nothing is happening in those places. We still have ports. We still have these natural ports in the likes of Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Calabar, including the Tinapa. All these things have not been integrated in such a way that it will, give us those revenue we needed. We need somebody to come in and, make sure that every part of our national life is working. We cannot go to war tying both of our hands to our back. No, it doesn't happen that way.
Do you mind if I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I'll give you the mic back. So, I mean, I hear you, Joel, and you're making very salient points. But I just want to call your attention to: are you aware that the Buhari government has invested so much funds into cocoa production that Nestle,
thank you, my brother,
that Nestle and Cadbury are making so much? In fact, they're actually producing their cocoa drinks locally, and their biggest competition is Ovaltine. And you and I know who the biggest importer of Ovaltine is in Nigeria. Is
the cocoa production sufficient to cater for Nigerians' needs?
No. It's not. Again, it's not. Sure. So,
brother, please tell us who is importing Ovaltine material. Please tell us. Please, brother, please.
We always want to make this point. Like we are joking. Like we are politicking.
No. He wants to do production, but he's importing.
Hold on. Exactly. So what I'm saying that the person who is pushing production is actually the very first person whose market is affecting the
world production we are doing. Is the biggest competitor of the production. Is the biggest competitor of the production, but it's the one telling us consumption production.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we also
go ahead, Joe?
How many factory Peter will be built in Anambra in the 8 years for production?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
can I answer that one real quick?
Thomas, I think you shouldn't even. Let me just say this. I think you shouldn't even reduce the conversation to, because if you have to be talking about that will be going to another tangent already. Because even he has no, I believe, zero investment in the whole of Southeast. He has his investments in.
How many
Lagos,
investments does Buhari
Abuja,
have in since when he was president, or in any
He has in Lagos, in Abuja, and in Port Harcourt. If you have to start with that, Atiku has most of his investments in school and most of those in Adamawa State and in Abuja, and some other people had that in most of their states. So we don't want to reduce this to Peter Obi. Election is gone already. He has lost. And then I believe we should just move forward. Whatever strategy he has deployed to actually, propagate his campaign and his presidential campaign has failed, obviously. And then he has lost the election. He came third, and he's already in court. And then if you are following the court processes, you can probably see they are laying the foundation to what will happen in the appellate. In the appellate phase of the litigation, and even when it gets to Supreme Court. So things are already shaping up. The country already has a president-elect. There's a process of gubernatorial election coming up in the next couple of days. I mean, on the 18th of, it should have been maybe today. but it's going to be in the next 1 week. And each state and their gubernatorial candidates are getting ready. But to speak about Lagos State, what is happening in Lagos State especially, are you aware that they are mopping up a lot of stuff because they are covering loopholes, they are bridging gaps, and then a lot of things that happened during the period, even the people that are crying that they were rigged out. Now
enigmatic, wrap this with your comment. Did you saw the video of the guy saying, even with their blood,
There's nothing.
if
There's
they have
nothing
to shed
bad
their
about saying
blood,
that. There's nothing wrong in saying that, bro.
yeah,
Relax.
there is nothing wrong in that.
There is
Are you
nothing wrong
kidding me?
in that.
somehow let
It's a
me
figure of
just
speech.
let
Just
me
leave all
let
that.
me go let me go on
Oh
with
my
what you're saying.
God.
You
Yeah,
shouldn't be
just continue, enigmatic.
you shouldn't be surprised
Oh
when
my, there's nothing wrong in somebody say, if to lay our blood, to shed our
hold on now.
blood,
Let me
we have to
Shebi, you've
take
given me the let
Lagos.
me speak.
It's a figure of
Let me
speech,
tell you,
bros. Do you
enigmatic,
understand
continue.
figure of speech? Does it mean
Is
that we are going to shed blood?
okay.
God.
Thomas, he
Does it
just
mean
told
we will
you
shed blood?
somebody just told you that's a figure of speech. If somebody says his life is what the life of a politician, and then it's a figure of speech to someone, let's let's take their word for for the substance of it. But if that message does not mean anything to a lot of people, I believe some people with at least most of their brain intact will understand the message. And then when you
So why
say
haven't they laid their life on the line for these presidential elections?
well, I'm basically speaking, but I'm not actually making you the subject of my conversation. I just want to speak to what this guy is asking me. So basically, whatever they want to do with their lives, that's their life. If they want to lay their life for a politician or to take a state, or they believe their life is worth taking a state that eventually they will not take. Because if you are looking at the hypocrisy of this, eventually you come to realize that what is actually the fixation and the obsession about a certain state that they've been crying about all this while. I think they have two states as their target, Rivers State and Lagos State, because of the economic viability of those states. And then from what we've been able to gather, probably they believe they will use the economic powers of those states to, develop the Southeast. That is
That's not. They can't. You can't use
Come
a
on,
state.
by the time
There's no logic in what you're saying.
by the
There's
time
no logic
Wike
in what you just said. Using the
by the time
economic.
Wike was by the time
Let
Wike
him land. Then you can counter him. Enigmatic land, yeah.
obviously I don't have his time anyway. So by the time Wike
Explain how
was
they will
able
use
to,
Lagos State resources to develop the
I'm
Southeast.
not
Can you
speaking
explain
to
that?
you, dude. I'm not
How
speaking to you.
would
Let
they
me have
use
my time.
Lagos State resources
But I'm
to
not
develop
speaking
the
to you.
Southeast now?
Who is this self? Is this Jess or who?
Is Ajale Koko? You're asking
Okay,
questions.
so well, when they saw that they couldn't do nothing about, now their fixation is about Lagos. Of course, it's an election, it's politics. You can say what you want to say before the election comes, and let's wait until the 18th. Whatever happens, it happens. It's still going to be in Nigeria. But the question is, when you speak about certain things, and then when you start having the backlash at the end of the day, they will say probably they are the target. The Igbo people are not the only ones living in Lagos State, for Christ's sake. And they are probably the most loquacious and the most loud, taking over the state and doing that. And when you look at there's a certain Doherty in the race. Doherty is an Harvard graduate. Is worked in one of the big tech, big four in the US, KPMG, and then he has probably run one of the most viable world investment company in the world, and basically like that. He has a very good resume, but they will not look at that kind of person at least out of PDP and out of APC. But they are fixated about
Why
the
didn't
GRV.
APC look at that? Why didn't APC look at taking him
They
out?
are fixated about the GRV because of some peculiarity to them. One, this is a guy that probably for the past, I think I said it yesterday, right? He's supposedly 39 years old now. The only resume he has is probably his academic resume so far. He has not had any resume that could tie him to any, cognate experience, either in the private sector or the public sector. So he's been running for office for the past 8 years. You can go and check. He has probably moved within 5 different political parties already at his very young age. And then you can't really say this is what you are bringing to the table, or probably you brought to the table in terms of experience now. So somebody who is 39 years old and he's been so desperate to run for office since 31, and then the only experience you can actually count on him is probably his academic experience. So what can you say about that? And you want to hand the largest economy, I mean, one of the largest economies in Africa, on the hands of that person. And then when you're talking about Godfather, right, in one breath, they actually have issues about Godfatherism. But in another breath, they have Bode George, who is actually propping this guy. They have Akrele Bucknor, who is one of those. And they have a lot of folks within the fold who are actually propping him up. What is the desperation for GRV? What is the desperation for the obedience? What is the desperation for?
It's a negotiation, enigmatic for crying out loud.
You are not talking. You are not hearing me saying he's not Lagosian, he's not Igbo, he's not Ghanaian, or he's not Cameroonian. I don't care less about that.
Okay.
I care less about
Okay,
that.
that's a big plus for you.
Everybody hold on. Trump that was president.
Everybody hold on, please. Can you please hold on? I said everybody hold on, please. I want to have something. Maybe we should decide. I have a meeting, 30 minutes meeting. If you guys can hold conversation, I'll be back. If you guys can't hold conversation, I would like to shut down. So let's decide what we want to do. Somebody has to take the lead for 30 minutes, or we just shut down. So what do you want us to do?
Well, I'll be gone, so I don't. Probably you have to shut down.
We'll shut it down, brother. Let's shut it down. Let me just answer Enigmatic's question. What GRV is bringing to the table is the new Moses of our time. That is what he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, but you know what one thing, the model. The model that happened in the presidential election, the OB wave and everything. Don't forget, like I said, the card is already out. They've shown the card. OB more or less, like, caught a lot of people unawares. He sneaked, like when you say I sneak on you, he sneaked on a lot of them. This guy is not sneaking on anything. He's not catching anybody unawares. So he's out there now. They found him out already, and the game is basically out in the open. And that's why I say, of course. People are speaking to probably it's Lagosian, it's not Lagosian or whatever. At the twilight of, by the time the cards will be opened effectively on the 18th of March at the gubernatorial election, you will see people will not really care about that. Then everything will be open at that time. If it had happened maybe 2 weeks ago, it could be a different narrative. But this 1 week is a mop-up session. Because what you're going to see is, of course, we don't even want to speak about people who have rigged or who did not. We know all the political parties rigged, and then it's just the issue of who did more and who did. So that's the best I would say. Whatever is bringing to the table, right? When on the 18th, everything will be clear to everybody that a young guy I don't know how old is anyone here. The only thing you think you have out of college is basically running for office up and down because you believe in generational wealth. What does he even do for a living? Has anybody taken time to ask that question?
He's an architect. And he's got plenty experience. He's got plenty.
Hold on. He's got plenty experience, 40-year-old. And I'm telling you again, this is not the situation of go and verify you're telling stories or some echo chamber information. No, this is not the thing. Go and check. Last 4 years he ran for offices. Previous 4 years he did. Okay? And then tell me the experience that he had. If you tell me Jewel of Nashville, maybe is I don't know how old is he, but I know it's probably well over 40 years. Post graduation, right? You could say, okay, he's been working for 5 years as a within the health sector. He has worked in Nigeria at some point. He has done this, he has done this, right? You can bring it to the table and you can speak of myself, of Fatai, of Kulata, of almost everybody on the floor over here. Look, I appreciate the fact that he's young and he's probably having the boldness to come out. But fact remains that he lacks experience. The cognitive experience, right?
Enigmatic, please.
He has not worked
Enigmatic.
anywhere, and I'm telling you that 31 years old, he graduated. Hold on, let me land it. Let me land this.
You are making the same point now. Let other people talk now. This guy will too shut down.
I have to shut down.
Okay, Thomas, I think we'll continue tomorrow. I have to go. Thank you.
Enigmatic. The issue there is that before you leave, the issue there is this, please. Stop making this issue. Stop talking about them using money to come and develop Southeast. What kind of insult is that? I don't know. Look, to be frank with you, apart from the Afenifere, look, most Yoruba guys have surprised me this season. Like, as educated as you guys are, the thinking is not at par. I'm telling you honestly. I'm telling you, you guys are disappointing me. No problem. Shut down.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have to shut down. I have a meeting now. Yeah. Oh, thank you, everyone. To our happy clappers, super chatters, to the one that like us, the one that hate us. Everybody is welcome. Thank you so much. See you some other time tomorrow. Peace. I'm out. Thank you, guys.